Everybody, to this special edition of News 3. The First Alert Weather Team's on your side. And of course, you've been seeing the news all day and all night how devastating some of these storms have been. And of course, we're monitoring as they move in our area. Within the next hour, we're going to probably see a tornado watch here for east central Alabama, and perhaps coming into west central Georgia as well. What we're seeing now, not much. It appears to be a lull, but we don't want to let our guard down. This episode and what we're going to be doing for you for the whole overnight is all about planning and perspective. Despite what you're seeing all over social media, it adds a lot of fear at sometimes, but what we're going to do is add perspective and calmness to this whole story and make sure that all of you have that plan ready to roll. So let's just give you the latest analysis. We are here at the First Alert Weather Team, and of course we have meteorologist Nicole Phillips, meteorologist Cody Nickel, meteorologist Kaylee Barbie, meteorologist Brian Thomas will be here and a little later as well. He was doing the morning show today, so you got the full team on your side and everyone supporting behind the scenes. Just north of Montgomery, no severe weather, but we have a tornado watch, of course, in this area, and we have a tornado warning that's in this first one, just around the Marion and Brent area. Now, the way these are moving, they're all southeast of Tuscaloosa, and it is lifting north and east. Now, the only good news with this, we're not seeing that real high risk that we were talking about yesterday in central Alabama now. This cluster of showers and storms, talking to Chance Corbett earlier, Emergency Management Director, getting the same briefings. We're letting everyone know, you might be hearing this on social media, that this whole cluster of storms is not going to impact us, okay? So here we are, the News 3 viewing area, and here's a cluster of thunderstorms. That's lifting north and east. It's going to end up just missing us completely, but it's what's farther south is what we're watching later this evening, tonight, into the overnight forecast, okay? So what we see down here, just west of the east shore of southwest Alabama, we're looking at a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's all we've been seeing right now. So, okay, that's good, but that's the stuff that's going to be lifting north and east and regenerating as it comes into an environment that we like to say is untapped. We had no rain today. We had steady winds, and of course those winds are going to be perpendicular to what we look at, this tilted line or showers and thunderstorms. So, batteries, get everything ready, because a lot of this is going to be impacting us. We're going to start talking about 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 Central. The tornado watch that's off to the west is eventually starting to move eastward. And that will, again, within this hour, it's 8:03 Eastern, 7:03 Central time for you. So focusing on our Central time viewers and our East Alabama viewers, places like Autauga, Elmore, and Lowndes, and Montgomery counties are under that watch. That will be extended coming up all the way to the Georgia line and likely going in beyond that. I wouldn't be surprised it will go beyond that too, just to be ready for it as this whole line comes through. Why? Because conditions are favorable. We're not getting into perspectives and everything like this is compared to this event and that other event. We're not going down that road. We're just going to watch as it goes through. There's a setup there, and this is why we're weather aware. Dew point temperatures have not been too bad, but they're up there at 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Just tell that to the runners just downtown just moments ago for the St. Patrick's Day run. They were sweating profusely. It is humid, that's for sure. So we have the right fuel. This is a live look right now. Of course, this is right at the lodge at Callaway Gardens. That's Robin Lake Beach. We are looking south and east. Sun is set. And we begin to see, of course, a lot of clouds that are moving fast. And the winds are coming steadily from the south, a little bit southeasterly, but they're 36 gusts. This is right now, currently, and all the way up to Troup County, we have gusts that's under 30. So Columbus, Phoenix City, parts of Smith Station, all the way to Auburn, we're seeing mid-30 gusts, and near steady. This weakens a lot of trees. So as this event comes through, anticipating everybody likely going to have some kind of wind event, regardless. Now, as far as getting severe storms, it's impossible to say. Despite what you're seeing on some of those social media reports, that first cluster goes north. We're watching to the south. Conditions are favorable. So we're going to be watching for some areas definitely in the region that could see an isolated tornado and some damaging winds. And we're going to get through it because we have a plan. That's the good news. So temperatures, not a good news when you start looking at Alex Cindy at 81 degrees, 78 Montgomery, Hurtsboro, you guys are at 77. And it's consistent all the way to west central Georgia, Stewart County, I'll pick on you here in Lumpkin, 76. So we're all in the lower 80s, upper 70s today. So the atmosphere is pretty prime. Now I'm going to introduce right now meteorologist Cody Nickel, meteorologist, of course, we're looking at Nicole Phillips too in the First Alert Weather Center. You guys have been watching. Nicole, you've been looking at a lot of discussions going on. What are you hearing right now?
Well, for right now, you don't want to jinx it, but it has been pretty quiet just with the tornado warning that is back out in the Birmingham area. Now, what we're saying again, like Chief Meteorologist Bob Jeswald said, we are expecting a tornado watch here within the next hour or so. They're expected to move that to the east. But for now, good news is that things have been rather quiet, but you don't want to,
Yeah, we don't want to let our guard down
Yeah.
Right now because, like you said, Nicole, we have kind of seen a little bit lull in the activity, kind of as the sun has set a little bit. But we anticipate if we get that low-level jet to ramp up, and as we head into the overnight hours here, we could see that wind threat and even that tornado threat kind of uptick a little bit in intensity. And we have temperatures in the 70s right now. Very warm. We've got into the 80s today. Those dew points are in the 60s like Bob was showing you. And the severe weather risk continue to be tornadoes. We've seen some strong and potentially violent tornadoes that have caused people to die. We've had numerous fatalities even last night from storms across parts of Missouri and Arkansas. I believe the total is potentially at least 20 right now. I did see at least 2 have died in parts of Mississippi just today. Large hail is also a potentially a threat as well, and the wind threat is still going to be very high. We're talking about gusts 60, 70, and even possibly some localized areas of 80-mile-per-hour winds with some of these stronger systems as it kind of potentially may ramp up with that low-level jet increasing. And the flooding threat is a little bit on the lower side, but we could get some training as we go into some of the overnight hours, especially parts of North Alabama right now have seen a lot of rain across the region. So we're going to be potentially seeing that tornado watch expected by, I would probably say in the next, couple of hours here, because the current one does expire at 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 Central, which is just butted up against the News 3 viewing area.
Yeah.
Okay, well, guys, when we're talking about the watch and warning, we need to know. We got to be very specific and honed in on it. Meteorologist Kaylee Barbie is standing by now. She's on the YouTube channel that we're on right now. We're on Facebook. Of course, we're at WRBL.com. When it does get bad, the weather starts to get into a situation where there's something on the ground that could be life-threatening. Of course, Q1073 FM's there. If you lose power, our PMB broadcast partners will help us there. But we're all over, so get those phones powered up and you'll be good. Meteorologist Kaylee Barbie, you are going to be taking questions on our YouTube channel, so check it out. It's all over social media. We've been sharing it. You can certainly click on that, and you could cast it on your TV if you need be, but that's a good way to receive all this information as the power goes out, and Kaylee could take your questions. But Kaylee, watch and warning. We're talking about this watch popping up here probably around 9 o'clock Central to 10 Eastern. So within an hour or so, we could be seeing a tornado watch. It's going to be coming up very shortly for East Central Alabama. Back to you, Kaylee.
That's right, Bob. And a lot of people are asking questions in our YouTube chat, but we're also getting ramped up and going on our Facebook Live. So we're live on YouTube, we're live on Facebook, and we're also live on our WRBL radar app. So there's multiple ways to get us if you lose power later on tonight. But let's take a look at the differences between watches and warnings. There's a lot of difference. Now the watches, that means tornado is possible somewhere in the area within the next couple of hours. That does not mean a tornado is actively occurring or that it will occur. Now a tornado warning, that means that it's radar indicated or has been confirmed either by radar or storm spotters, and that means you need to actively seek shelter. Now one thing about a tornado warning, that does not mean that one is actively occurring, but that one is imminent within the next couple of minutes. So something that we're going to be talking about very actively over the next hour and throughout the rest of the evening is tornado preparedness. Now, what do you need to do if you have a tornado warning? One, seek shelter, preferably the lowest floor of your home, basement, interior room, or hallway if you have that one-level story home. And also get away from any windows and those outside walls. Also, evacuate mobile homes now. Now, since we're still an hour out, now is the best chance and best time to seek shelter elsewhere. Go to your grandparents' house, your parents' house, if you live in a mobile home. Now, when we have that watch activated, that's where we're going to get those tornado shelters open to the public. So be prepared to go to those if you live in a mobile home. So we look at the unsafe all the way to the most safe options for tornado shelters tonight. The unsafe, of course, that's going to be those mobile homes. Even if you think they're anchored well, they're still mobile homes. They are unsafe options. large open rooms, especially those with a lot of windows, vehicles, and underneath overpasses. That is a very common misconception. Those are not safe in any shape, form, or fashion. Now to more safe options, interior rooms of well-constructed homes and buildings, two-level homes, one-level homes. This just means that we're putting more walls in between you and the outside and flying debris. Now, most safe options, basement and also tornado and storm shelters. So EMA, we have a bunch of tornado and storm shelters here locally, but if you can't get to one, there's a couple of counties that don't have any storm shelters at all. So let's take a look at your tornado and your home safety. So we want to get as many walls, once again, in between you and the outside. So you got your closet, hallway, and underneath the stairs, but also the bathroom. You're going to notice that it is right on the outside, but look at all the walls in between you and the outside. And once again, avoid those windows and protect your head. So it's something we really don't think about until we have the tornado warning actively moving in. But grab anything that you can to protect your head, whether it's a blanket, a mattress even, or a pillow and book. So think about that now. Get your weather preparedness plan in place now as we're still a couple of hours out. And once again, that basement is going to be the best place. So when we're thinking about this tornado shelters, there's still a couple of areas here. We have a couple in Lee, Russell County, back into Macon and Bullock. And you can scan that flow code right there on your screen to get a list of all the storm shelters in our area. And it also gives you directions from your location, especially when you open it on your phone, Bob.
Okay, Kaylee, thank you so much. And you can't say it enough. And as Kaylee just stressed, get that plan in place and know where that local facility may be. Talk to a neighbor, talk to a friend, anybody who has that sturdy location. Great advice from Kaylee. Okay, so we go from this, and just recently I was able to get out and really discover what is one of these tornado shelters. How many people could it hold? What can you do and what you can't do? Recently I sat down with Emergency Management Director. This is Dave Martin from Russell County Homeland Security, EMA. This is what he had to say.
How do they get educated, and how are people watching right now at Chattahoochee Connection say, hey, you know what, I'm in Russell County, or I'm in other surrounding counties across East Alabama, even in Georgia too, watching. Of course, they're two different sides. You're focused here in Russell County. How does it work?
Well, these shelters are the community shelters. You can purchase individual shelters to have at your home. The best thing to have as well is a plan at home to, have a safe place within your house, inside the center of the structure, inside of no windows, somewhere that's very safe downstairs, to just have a place to go.
But when you're inside the shelter, the way this is constructed, I see how it's welded. What makes this shelter different from our house, so to speak, as you would say? I mean, knowing that this is still better. We run the risk, unfortunately, through rural counties and the rural areas of Russell County, that folks want to stay inside sometimes in a mobile home. Even if it's tethered and strapped down, that's not the safest place.
It's not. These are welded together. They're bolted every 20 inches or so on the floor, all the way around. They are FEMA rated by FEMA standards. You could throw a vehicle at these. I mean, it would make a loud noise, but it wouldn't hurt anybody on the inside.
That's what people got to understand. Flying debris is what injures and kills people in tornadoes. And because we forget about that, and that flying debris would hit a structure like this, it would keep your family safe.
New homes are being built that are, they're installing shelters inside of them, and they're inside the garages or even below the garages. Schools are now required to have shelters as part of their plan on new buildings. And, just having a plan in place is the main thing.
I could just look at this. I mean, that's solid.
Yes, and you could see why it's safe. I mean, when he said a semi could hit that, Nicole, that really paints the picture, and you know how stable it is. Well, of course, we know what's not stable, and you heard it too. Meteorologist, of course, Nicole Phillips. You've been sitting down with Chance Corbett recently, Emergency Management Director, Homeland Security, Muskogee County. Chance is very particular, and you said it too. Mobile homes, not the safest place.
Not good. And, and we had meteorologist Kaylee Barbie. She said if you are in a mobile home, now is the time to get to your safe spot. But, Chance Corbett said the same thing. And so here's what he had to say about if you live in a mobile home.
Live in a mobile home, or you live in an area or a building that you think is substandard and won't, weather a storm, especially a tornado, which is really tough. When that watch happens, go to grandma's house. or go to your friend's house, your neighbor's house, and spend the night there so that you're in a safer place should we have that warning.
Okay. All right. So you could see that, Nicole, devastating. That was March 3rd, 2019. You can see some of the damage that's there. And no one's saying that's the way tonight's going to be like that as well. What else you could tease ahead a little bit. What else is he talking about, especially with the plan?
Well, yes, he talks about NOAA weather radios, and he says having multiple ways is best, but he says that NOAA weather radio is key to being safe and preparedness. So we'll talk about a little bit about that too coming up.
Okay, so you're going to come back and tell us more about that. That's great, Nicole. And don't forget to subscribe. Nicole and I are here. Meteorologist Kaylee Barbie is taking your questions. Tyler Redmond's helping us as well. We want to hear from you. So subscribe at our YouTube channel. That's WRBL. And if you subscribe to that, you can go ahead and you can interact with us. You can cast it on your TV, and it's a great way of getting it. If you see it on social media, we have it on there. It's been getting shared. Feel free to share it as we get into the actual real feel of what's going on here once we get that tornado watch, which you said is going to be coming up shortly.
Yeah, within the next hour or so.
Okay, great. And speaking of which, we've got meteorologist Cody Nickel right now in the First Alert Weather Center. Cody, what are you seeing right now on the radar, and what are you hearing, and what's going on?
All right, the radar across Columbus has been quiet. We have seen some showers trying to initiate and kind of break into that unstable environment out here across the region, but they've kind of just fizzled for the most part as they quickly move from the south towards the north. So they haven't really sustained that energy as the storms have across parts of Alabama right now. So you may have gotten a little shower through parts of Lee County, up through parts of Troup County, but the big storm system is still out here off towards the west. Montgomery is still rain-free. We do have a tornado warning for Perry County in Alabama and also Bibb County in Alabama. This is all south of the Birmingham metro area with this cluster as it's kind of making its way just south of Birmingham towards Alabaster, Clanton, those areas on the south side of Birmingham. This is going to pass between Montgomery and Birmingham, and nothing is really severe between that system and then down here towards parts of Mobile. We are tracking another system right there around the Citronelle area. This is what we are going to be watching lift into the News 3 viewing area as we go into tonight. Now, we still have several hours before this system actually gets here. You may notice that the energy is lifting more towards the north, but the whole system is eventually going to be making its way eastward. So let's just give you a little rough time track on this. They've been moving about roughly around 30 miles per hour. So we'll give a little rough estimate here on this squall line as it is approaching areas south of Birmingham and into parts of Mobile. So you can see over the next 8 hours, we got a long morning ahead of us tonight and into the early morning hours. So some rough times here, Valley right there around 11 o'clock Central. So that's midnight. Columbus potentially right there, maybe even a little after midnight and closer to the 1 o'clock hour, making around 3:21, and then Albany. So this is just a rough timeline, and this has kind of been going on where models have indicated with arriving in East Alabama around 10 o'clock at the earliest, and then stretching all the way into the early morning hours. So tornadic activity has not been as impressive as it was earlier this afternoon across parts of Mississippi. We had numerous violent tornadoes, one right after the other, and then they kind of got meshed in this squall line. So hopefully conditions stay as they are, because we don't want tornadoes just like you. We don't want to be here covering it, but we are here to keep you safe and keep you safe during the storm and giving you information with what is upcoming. But right now, we're probably going to be seeing that tornado watch issued at the top of the hour. They haven't said if they're going to go particularly dangerous situation tornado or just a regular tornado watch. So we'll see what the Storm Prediction Center does with that. But tossing it back over to Bob.
Every system's different, Cody. You're right. When you say that, you could look back on 2019, you look back at 2011, you look at 2014, and go to 2007, and different times of day, Nicole.
Yes.
And no matter when it is, it's never good, obviously. So what we're seeing right now is completely different, and we'll be able to see once this line starts to come in. It does look like there's, as Cody was saying, a new re-intensification of a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, so that it's getting a little more energized.
Yes.
Speaking of which, it's every minute counts, and that's what you're saying with Chance Corbett. So how many minutes, we're thinking here? What do you say? I mean, the time you get that warning, if you don't have the plan, time's lost, Nicole.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. You have to act. When you get that warning, you have to act and go into your safe spot. That's why everything that you need should already be there. You should already have that planned out. But you know what? I sat down with Chance Corbett last week, actually, and we talked about how to, be prepared. But what happens when things happen overnight? Because that's our thing here, right? We always get stuff overnight. But he said having a NOAA weather radio, something that's going to wake you up. So here's what he says about a NOAA weather radio.
We push really hard for people to get NOAA weather radios. They're typically $20 to $30. We ask you to replace the batteries at least once a year. We'd love it if you did it twice a year, maybe when the time changed or when something else to get you on a rotation. But NOAA weather radios are by far the thing we push the most. Now, smartphone apps are great. Will it wake you up? The NOAA weather radio will wake you up.
And you can see here, trees, big damage. Most people are injured by fallen trees or killed when it comes to straight line winds.
And the thing that he said was, will it wake you up, Yes. And he said he has his in another room where he physically has to get up and tap it, to make it stop. So that is one of the things. So right now, if you have your weather radio, he said the batteries, if you've got batteries around, go and change your batteries right now. Do it right now before anything is issued.
Exactly. You can crank a little bit too. You can crank it.
Yeah.
But we are, and just to let everybody know, as you're listening to us now, you're on News 3, obviously live or whatever you're watching us on through whatever your cable or dish or whatever it may be, or broadband. And we're also obviously on YouTube. Subscribe with us right now. We're going to be interacting on the YouTube channel. You just search for it. And Facebook too. So if many of you can't get to that platform, you can go to Facebook right now. WRBL Facebook. We're there right now. And you can certainly interact with us as well too at that time. But going back to what you said, that planning is important. Batteries are important. I like the crank radios. Within some of those, they do have radio frequencies on there where you could capture Q107.3 FM. And that's another opportunity when the power goes out, too. So we can also utilize our FM band, too, with our partners. And, coming up in a little bit, too, we're going to talk about it again. Nicole, we have our own local radios that our Motorola talk about, 486. Two-way are good to have, but like you said, drawing your attention. How about something that has a light that would flicker and something else that would be coming up? So that's very critical as well. Meteorologist Cody Nickel is looking at some of those severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings right now, northwest of Selma, Alabama. And again, you could see him on the radar right now. But as we monitor this, you could see where the News 3 viewing area is, Nicole, just all west of Montgomery. But again, this isn't the stuff we're worried about right here.
Right.
And Cody's here to explain.
Yes, we're not really worried about the tornado warning that is currently just south of the Birmingham Metro. All of that energy is going to take it more towards the north. So it is going to be moving more up towards the north of the News 3 viewing areas. Just the way that the storm motion, they are moving more off towards the northeast, but the whole system as itself is moving eastward. So it's going to take it several hours to get here. So this energy with the current tornado warning is going to pass to the north of us. Even though you do not see any tornado warnings on the south side here, the South Alabama has not been. It hasn't had any rainfall all day, so it's untapped. It still has all of that energy left, where all of the severe weather parameters, the CAPE, the convective available potential energy, that's what we measure storm, the atmosphere, we can measure the storm and tap that energy to get the storm to, updrafts and all of that. The helicity is off the chart. So all the severe weather parameters are high in terms of that regard. That's why we had a high risk earlier this afternoon across parts of Mississippi and West Alabama. And we are currently still under that moderate risk, and we're watching the energy here lift just around the Mobile area up into our area. So it's going to, again, take several hours to do that. And we currently have a tornado watch just outside of the News 3 viewing area. The Storm Prediction Center will likely issue a new tornado watch to include the entire News 3 viewing area as we get closer to the top of the hour, as the old tornado watch will likely expire. So they'll have to reissue that for all of East Alabama, probably West Georgia, and even areas around Atlanta. If you're traveling late tonight, that is not advised, or any plans across the area tonight. You would rather just stay at home and hunker down the storm as it continues to push on through. And we are watching also, we have strong wind shear. We have a lot of energy to produce tornadoes and also some damaging wind. This is a very dynamic system as it continues to push off towards the east here. And temperatures today got into the 80s, so very warm. And you can see our camera up at Callaway Gardens. You're looking at the Robin Lake Beach here. The dew point did get into the 60s briefly this afternoon, and then now you see it's kind of coming back up, which the dew point does increase as we head into the nighttime hours. So that's why we're seeing around 60 degrees. The air temperature about 79 right now, so 79 over 60. Still very juicy and very much the atmosphere untapped here and unstable. So we can see those stronger storms move into the region. And again, there's a live look at Callaway Gardens. Been pretty gusty and breezy all day. Haven't heard any reports of non-thunderstorm wind gusts of bringing down trees, but it's still been quite breezy and gusty across much of the region.
Yeah, our animals are even telling us some stuff too. It's crazy how nature has been acting a little bit funny, so they know something's coming, a change in the air. So before I come back into this here, we got meteorologist Nicole Phillips. She's coming back in, and we're talking about this. Nicole, we're talking about the communications, which is so vital. We give away these radios. Just American Red Cross endorses them. The Motorola radios are talking about two-way radios. We've used these during Beauregard. Yeah. We remember how we lost communications. We had all that. But having this gives you that timely manner to get your plan in place. You got to have the plan first, then you can execute it. You don't panic. You just get ready to get in that more center part that, meteorologist Kelly Barbie was talking about too. But with these channels on here, you can actually hear the frequency, what's going on. So we can't stress it enough, the timeless of some kind of radio, because when the power goes out, you need to have these.
Exactly. And, like you said, when the power goes out, how are you going to get the warnings? How are, if there's another watch issue, how are you going to get that? So here again, we're going to talk a little bit more about the radio. So here's what we have to say about these.
All right. So I guess, we're going to come back to that in just a little bit, but be prepared is the key. Always be prepared. We're pretty good. So now that we're about 27 minutes after the hour right now, we want people in the special edition, if you're just joining us, many of you are watching us on stream right now, YouTube. Please subscribe. We're here all night. We're going to be here through the entire night, the First Alert Weather Team. We're going to be able to be on your side and tell you exactly what's happening. You could go to our Facebook page. We have that YouTube channel pinned right up there at WRBL. And you could go to our, of course, website, WRBL.com. And you also have Facebook, too, right next to that as well. But right now, we're going to talk about something really positive take. Everybody's trying to beat this storm system. How many calls did you get today?
I got a lot. Calls, texts, a lot.
Exactly. What do we do? Can we get this in? Can we get this game in, and all, and so on and so forth? But D2 has been the big winner today. Columbus State University is certainly on fire right now, and our own Tyler Redmond was out there and caught a big win. Congratulations to the Cougs. Take a look.
Well, good evening, and thank you for tuning in to News 3 Sports. We kick things off this evening with a huge matchup for the Columbus State Cougars from earlier this afternoon as CSU hosted the Southeast Regional for the first time in over 20 years. The Cougars also holding the #1 seed for the Southeast Regional, pitting them against Carson Newman in the opening bout. And number 8 Carson Newman was looking for the upset, starting out hot against the Cougars. It would start with a three-pointer, then followed by a slam dunk, which would put the Cougars in a bad spot, down 7-0 to start the game. But it would not stay like that forever. Pass around here to Jelani James, 3-ball corner pocket, and he's got it to cut the lead to 1. Now jumping straight to the second half, the Cougars get it going with Jarrett Adderton on the runner, picking up the hoop and the harm. He'd complete the three-point play to add to the Cougars' lead. Adderton was looking for more. He's got an open Jelani James, who sinks another big three-pointer to give the Cougs some cushion. But this one would come down to the wire. Short time on the clock. Cougs lead by 1. They'd have to call the timeout, but they also got to play defense, and this rebound will do it. The Cougars win this one in regulation by 1 point, 75-74 to advance to the second round of the NCAA tournament. Here's the team following the game.
A good Carson Newman team. Any teams playing in this regional are really good, and I thought our guys just stayed focused and locked in for 40 minutes. Anytime you play a team that got that many shooters, you never know what can happen, what run they can make. And I thought these guys stuck to the game plan, didn't really get caught up in the other things like not scoring. And I thought we got some timely stops to win the basketball game.
It was super important to get this game behind us. Me personally, I was nervous. I know the team was a little nervous. Just coming into this game, the last time we played was a loss, and we've been going on streaks a lot this year. So I had a feeling that we would get another streak started. But coming off of a loss, we need to find our footing into this game. And so I'm really comfortable now that we have this win behind us.
It meant everything to our team, confidence-wise. We've been scrapping all year, trying to earn this moment right here. Now that we took care of it, it's a great feeling.
Columbus State's second-round game is tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, once again at the Lumpkin Center at Columbus State. And we're, of course, following along with the SEC tournament as well. The Auburn Tigers' #1 seed. Well, the Tennessee Volunteers had something to say about that, taking the win over the Tigers 70-65 today, which means the Volunteers will advance to the finals and Auburn will get ready for March Madness. But what about the Alabama Crimson Tide? Well, it didn't go much better for the Tide as Alabama falls to second seed Florida 104-82. And we've known the Gators were a threat all year. They proved that today. So your SEC championship will indeed be Florida versus Tennessee. That game tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. That's going to wrap up your look at sports.
Wow, two big upsets there for the SEC, but at least D2. Look what's going on with CSU.
Columbus State.
Wow, that's pretty good. So, okay, now we're getting into that. A lot of people are still out and about. So how much time do you guys have tonight? You're watching us. You're seeing us on stream right now. You do have a couple hours. You have to get to the store. You're doing okay. We're going to be watching this as we get closer and closer to midnight. But again, just off to our west, you could see what's happening. A lot of activity, of course. But with that activity, do you still have a plan? And Nicole, you've been saying this. We've been speaking of this all day long.
Yeah. All day long, yeah, all week long.
All week.
Preparedness is key. And, with me being from Kansas, I'm really big on preparedness. And so you have to have that plan in place.
That's right.
That way you're not scared.
In Russell County, after, of course, we had the 2011 outbreak and then we had the 2019, we had a lot of good emphasis and a lot of FEMA grants that came in to help support our community, especially in East Alabama. And just yesterday, Fiona McGee, our reporter, was able to get out to Russell County, and this is what she was able to get a little bit closer to one of these shelters. If you don't have one yet, a plan or nowhere to go, let's listen to Fiona.
When we are weather aware with the possibility of power outages or even tornadoes, emergency officials begin coordinating their response. Director of Emergency Management in Russell County, David Martin, explains this process.
We'll meet here in our Emergency Operations Center. We'll get a weather briefing and then kind of start on a game plan.
Martin urges those who are in trailers or mobile homes to seek shelter ahead of time. For those in mobile homes or without a safe space to lodge, Martin says the designated storm shelters are available.
They're very large shelters. They have a capacity of about 88 people, but I'm sure in the event something would happen, you could put a few more people in there that need it. They are FEMA-rated shelters. You could actually throw a car at them and nothing would happen to them.
Staying informed is imperative. Martin suggests having more than one way to receive notifications. Weather app alerts, NOAA weather radios, and local news are great ways to stay updated. Martin says people should prepare emergency supplies.
Have a plan. Have some supplies. Have extra batteries. Have portable chargers for your cell phone. Something to eat. Maybe some chips, water. Have something that will sustain you for about 72 hours.
According to officials, this is not something you want to wait last minute to plan. Have emergency supplies and evacuation procedures ready.
Fiona McGee reporting, and again, just understand where these shelters are. If you can get to one, great. If you don't have one, here's an opportunity. There's a flow code right there in the right part of your screen. That flow code will be able to get you directed to our weather preparedness page. At that weather preparedness page, meteorologist Kaylee Barbie has set up a nice file to show you where you may want to go. Now, folks have called yesterday, and I hope one of my gentlemen are watching or listening on stream or on TV, saying, Bob, I'm in Columbus, Georgia. I don't see anything that's on there. There are many shelters and many safe places that may not be noted on this map and publicly known, but just get to know your neighbor. Know who has a steady, sturdy foundation and get as most center and low part of the building as you can. That's how we're going to prepare with any of these storms, whether it's just any average storm, whatever it may be. We want you to be safe. Meteorologist Cody Nichols here with the latest model that we have. There are a couple runs. Some of them look a little bit whoa, and then we got timing ones. We're going to use one that doesn't look as aggressive, but get us a better timing of the system, Cody.
Yeah, that's right, Bob. From the indication of our in-house computer model, this is our proprietary model that we use here at WRBL News 3, and it seems like it's slowed down a little bit from our earlier projections. We're going to be talking possibly after midnight here, moving into Columbus. So you see, everything is quiet. Everything is warm. It is humid. Temperatures are in the 70s. 10, 11, midnight. You still see that line is off towards the east here, or the west, across still across parts of Montgomery, and then marching its way into East Alabama right there around 1, 2 o'clock, and then hitting Columbus right there around 3 o'clock as well. So what we need to watch are these little discrete, potentially cells that fire ahead of the line. That's ones that are potentially going to be a little bit more tornadic. And even within the squall line, we could have those tornadoes ramp up with the conditions that we have across the area. And this is going to last all the way through the morning. You see through 4 o'clock, through 5, and then even possibly still lingering at 6, but it looks like most of that energy has moved out. So again, potentially this system will be gone by the time the sun comes up for your Sunday morning just before 8 o'clock. So all of this is going to be happening, unfortunately, during the nighttime hours, so that's why it's always a good idea. If you do go to bed, set that NOAA weather radio, put it on that alert mode where it'll wake you up. It'll make a noise that will wake you up. It goes doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Some of them do that, and then others do the NOAA tone, but overall, yeah, there's a little light there with the
We're just going to bring Cody to our house tonight. How's that?
But that's what we're looking at. It looks to be gone around 6 o'clock, but right around Columbus about 3.
Great. And Cody, that noise you made is true. Seriously, your NOAA weather radios, you heard Chance Corbett talk about just incessantly with meteorologist Nicole Phillips, and even ours, it will make that high alert pitch. But what about if somebody's hearing impaired? You have lights that flash on some of these too. They actually start to light up, which is not a bad thing. Now, going back to the shelters again, we just always want people to know they have those safe places. You just saw Fiona McGee just recently talking about some of the shelters that she saw yesterday. Getting into some of these are interesting. You cannot bring your pets or animals in these. Just want to let you know. So many people have our pets, and I know they're our family. They really are. But just understand that too. So if you're going to go somewhere, they must be pet friendly or a neighbor. But if you say my pet just cannot go in those shelters, because have been some incidents where pets have been inside some of these, and whether they got scared, and there was some dogs that bit a few people. So this is one of the reasons why it's coded that way. So we want you to be safe. Here's the latest right now. I just want to show you one last thing here. We're looking at Bibb County right now, and this is around the Brent area, south and east, and that's probably the only tornado we're seeing right here. And again, this is radar indicated, so we don't have anything that's spotted. This is some good news. So if you're just joining us here and subscribing to our YouTube channel and watching us here, we're taking your questions too. And meteorologist Kaylee Barbie standing by. If you have any questions you'd like to know, we can answer them for you. So that's what we're here for. And we're going to continue this at the top of the hour. Top of the hour, since we don't have anything active here, I want everyone to know we are going to go to 48. We're going to go back to our program, the CBS program, 48 hours, and then we're going to be back live at 11 nonstop until it's over. But we will be on stream on this. If you subscribe to YouTube, you can see us on WRBL.com. We're going to continue this coverage. But on TV, if you're watching on News 3, we will go into programming from 9 to 11 o'clock Eastern, okay? And then we'll be back live. Okay, just want to let you guys know that. Monroeville. The reason why we're highlighting this, and this is why meteorologist Cody Nichols showed us 150 nautical miles southwest of Monroeville, all the way back up in our region. Why are we showing this? Because this is the part of the system that will be impacting the News 3 viewing area in east central Alabama first, and then west central Georgia. There could be, occasionally we get what's called these little discrete action cells rolling up ahead of it. We're not seeing evidence of that, and that's good for us. But everything Montgomery west, northwest, between Birmingham and Montgomery will continue on that trajectory. And Chambers County, you guys should be okay with this, but we're going to watch within the next couple hours. So where you see this circled here and highlighted, that cluster of storms, it rides just to the north, northeast, and almost just parallel to Interstate 20 across Alabama, and then it exits out towards Georgia. So again, watching everything southwest of Monroeville, that's where that weather is. So we are a couple hours away from that. So again, the best chance of seeing us about 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Central, just so you know. So now that we look at all this back here, you still got time ahead of it. So if you're out and about and you say, hey, it's St. Patrick's Day, we're celebrating, Bob, we're getting out the door, we want to go out, You have a few hours, go ahead and do that. But if you don't have a plan, please make one. Think of this. There's so many of them around, and you saw them on our weather preparedness page. But in Russell County, the Russell County Sports Complex, a new one has been added, and I just recently was able to get out there with Emergency Management Director Dave Martin. And this is what we came up with when we went out there. It's like, wow. So take a look at this.
How do they get educated, and how are people watching right now at Chattahoochee Connection say, hey, you know what? I'm in Russell County, or I'm in other surrounding counties across East Alabama, even in Georgia too, watching. Of course, they're two different sides. You're focused here in Russell County. How does it work?
Well, these shelters are the community shelters. You can purchase individual shelters to have at your home. The best thing to have as well is a plan at home to, have a safe place within your house, inside the center of the structure, inside of no windows, somewhere that's very safe downstairs, to just have a place to go.
But when you're inside the shelter, the way this is constructed, I see how it's welded. What makes this shelter different from our house, so to speak, as you would say? I mean, knowing that this is still better. We run the risk, unfortunately, through rural counties and the rural areas of Russell County, that folks want to stay inside sometimes in a mobile home. Even if it's tethered and strapped down,
no.
That's not the safest place.
It's not. These are welded together. They're bolted every 20 inches or so on the floor. All the way around. They are FEMA rated by FEMA standards. You could throw a vehicle at these. I mean, it would make a loud noise, but it wouldn't hurt anybody on the inside.
That's what people got to understand. Flying debris is what injures and kills people in tornadoes. And sometimes we forget about that. And if flying debris would hit a structure like this, it would keep your family safe.
New homes are being built that are, they're installing shelters inside of them, and they're inside the garages or even below the garages. Schools are now required to have shelters as part of their plan on new buildings. And, just having a plan in place is the main thing.
I could just look at this. I mean, that's solid.
Now, just like they said right there in that video, a lot of these storm shelters, including the one in Russell County, are not going to open until we have a tornado watch in the next 1 to 2 hours. So what's the difference between a watch and a warning? A lot of people get these confused. Now, a tornado watch is when we have a tornado will be possible in the next couple of hours anywhere in that watch area. That does not mean that a tornado is actually going to happen or is going to occur. Now, we have a tornado warning. That means all the conditions are there. A tornado can be indicated on the radar. We have some broad rotation or tightened rotation, or it can be confirmed either by a debris signature on our radar, or we can have it spotted by storm spotters. That means you need to be actively seeking shelter at home, and we'll be talking about a couple of those shelters in just a few moments. And there's a couple of different tornado warnings as well. Radar indicated tornado warnings means we have radar indicated rotation. Also, confirmed tornado warning. That's when our radar actually shows a pink box or a pink polygon, and we're going to potentially see some of those later on this evening. So let's look at the tornado preparedness when you have that tornado warning. Seek the lowest floor if you have a 2-level home. The basement is the most ideal place. Interior room, get any of those walls away, get as many walls in between you and the outside, because we don't want to be any of that flying debris and from that potential tornado. Also get away from any of those windows, especially when we have that 1-level story home, a bunch of wide windows. That's not what we want to see. Also evacuate mobile homes. So when this watch is in place, if you live in a mobile home, go to your grandmother's homes, go to your parents' house, and also seek shelter elsewhere. But when we look at the tornado shelter options, there's a couple of different things that we need to talk about. The most unsafe area is going to be those mobile homes, large open rooms, and also vehicles. And something that a lot of people kind of misunderstand is that overpasses are not safe places to take shelter during tornadoes. More safe options are going to be the interior room of well-constructed homes or buildings, and the most safe options are going to be basements and storm shelters. And here's meteorologist Nicole Phillips with more on your storm shelters.
Yeah, thank you, Kaylee, and that's right. The safest option, of course, will be a basement or, again, that centermost room of your home. But what's not safe? Mobile home. And we have to talk about that. So I sat down with Chance Corbett, Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Management here in Muskogee County. And he says if you have a mobile home, if you live in a mobile home, you need to find another place for safety. Here's what he has to say.
If you live in a mobile home or you live in an area or a building that you think is substandard and won't, weather a storm, especially a tornado, which is really tough, when that watch happens, go to grandma's house or go to your friend's house, your neighbor's house, and spend the night there so that you're in a safer place should we have that warning.
Yes, and that's exactly right. So when they issue that tornado watch, that is when you should start to head to your safe spot. I know a lot of people are already there. They're with their families. They're hunkering down already. But again, as soon as we have that tornado watch, you need to find another place, especially if you live in a mobile home. So for more information, at least what's going on, a quick radar check, I'm going to toss it over to meteorologist Cody Nickel.
All right. Thank you, Nicole. Yes, we are watching the radar right now. And here's a satellite view, and also we are providing you uninterrupted coverage live on YouTube. Like and subscribe. So we're going to be providing that all night into the early morning hours, uninterrupted coverage, and when it is warranted, we will be back on News 3 if we have to do that, which we possibly will do that. But the good news, the tornado watch that they will be issuing will not be a particularly dangerous situation. However, the wording within it still says a few intense or violent tornadoes will be possible. And speaking of tornadoes, we actually have a confirmed tornado on the system just south of the Birmingham area right now. I'll pull that up and you can see that the polygon has gone purple. That is an indication with our radar software that shows that it is actually observed by the radar, and it's actually a dangerous tornado observed right there in Bibb County, Alabama. This is just off towards the east of Brent, moving into parts of Shelby County, Alabama, right there around the Alabaster area, Calera, and this is actually heading towards the National Weather Service in Birmingham, so I'm pretty sure they are taking cover themselves right there at the Shelby County Airport, just off of Interstate 65. They are just south of Birmingham, and this is also moving up into parts of the Wilsonville area, and this is very hilly terrain here on just on the south side of Birmingham, right there around Alabama 31 as well. So a dangerous tornado. That is the wording there. And you can see our banner turned purple. The polygon turned purple with a black line. That just gives you another indication that this is, hey, your eyes are going to go to that and it's going to be, hey, this is a very dangerous situation. So that's why we've kind of manipulated our software here to give you that, the regular base tornado warning, red versus the magenta there, just because this is a stronger, more potent storm, which potentially is very dangerous. And we're going to go back out to Bob. He is right there on the green wall.
Yeah, it's interesting too, Cody, the hail too. We were looking for large hail today. We're not seeing that based on what's going on right now. So there's some takeaways here. Yes, this is not looking as aggressive as what we saw last night across portions of Tennessee, Arkansas, back across Missouri, obviously, right? But we're not letting our guard down on that. But we do know that what we're seeing right now is obviously one tornado is all it takes. And you can see right around the Bibb Mill area, this is Alabama State Route 139, if you know where that is, and it is rather a little bit hilly here. And as you can see all the way from Randolph, it goes all the way up to Briarfield through Oakley. That is a very tight, and you can see the tornado forming inside of it. It almost looks like it is rain-wrapped almost, but as it comes up through the north and east of this, as you can see from the polygon, it's in the southern part of it. That's the kind of energy that we're looking at. Could it be one? Could it be two? But it's all it takes is one. As far as a widespread event we're thinking of, not so much. So that's some good news, but the wind is still going to be a factor. And every single one matters and counts, especially when we get to street level, which we'll be doing here on the First Alert Weather Team. Anything comes around, we are tracking street level, and we're making it certainly important to you. Now, just now, as we said, it's right before the 9 o'clock Eastern, and we're talking about 8 o'clock Central Time. Right now, we're looking at this. East Alabama, all under a tornado watch, till at least until this full line comes through. It's anticipated the line as it slows down a bit. You heard meteorologist Cody Nickel talking about the slowing a bit. The models are even indicating that. The short-term ones, Bullock, Lee, Macon, Russell, all the way back down. Now Georgia into this as well. We're going to continue to see this through at least 4, 5 o'clock, I would say, depending upon when it comes through. Now, you don't see any of the counties from Taylor back to Sly, Sumter, Webster. It doesn't mean we're not going to have anything here. It's all this is why we're seeing that the storm's going to be lifting north and east. It's going to cover this part of the viewing area first, And as it continues to move south and eastward, potentially there could be another tornado watch issue later. So stay tuned. So it's not everybody just yet, but that only means that conditions are favorable and we're not seeing a potentially dangerous situation set up like we were seeing with the high 5 out of 5 level that was obviously indicated early from the Storm Prediction Center. So that's the good news. We're seeing a bit of a downgrade, but just because you hear us say that doesn't mean I'm okay, no problem. Just pay attention. No need to panic. Be calm. Have a plan. And we're going to be good. That's that simple. But the good news is, if you're just joining us right now at 10 minutes to the hour, if you're live here on News 3, if you're over on our YouTube channel, please subscribe. You can catch us right here at WRBL. Facebook, now we're looking at parts of Clay and Quitman counties. Randolph, I would suppose, is going to probably pop in here shortly. But they're trying to keep this all in this nature, and eventually this will work south and east. But if you do go on those channels, we're going to continue to stream from this point all the way until this is over. Okay, you have the whole First Alert weather team here, and you can just sit back and just know we're here whenever you need us, okay? So whenever there's a warning issued or whatever it may be. But coming up on News 3, the TV side at 9 o'clock, we're going to go back to CBS programming until we get to 11 o'clock. Okay, so now that we see the conditions are favorable right here, one last check of the radar, Cody, and then I'm going to talk about how we can get this information. We actually have an observed dangerous tornado right there in the Calera area in the northern part of Alabama, all west, all northwest of Alexander City, where there's a Doppler indicated tornado. And as you can see, they're expecting this to come right around Alabaster. Now, on our YouTube channel, folks were asking about Birmingham. This is all southeast of Birmingham. So Birmingham is not in this at all. In fact, Birmingham looks like it's going to be on a clear side here coming up. All the energy is now to the north, south and east and south and west and lifting north and east. So you can see where that circulation is right here, exactly to the point that's coming out of that polygon and lifting towards Calera. That's going to go right across Interstate 65. So this could be right now is the only one close to our region that has actually an observed tornado. And it is a dangerous tornado, so it goes into some urban areas. And as you can see the track on it, anybody knows anyone in this area, you can see from Roberta all the way down to Watkins and Calabiana and all the way north to Springs Junction. That's going to continue all the way till about 21 minutes after the next hour. It's 52 minutes after the hour right now, Central Time. And the one it's Doppler indicated is actually showing some rotation here on the radar. So although it could be in an area that is not populated. You know, these areas south of Talladega, east of Sycamore is not very heavily populated. So it could be in a wooded area right now, but we still got to watch as it lifts north a little bit too. So this is what we're looking at. When this starts to move farther east, we could potentially see the same thing working right along that squall line. So that's why we're here. That's why we're weather aware. But the good news is, again, we're not seeing the bona fide experience that we were anticipating because conditions are favorable, nor are we going to be seeing, it doesn't look like it's going to be, you don't want to make comparisons. It's all it takes is one event that can injure or hurt somebody. But what we saw last night was very aggressive. Every tornado that was popping was observed. So we do have one observed tornado in the region, central Alabama right now, with a couple other tornado warnings that are just Doppler indicated. It's getting closer to the News Reviewing area, but not here yet. So if you're in areas of Chambers County, Macon County, all the way back down, we're all clear right now, but we're under that tornado watch. Now, we're hyper-focused from the state capital of Mississippi down the Natchez Trail from McIntosh, right there on US 43, and all the way through 65, where Atmore is located here in Alabama. When you come right down into the areas of Mobile, here's the East Shore. This whole area here, you probably can circle that too. This is the area we got to watch. And you can see what's starting to build a little bit here. None of this looks like signatures of a tornado. They don't look like they're independent on its own, being supercell active. So we're not seeing that kind of elevated storm in the atmosphere when I say that. Or you could say that being severe. But you can see the intensity from the radar, and you could see the amount of lightning that's associated with it that's actually lifting north and back into the east. And eventually that would work right into Greenville, Alabama, and then eventually going into Pike County, just outside of Pike County, Alabama as well. So this is very southwest Alabama. There's Mobile, so you know where that is. We go across the river there and, of course, state line into Mississippi. That whole squall line is all the way back just to the west of Biloxi. So you can see how much time there is still. We've got several hours to go where this cluster of showers and storms and instability associated with it will be lifting north and east and coming into our News 3 viewing area, as you could see. And you could get perspective where Andalusia is, areas like that. There's Greenville right off Interstate 65. And you could see right now south of and west of our immediate viewing area. We'll use Barber County as a reference, Pike, and back into Bullock counties. Not much going on here, right? But what we do have going on here is a lot of wind, a lot of energy that would be perpendicular to that line. And that's what we think there could be a little re-intensification with this. But again, at least we're looking at this, again, not expected to see real long track tornadoes, but although it's all it takes is just one intense tornado like we're seeing right now in central Alabama in Bibb County. So that one is rather significant, and you can still see on the radar indicated as it moves towards the radar. And I would suspect with this, we're using Birmingham. We're coming right outside of Alabaster, and you can see as it's coming towards the radar site, you can see how that air is showing that it's rotating. And it is actually starting to go almost gate to gate. This is what we call a debris detector or fancy correlation coefficient. And this model actually indicates some of the debris. So this is actually physically picking up a debris. It is observed. It's a dangerous tornado. And there's hail that's just less than 3/4 of an inch right now. It's just lifting north and east. So again, this particular tornado warning is not going to impact the News 3 viewing area. So that's some good news. But that's staying a little bit farther west. So if you have friends or family in this area, that's something we got to watch as it moves towards that radar site. And that, you can't get a better radar picture than that. So that's really specific and almost real time with maybe a few second delay here. If you know where Sylacauga, Alabama is, that other tornado warning will probably just end up lifting north and east. It still has some rotation with it. And again, even this is going to be well away from our Chambers County viewers, so we don't have to worry too much about that. If you are at YouTube right now, we're going to continue to stream. It's 56 minutes after the hour. We're going to go to CBS 48 Hours at 9 o'clock or top of the hour, 8 Central. So you guys are wondering about what are you going to do? But we're still here. We're going to be at WRBL, Facebook. If you go there, we have a pin at the top, our YouTube channel. We want you to subscribe us. Uninterrupted programming, so that you don't have to worry about commercials, this and that and the other. So uninterrupted. Like us while you're there too. Subscribe, and we're going to be with you through the whole night. That's one way of receiving if power goes out. You also can go to Facebook, WRBL.com. We're streaming. You can also use it that way. So wherever you are with a battery device, have your NOAA weather radios handy. Really advise that completely. If you lose all kind of power or information. Cell phones, I'm going to say this. They're great, and I would rely on it and have it powered up, absolutely, because you need communication. But the information is going to take a little longer to get there. The best way, again, is to stay with us, and you can actually see us in almost real time, which would be important to note. But again, those phones got to be powered up if that's how you're receiving us when your power goes out, just so you know. Also, coming up through the overnight, we're going to continue. If we do lose power, we always rely on FM radio band. Perfect way to go. If you got a crank radio or batteries in your radio, make sure it's there. As Chance Corbett was telling us earlier, what would you do in a situation like that? Turn it on to Q107.3 FM. Our PMB broadcast partners will be simulcasting. Meteorologist, of course, Brian Thomas will be in. We're going to be able to get this all going as we get into the overnight. So again, right now we're doing okay, but we're going to be talking about conditions favorable coming up here, which will continue through the overnight. So I want you to be prepared. So speaking about that, meteorologist Nicole Phillips recently sat down with Chance Corbett, Emergency Management Director, Homeland Security, and they were talking just about that. Get that information now.
We push really hard for people to get NOAA weather radios. They're typically $20 to $30. We ask you to replace the batteries at least once a year. We'd love it if you did it twice a year, maybe when the time changed or when something else to get you on a rotation. But NOAA weather radios are...
You are live stream coverage, so head over to WRBL.com. You are live stream coverage, so head over to WRBL.com. Head over to Facebook. Check out the YouTube channel. Check out, of course, and share it with a friend, please. And remember, uninterrupted coverage that you can certainly count on. And like and subscribe while you're there. And we're going to be up in just a few minutes. So if you're here on News 3, thank you for joining us right now. We're going to be back live on News 3 in addition to the broadband connection. Coming up at 11:10 Central. And that will be our News 3 episode, special edition of all the coverage of the severe weather. Have yourself a good day. Okay, welcome back, everybody. And here we are live right now on YouTube. How are you? Facebook at WRBL.com. So don't go away. We are here until this is over. It is still far off to the west. We have tornado warnings across central Alabama right now, and just to the west of Lineville, there's Childersburg, and right around Calera, this is a dangerous storm up here. This is the only confirmed observed tornado right now on the ground in Alabama at this time. The good news, if you're joining us, we're not seeing the ramp up with the tornado watch indicating that we're going to have a widespread volatile event. We could still have 1 or 2 intense tornadoes, but what we're seeing now is very isolated, and that's the way it's likely going to be as we get in the overnight. But we can't predict it 100%, but we do know it's not going to be as strange and as crazy as it was earlier. So that's the good news. So we're happy about that. Not happy for the residents here at Alabama 155 state route, where they're still seeing that observed tornado. And it looks like it's getting a little weaker here, but it is expected to intensify. Part of the problem is you're getting closer to this radar site. So where we're seeing the radar returns on here, a lot of this is farther distance away you go, you're going to lose a return. You're getting closer to it, but it is south and just a little bit west of the area. We do have a little bit, it looks like a little signature here. We call it a little correlation coefficient. There's some debris. So we do know that it certainly is picking something up on the surface and on the ground. It became a confirmed tornado, obviously. The dangerous tornado is now limiting a little bit as it gets into an area that's not as intense. And as you can see, eventually going towards like Talladega, areas like this, just to the west of Mineral Springs. Compare that to the News 3 viewing area. You see Folsom is, we're a distance away. So that's how close it is. And we're 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 Central. But right now, the closest would be, looks like Alexander City. But we're going to watch around Marbury because some of that could clip around Chambers County within the next hour. We'll keep an eye on it. North Georgia, going into areas in Tennessee, north of Chattanooga, for example, seeing severe storms and seeing tornado warnings in this area here. And that's going to continue, as you could see in the first alert forecast, especially in these areas here. You could see farther south, we're kind of void of much. It's giving people perhaps a little false sense of security, saying, hey, everything's great. That's the good news. But again, as we continue to watch, our area that we're concerned about is well south and west in Alabama right now, coming out of Mississippi, okay? So anywhere from Biloxi all the way back up into Morrisville, back into Evergreen, these areas here where the casinos are, right along the reservation line, south of Greenville on 65, that's the area we got to watch. So whatever's happening here will be very likely a situation we got to watch for us in our southwest Alabama counties first as we get into the overnight forecast. Hard to get some reads on some of this. We just missed a scan, but when the scan comes back, we'll probably be able to pick up to see what's happening with some of this around Mount Vernon. It looks as if right now a lot of this seems to be pretty uniform. There's a little minor circulation because of the thunderstorm activity, but we don't see anything right now that would warrant any worry as far as seeing any of these becoming more discrete or on their own, starting to elevate. So these are areas north of Interstate 65 in southwest Alabama, north of the East Shore, and there's places like Bay Minette right here on US 31, and I think if you know those areas, you know what I'm saying. It goes parallel eventually in Alberta, and it goes right along areas, of course, to the panhandle of Florida. So everything to the northwest of here is not going to impact us. If you have your radar app and you're sitting there going, well, this is going to, no, it's not. Any of these tornadoes north, and we saw this with the briefing earlier, and we were talking about this, the meteorologist looking at that this big wave here is going to lift north. So we're missing all this. Great news. And we saw this yesterday in some of our models. It was always to the south and west of here, which we'll be watching when it starts to move a little bit eastern. Facebook, like us, Uninterrupted. Share this, if you will, as we get in the overnight. People lose power. Get your batteries, of course, charged up well, and we should be good to go. We got meteorologist Nicole Phillips here. Nicole, you're looking at some of this as well. Meteorologist Kaylee Barbie's answering your questions now. If you like and subscribe on our YouTube channel, if you're watching us now, it's a good source to do that. You have Facebook, we're here. We're at WRBL.com and Q1073 FM as we come up in the overnight. And Nicole, tell us what you're seeing right now outside of Alexander City.
Yeah, so just kind of watching here, the area of rain and thunderstorms again. We have the confirmed tornadoes up to the north. They're just south of Birmingham. But again, as we look at our area, we are quiet for right now. Now, we do have the tornado watch that was just issued here within the last 20 minutes or so. And this will go in effect until 3 a.m. Central Time or 4 a.m. Eastern Time. And it does include a good chunk of the News 3 viewing area. Okay, so when we talk about a tornado watch, this is what we are talking about. It means conditions are favorable for tornadoes to form. And it also means at this point, now that you know you have the tornado watch, it is time for you to start thinking about that safe place that you're going to go if there is a tornado warning that is issued. So again, this will go into the overnight hours, so have something that is going to wake you up. We always talk about multiple ways to receive watches and warnings. So whether that's your NOAA weather radio, whether it's one of the T478 radios that we have, or if it's your radar app, have something that's going to wake you up. So again, here's tornado preparedness. We really preach about preparedness because that is the way to go when we talk about severe weather. And again, it is just March, so we have a whole season to get through. So a watch means tornado possible, again, near the watch area. It does not mean that a tornado will occur. Again, this is just alerting you, hey, stay weather aware. We've got a tornado watch, but a tornado warning, that of course is much different. That means that we either have a tornado that has been indicated by radar or confirmed by storm spotters, and that is when you need to take action. You need to seek shelter now when a tornado warning is issued. So what does that mean for you? Okay, it means, hey, you need to go to the lowest level of your home, a basement. If you don't have a basement, I don't have a basement. So what that means for me and others, that means we need to go into an interior room or a closet or a hallway. You have to put as many walls in between you and the actual storm. So that is why we say the centermost portion of your home, whether that's a bathroom, a closet, you know, maybe it's an additional room. Get away from windows. And then also evacuate mobile homes. If you are outside, you need to seek shelter. And mobile homes, that is a big one because, again, now that we have this tornado watch, maybe call up your neighbor if they have a storm shelter and say, hey, can I come over? Can we come over? Can we hang out until all of this is over? Or maybe go to grandma's if they live close. But you need to really start getting into that safe spot. So again, tornado shelter options, unsafe, mobile homes, large open rooms. I don't want you in a large open room. I want you in that interior room. Vehicles, and then again underneath an overpass. I know we preach about this a lot, but hey, you cannot do that. That is not good. All right, and when we talk about local storm shelters, again, you can find directions of these at WRBL.com, but when we zoom into areas, there are some local ones that you can go to. There's some in Auburn, Beauregard, even Smith Station. So head to WRBL.com to find directions, to find when they open. Of course, a lot of these are now probably open because we do have that watch, but you need to go to WRBL.com to find directions. And also you see that little code there, or the code there to the side of me. You can go to that as well. Now, Bob, I know that I have Chief Meteorologist Bob Jeswald. He's just working the radar and working this for me. Now, I do kind of want to get just a quick little radar check for those at home.
We're trying to get that up right now. We just got a little jam here on this, and it's coming up in your way in 2 seconds. So that Calera, I just want to let you know that the tornado observe, Nicole, you're looking at here, it's coming up here in a second. If you just, yeah, there we go. And this one here is coming real close to, if folks know this area along Interstate 65, we have a Walmart up there. Okay. So just so you know how it's a little bit more populated in this area. So it is a confirmed tornado, and it's in Shelby County right now. Okay.
Yeah, and that's a little bit south of Birmingham as well. Now, the National Weather Service, I think they're in Calera. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And so I know that they said that they were watching this closely, and that if that were to get real close to them, they would have to take shelter, and then their operations would be switched over to the National Weather Service office in Atlanta, which is located in Peachtree City. But when we look a little bit closer, you can see, well, that looks like right there, just north of them. So I bet you they are taking shelter at the moment, and I bet you some of this is coming from Peachtree City. But this area of rotation, so what we're looking at here is we're really looking into this storm, and we are starting to see what we're seeing is that twisting of height. But what this means for us, you notice we've got this purple banner, that's a confirmed tornado. So we do actually have a tornado here, and you can see that this is the likely area that is occurring. It's crossing right over the interstate at the moment. And I don't know if maybe we can see the debris signature too on this as well. It's right near stems, and it's going to be right,
Nicole, you got debris
right here. right in this little area there. And so what this is, this product here, debris detector, we're seeing the debris being lofted up in the air, and it's giving us the signature. So this is something that we look very closely when we talk about confirmed tornadoes, and it's a great tool to help us understand where this is going. So we're going to put a track on this. It's going to cross right over the interstate here pretty soon, Interstate 65. Again, I want to point out that this is Shelby County in Alabama, so this is not in the News 3 viewing area. But if you have loved ones that do live in Alabama, and particularly in Shelby County, this is what's going on. And so we want to let you know that too. And also, when we look to the west, it kind of gives us an indication of also what's going on in the atmosphere, how the atmosphere is kind of working. And it lets us kind of know, okay, we've got to pay close attention to this. So when we look at this here, again, we have that radar, or that confirmed tornado in Bibb County, Chilton County, also Shelby County. We have another tornado warning just near I-20 as well, just to the east of Birmingham. But again, when we look at our area here, it's pretty quiet at the moment. And so that is some good news, but we have to get through what's going on back to the west as well. And so thank you for zooming out here. It looks like we got another...
tornado warning to the south of that. That's stop indicated. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and highlight too, Nicole, where we're seeing a little instability ahead of this as it moves up. This would be the area that we're going to be watching, as it probably will take the same trajectory like this, and this would impact East Alabama first in this nature, and there'll be a lot more coming from that area. So if it was to continue on this track, we end up seeing areas like Montgomery County, Mount Meigs area, you know, right along Interstate 85, outside of Montgomery County and East Alabama, and all the way as far south as Andalusia, Pike County Airport, Troy. And then we want to use Auburn as an example. That would be 1:13 Central Time. We could be talking about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, or evening, excuse me, or morning. So you guys know that this is more of a after midnight event for a lot of us. Even though we've been looking at this, you can't have enough heads up. So as many hours you have time to prepare, you're eased up, you know how you're getting your information, that's good. Again, I think it's really critical if you are watching us on YouTube right now and you have that, if you go ahead and you can share that, you could click on it, you can copy that link, send it through a text message or whatever you may have, are great ways of receiving it, especially when it becomes more active. It would be areas that we're going to probably suffer some power loss, and we want you to be certainly safe, and you'll be able to get that information in a timely manner. We're talking about WRBL, we're talking about the live stream, and you can subscribe, and of course uninterrupted coverage right here on YouTube. We want to continue that. Like and subscribe. WRBL.com. Live streaming continues right on our website as well. Check out our app. You can see the flow code too right here in the corner of your screen. If you use your phone and just go right up to that right here, you can obviously get it. You just scan it, you get all the information, you're good to go. So that's what we're looking at. So again, Nicole was pointing out a couple features on here, and here's the latest we're talking about. We're going to get some information, just see what's happening as well. But it looks like, as far as everybody else that's on this particular channel right now, you are good. You don't have anything happening in the news reviewing area, but we have people that might be over here in Talladega, north of Sycamore, towards Oxford, right along the Interstate 20 area. That's where all this is headed. So as Nicole and Cody and Kaylee we've been looking at earlier, this area here continues to ride north and east of this area. So it's going to continue in this fashion, escaping our area. So that has been the good news. The tornado watch that's been issued, another plus with this, despite what we had just to the west of us earlier today and across areas last night, we're in a potentially dangerous situation attached to that watch, which means conditions are favorable. Well, our tornado watch that you're watching right now, we're under that tornado watch to prepare well ahead of time that we still could see a few embedded tornadoes. And that's what we need to keep an eye on. And this is going to continue right through the overnight. So again, we're looking at, and our most concern right now would be these areas here, all southwest of Montgomery. And that's the area that we want to keep an eye out for, Nicole. And you could see clearly what we're looking at here. Let me go over to a deeper radar picture, and you can see how that's coming down right now. So that's the area we got to watch. And Nicole, like you were saying earlier, when this starts to come our way, that's, I think, is when we're going to end up seeing a lot of people that are going to think, okay, this is the time to tune in, execute the plan.
Right. Yeah, and you know, the reason why too is because this is what we would say would be kind of classic severe weather. I mean, the conditions. Today we had some sunshine and we had the strong southerly winds, but then we also had just that moisture coming in as well. So the atmosphere here, it's pretty primed, it's untapped. And so what happens is, and we saw that too over the Birmingham area, which is kind of why the city itself kind of maybe missed out on some of the stronger storms, but the atmosphere there became more stable because they had thunderstorms over there. But that's not what's going on at our location. We are still very unstable. We have the moisture coming in. We have the strong winds as well. And then we also had the sunshine today that really primed the atmosphere, just kind of juiced it up. Now back to the west. Again, this is back into Alabama where we do have the active tornado warnings. Now we still have this confirmed tornado for Shelby County. It did go right over Calera and now probably over Columbiana, but the National Weather Service in Birmingham actually had to take shelter. And so what that meant was that they gave operations over to the National Weather Service office in Atlanta, the Peachtree City. That's where they're located. So that's what happens when our very own have tornadoes that go over them. They actually shift their operations so that they can be safe. And so when we look at this here, this is a storm rotation. So we're up into the storm. We're really looking to see that rotation where we have the tight greens and reds. That is a really good indication that we have that here. And we see that in some of the storms. Now that's just right over the radar. So that's why it kind of doesn't look like much. And that's what happens when storms go right over the radar. But, you know, there's... I was just going to say that. I was actually just going to say that right in here, it looks like we've got some strong straight line winds, and that's just that storm pushing on out. And you can even see that here. It looks like it's bowing out just a little bit, which is good in itself that we don't have the rotation, we don't have the tornado, but it's also bad because now you've got the straight line wind that can still do damage. And a lot of times straight line winds can do just as much damage as a tornado can. So that is a kind of you know, it's double-edged there. You know, we don't want the tornadoes, but we also just don't want the straight line winds. We don't want any of it. But unfortunately, this is kind of the way the atmosphere is set up for us today. And then we do have a tornado warning down, looks like it down to the south there too, that one that was newly issued as well. But again, a lot of this is still just back to our west. It's not in the News 3 viewing area. It's south of Birmingham, but we will be watching this closely as that line moves to the east, but then also watching this stuff down to the southwest. So this one here is for Calhoun, Clay, and Talladega. It looks like mostly to... It's
pretty broad.
Yeah, it's very broad. And what we mean by that is that we don't see that tight rotation. That's when it's broad. And so a lot of times when we see the broad rotation, that's an indication that maybe it's weakening a little bit, which is what we would like to see with a lot of these. Again, but this just looks like...
total wind event.
It does.
That's good. So that
does.
tornado we had, it just kind of just cycled right out and moved forward and came right back into it. And you know, again, areas folks are still talking and checking out. We're going to be watching some of this stuff down to the southwest, but I got to tell you, Nicole, as far as like shelters, a lot of people want to know. We got, of course, a big populated area in our metro Columbus, Georgia area, as you can see on your screen. If you see that flow code there, if you hit that and you go to our weather preparedness tab and hit our shelters there, you'll be able to see shelters in and around the Columbus area. Now, you may have to drive to some of them. They may be a distance and not necessarily there. So if you're wondering exactly where some of them are, they would have to be designated as one. I wouldn't say you just go show up and knock on someone's door, but if you have a resident or family member, and there are folks that have some mobile homes and smaller dwellings right here in the Muskogee County area, for example, especially in the Panhandle and Upotoy area, this is what I would say. I would just suggest don't be in there. See if you can get to maybe your local church. Maybe there's a place you can go as far as a friend or a neighbor, a resident, a family member, and see if you could get in those areas. That's the best thing to do tonight. Just let this roll through. We're seeing certainly characteristics of this not intensifying where it's at right now, but as of course Nicole said, it's going to be going into a more untapped environment coming up. So check out those shelters. Again, Columbus, if you don't see it on our map there exactly in your neighborhood, look to see where the next one is. And it might be worth you just going up. You have plenty of time right now. If you're watching us right here on our YouTube channel, just take it and just travel right up there. So subscribe here, like it, hang on to that, copy it, the link so you have it on there. If the power goes out, you got it right there on your mobile device. But what we are looking at, and we're talking about our atmosphere, it hasn't had any exercising going on yet. It's just been all prime. It has the moisture. We have all the heating from the day, and we just need something to kick it off is what, of course, we're looking at. Well, the only thing we could see right now, again, this is worth noting. This area here, there's that tornado watch that is in this area, is going to be something to really keep a watchful eye on. That is starting to show signs of some intensification, and that could be something for us that we have to keep a watchful eye on as far as seeing anything that could turn into something a little bit stronger. Now, this, at the current rate that it's going at almost 17 to 20 miles an hour, we'll pump it to about 20. It's going to be taking us in the overnight. So the time it gets into Montgomery, roughly, if you get another round in the Montgomery area or just to the east of Montgomery with this, you could end up seeing anything from around midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning Central, 2 o'clock Eastern time. So this has been showing signs of slowing just a bit here. So again, good, bad, or whatever, not so good. You'd rather get it in and out of here. Good news is it's giving people some time to plan ahead, and that's what we want to be talking about, that's for sure. So again, if you're seeing this area here, following us on our radar, the WRBL radar app, whatever it may be, allowing push notifications, you can see all the way from the western panhandle of Florida just to the east of the east shore of Alabama. Places like Daphne, Fairhope, Foley, these areas here. From Molino all the way here in West Florida in the panhandle, this is the area that we're going to be watching. And again, Nicole, the way this is starting to shape up here, we're looking at this whole region here. That is going to be the area that we need to keep watching as we get into the, of course, overnight hours and coming up around midnight or so. As far as the tornado watch, it's all down in that area. Pardon me, all southwest of Alabama is in this tornado watch, which you're looking at right now. I'm going to suspect that we're going to watch this over the next half hour, and we're going to probably start seeing some energy starting to pop up here. And we're already seeing rotation, and let's go to that right now. We can get some of that rotation and show you what we're talking about. And let's get it on one of these here, and Nicole, I'm going to have you look at that. Okay, so right here, you can see some of that rotation in some of these areas here. Let's see if we can get...
Is that near, Monroeville?
Yeah, Monroeville is one right up through here. You can see right there, and we get one a little bit north. I'm going to get a couple other ones that are coming in here, better scans in here. Let's just go back to, hang on one second. I'm going to try to get to Mobile. That could be because I don't have Mobile radar up. That's probably why it's not doing it. Okay, there we go. That's better yet. Okay, here we go. So Mobile radar is up right now. Okay. And I'm going to show you these two areas that why us meteorologists here are talking about. And there's your tornado warning right now. So there it is. So right there, okay, is right when we're talking about it. And that's the kind of stuff we got to start watching. So that tells us now, this is all northwest of Mobile, but Nicole and everybody right now watching on our YouTube channel that you're subscribed and liked while you're here, this will continue to keep lifting north and east, and they're going to be more likely starting to develop to the south of it. So that's what we've been talking about, looking at that southwest cluster. That atmosphere is very unstable. This is what's going to be lifting north and east.
Yeah, and just like you said, the atmosphere, it's unstable, and so that is why we have that going on. And you can even tell, too, that they have just that look. Some of the ones that are coming up from the Gulf and into the panhandle of Florida, they just have that look, that little, what we call it, the kidney bean look, which is a good indication that there's some rotation, maybe not strong enough for a tornado warning, but there is some rotation. So if you have family, again, this is outside of the News 3 viewing area, but if you have family that maybe lives in Citronelle, this is Clark, Mobile, Monroe in Washington counties. That's again in Alabama, and this is a tornado warning. It's not confirmed. We don't have any confirmed, but we do have some rotation, and that's a pretty good clip of rotation there. So what we look at, the reds and the greens, are they together? And that's signifying in this storm that we do have some rotation. So going right over Chestang, and then eventually up to about Happy Hill is where we can see this area of rotation going as well. So it will be north of Citronelle, just right over Chestang, and then you can see it here. I think that was another radar scan where we got that, and that's actually pretty tight there. So we'll have to watch that to see maybe if that will start producing here. Again, this is back to the west or southwest. This is not in the news reviewing area. I just want to emphasize that because I don't want you to see this. You coming in on YouTube, and I just don't want you to see this and get worried and scared and think that this is currently in our area. It's not. It's back to the west. But what we're doing here is we're just telling you where it's going, telling you, how to be safe tonight, because we know that there's a lot of people that have storm anxiety. We know that there's a lot of people who are worried. I've gotten a lot of calls, a lot of text about this, and I understand. And so what we really want to do tonight is just kind of guide you through where these storms are going to go and tell you just kind of, hey, this is what we're looking at. This is the overall direction. You still have a few hours. I still, we don't think that this is going to be coming in within the hour. We're going to have to wait a little bit. And unfortunately, that does put it in the overnight hours. But we're going to be here until this is done. So you don't have to worry about that. We are going to be right here with you. But again, all of these storms, and this is what we were talking about. This is what Chief Meteorologist Bob Jeswalt was talking about, and also Meteorologist Cody Nickel were talking about an hour ago, is that this is the location. Okay, so we do have now a confirmed tornado down there, but this is the location that we're going to be watching closely. And the reason why is because it's moving in an atmosphere that's a little bit better. To the north, where you're getting all of the thunderstorms and the rain, the lightning, that's stabilizing the atmosphere. So that's what's going on, but that's not the case down here and also in our area. That's not what's going on. We haven't had any rain today. So a good indication of this just moving into a better atmosphere. So now this confirmed tornado will be moving close to the McIntosh area. I still think it's still moving.
It's moving pretty quick here, and I'm going to go ahead and try to get, because I need a good scan here to give you an accurate street analysis. By the way, I want to let you know the damage. So we have confirmed tornadoes earlier to the north, not affecting us at all. Areas that we're talking about, Gordo, talking about areas outside of Talladega. This is clear. This is Coosa, Alabama. A lot of damage. You could see trees, debris, house rooftops blown off. We had all this earlier around Shelby County. We had to certainly see some folks that we saw heavy debris right along Interstate 65. And a lot of this is from those tornadoes that just to the north and west of us that are not going to impact us. As we said earlier, we've been saying this all along, the storms that were going to impact us are going to be coming in from the southwest, not to the north. And that's kind of the deception a little bit, because when you see that, we have a lot of junior meteorologists out on Facebook World and saying, hey, this isn't going to affect us. Be very careful, because we all got to get this whole storm out of here. Not saying it's going to be really bad, but we have to monitor it and be alert, that's all. And then we can see what's going on. So this just tells us that we're seeing exactly what we're talking about. What's up here, this is a good news in what everybody's been saying, and we're looking at this earlier. This whole area of storms is going to bypass us completely. So that's the good news. The bad news is we have still more energy to the southwest, and that's what we're looking at. And what you're looking at right now is an analysis, an in-depth look at these storms. And this is what we call, of course, when you look at this, a storm rotation or velocity. It tells us direction. Is, of course, Nicole was telling us going towards the radar, going away from the radar. The two different colors, we start watching to see if they become on top of one another. We know there's circulation, the tighter it becomes. So again, we're looking at, this is radar site, and I'm going to go back down to Mobile's got the best radar site of this, as it lifts north and east of there. I'm trying to give us, let's give a good speed on this, Nicole, because what I'm going to try to do here for folks, we're going to try to give you guys a good idea, like when do we think this is coming in here, and of course, is it 40 on the warning on that? But so I'm going to go ahead and hit 40 anyway. This may be a little earlier, but it's never too early to get a warning, and there's nothing wrong with that. So let's go ahead and give you a warning on this polygon here. Hang on one second. So we're seeing the full line east moving 20, and this is going to be going a little bit faster. So if we were to take this line hypothetically, and anything that develops right along this continues at this trajectory, and I think it's going to be more, I'm going to try to keep it more in line with what we're thinking. This is just a, just a hypothetical, guys, which would go in line with what we've been looking at all night. Somewhere around Montgomery County, I want to start looking at that time, 11:35 Central Time. This is after midnight Eastern. Tuskegee would be about 12:30 Central Time, 1:30 Eastern Time. Auburn in Central Time would be coming up just before the 1 o'clock hour, about 12:54. So we're talking about areas of 2 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. So we got a little long ways to go here. It's 9:30 right now Eastern, 9 and 8:30 Central. So it's early, but we're getting the word out early, because if you don't, then you're not going to have time to plan. And we're reminding you guys to do just that. So not that there's, this is not worth talking about, this north of Montgomery, all this is south of Birmingham, going right towards the radar site. As you can see, we are watching down here in southwest Alabama, which eventually will be more of an issue for us. So if you were to look at this and it continued, I think this would be the reality of a track right now. I'm going to do it again. This might be a little bit easier to see. And let's make sure it's on the 40 degree, it's 45. Let's go 40, we'll knock it down, just 5 miles an hour. And again, this can fluctuate the times, but again, we're looking at this coming up around, just get ready, around 12:30 midnight Central Time, after midnight Central Time, and we're going to be watching our East Alabama counties, and then eventually we're going to be seeing everything for everyone else that starts to come through, that whole entire line as we're looking at. Right now, if you're with us, uninterrupted coverage right here on YouTube. Thanks for staying with us. If you like and subscribe, we continue this uninterrupted coverage right through this event until it's over. And meteorologist, of course, Kaylee Barbie, meteorologist Cody Nickel, they're both right now taking your questions. And we could go right up to their mics and see what's going on. What other questions are you guys receiving? We know folks have been really kind of more interested in what's going on with these shelters. Is that correct?
Yes, that is the big talker here on social media, YouTube, even Facebook. And we have a list of every shelter, or it's not every shelter, it's just a list that we've continued to gather over the past several months on WRBL.com under the preparedness tab, right there in the Weather Academy. I think Kaylee has a little bit more.
Yeah, and another thing that people are talking about is, does Columbus have any? Unfortunately, there are no storm shelters in Columbus or Muskogee County, so that's just something to keep in mind over the next couple of hours. We are actively trying to work on potentially getting another one in the future. But areas with the most storm shelters, so Lee County, Russell County, there are storm shelters actively open in Lee County right now. Lee County Emergency Management has already put out a post on when those storm shelters would be open. You can go check their post or call them. That's another thing that we're going to be urging people to do over the next couple of hours, is to call before you go to those storm shelters. Check with emergency management to make sure they're open before you get out on the roads ahead of these storms. Some other things people are asking is this stuff going to the north of us? Is the worst going to the north of us? In fact, it is not. We do have those tornado warnings to the north, but we're also watching all of those cells to the south. Isn't that right, Bob?
Yes, that's correct. And I'm glad you said that. If you are in Columbus, too, the storms to the north, like Sylacauga, these areas is all seeing a lot of outflow winds, very strong winds, up to 60, 50 mile per hour winds. The tornado warning that's confirmed southwest of here that we're going to be watching these storms developing will be the ones that we'll be watching coming into East Alabama. This will be after midnight Central Time, around 12:30. Here's the other thing, too. I want folks to understand what Kaylee was saying, too. You know, you don't have those shelters. You can look on that map and see if it's worth even traveling a little bit if it's up the road. We have a couple other questions in here. Can we see the map track close? And we are going to do that just for you. So this is why we're interactive here on YouTube. We'll give you what you guys want. So this track right here, what we're looking at, the reason why we're focused on this, nowhere near the news reviewing area. Right now, this tornado is west of McIntosh. If you look at the velocity scans, meteorologist Nicole Phillips and I were just checking this out. You can see the difference between, so you see a negative, you see the positive. This is the air that's moving around towards the radar, the red, and the back edge of it is where it's coming on the other side. So it's kind of dropping down. So the green, that air is actually going from northeast to southwest, and that's southwest to northeast on the 47 mile an hour winds on that side. But again, you're looking at potentially winds up here, you know, with this, if it makes it right down to the surface, since it's been confirmed, you know, 70 mile per hour or so. So that's enough. That could certainly create some problems. So folks want to see the track. I think the track, again, we're looking at potentially, we have a lot of wind up here. And I just want to show you, folks, you're seeing the wind. We look at this because this wind is significant right through here. So let's go here. You can see the wind. This is all coming forward, so that doesn't have rotation, but it is moving forward. So you have 47 mile an hour winds, the 25, and of course you have circulating winds down here. There's a lot more stronger with that tornado that's confirmed down here. So two areas we're watching. So if we take both of these areas here, as Kaylee was saying, and we just go ahead and we'll give you guys a track. I'm going to take it up from the northernmost point of this and just continue it at that same track. And there will be a little bit of deviation, a little movement more towards the east. Places like Auburn, like I said, around midnight Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, to Valley around 12:35. And we could keep doing that as well. So if you want to keep going on that as well. And you could see this, Nicole, that line is something that we're going to have to be watching. So it's safe to say right now, this is an overnight event for us, as we've been talking about.
Yeah, it is. And unfortunately, it is coming in during the overnight. And I know that some of you, if you're going to be able to sleep tonight, I know a lot of us have said, oh, we're probably not going to be able to sleep. But please have multiple ways to receive watches and warnings. All right. Again, right now, everything is out of the area. It's just to the west. So make sure your cell phones are charged. Make sure anything that you need to use to wake you up if you do decide to go to sleep later on tonight. Make sure your weather radios have batteries. Make sure you have that ready to go. Make sure you have your phone. Also, make sure you have all of your stuff, your kit, your severe weather kit that we've always talked about. Make sure you have that ready to go as well if a tornado warning is issued, because once that warning is issued, that means it is time to go. That is go time. You don't want to spend time trying to figure out what to grab, what to do. Have that stuff already handled. I mean, that is going to be the way that will keep you less stressed in a stressful event, because I know that when we talk about severe weather, it can be very stressful. It can be it can give you anxiety. But I'm telling you, we just have the tornado watch right now. Storms are still to the west. Go ahead and make sure that everything is ready to go if you are under a tornado warning later on tonight. So again, we'll just be watching this area here, this row or this cluster of thunderstorms with, again, the confirmed tornadoes. That's moving to the north. So that is not going to be impacting us. This is all going to miss our area. Again, this is actually going to be right around the Rome area or Dalton. So that actually has the impact to maybe, or the potential to impact Atlanta maybe later on. But what we are focused on will be to the south. What happens south of us? What happens near Mobile? And that is what we're going to be watching over the next couple of hours as well, because that is where we will have the thunderstorms coming in. The atmosphere is a little bit more primed in that area, also in our area as well. But again, you've probably been noticing that we've been talking about this area, this thunderstorms that's up towards Birmingham, Talladega, Gadsden, and that is going to be moving away from us. But again, this is what we're looking at. This is where we will be watching closely. It's just this area south of Montgomery and southwest of Montgomery and all of these storms here. So if we put a track on that within the next 3 to 4 hours, moving to Montgomery right around 10:42 Central Time. This is 10:42 evening. Auburn right around 11:57 p.m. Central Time, so just before midnight. And then Valley right around 12:30 a.m. So that's Central Time again. So that is when we can expect some of these storms that are forming down to the southwest and to the south. That is when we can kind of expect that to move into the area. Maybe if we can switch over to maybe reflectivity, and then we can see. Yeah.
Nicole, before I'm doing that for you, we'll give this a second to come back up. We're getting a lot of comments again about, the storm shelters. Right here at our YouTube channel that you're liking and subscribing, right in that article with our storm shelters is what we pin it right there in the top of our comment section. So if you go to the comment section that Nicole Phillips was at and earlier, now meteorologist Cody Nickel, meteorologist Kaylee Barbie are kind of looking and exploring. Everybody was asking. That's a good place to get that right now if you want to give that a view. So we appreciate that. I think what you see right now, you wanted to see the reflectivity.
Yeah, I just wanted to
especially
kind of see
this stuff
what's
over
going
here.
on down to the south here. Looks like they have a new tornado warning there near Selma.
Yeah.
But I wanted to just kind of see what was going on to the south. And see if we have anything developing. I know we've got just a few showers near Troy, one just south of Tuskegee there. But again, this is the area that we'll be watching closely. And look at all of that lightning.
Yeah, and look how that's starting to form right now. That's the area that's going to run parallel to that. And that's the area from Andalusia to Gordonville, and you just figure that track, and then it goes in our news viewing area. So I even put Columbus in there, Nicole, so you could get kind of an idea what we're looking at right there.
Just right after 1:30 this morning, or tomorrow morning, or what is it, Sunday morning.
Yeah, Sunday, I don't even know what day it is
I know.
Sunday morning is already here, and that's what makes it a little bit more problematic. We're getting back into that overnight. Every severe weather event we've had so far, even winter weather event, seems to be overnight the way it's timing out. And again, that has most of us rather concerned. Okay, so if you're just joining us here on our YouTube channel, we do have shelters pinned here for you if you want to click that location. And of course, right here, you could see this is our flow code. This flow code, if you just go ahead and scan it, you could do it right here on the YouTube channel. Just take a look at it. That'll get you to our weather preparedness tab. And again, it'll give you an idea like what's going on. Like everything that you heard Nicole talking about, Cody, and of course Kaylee and myself, all this is on there. So you guys, those are another resource pages you want to refresh because we have a little time. But timing is of the essence, and if we don't do it quickly, we have to be concerned about what's happening over the course of the next few hours. So Shelby County right now, there's a lot of debris with what's going on up there. So you're going to see a lot of reports coming out in southeast of Birmingham into Shelby County that is certainly seeing a tornado not only confirmed, but debris. There's trees down. If you know these areas here, there's been reports that campers at a campsite in a roadway being just thrown about right across the roads. We also have areas around Highway 31 at Whippoorwill Drive. All these areas here are seeing a lot of trees that are down, and they're actually blocking the roadway. So this has been one wind event after another, and obviously related in that situation to tornadoes. But for us, that isn't the case. So we look a little bit southwest Alabama, as Nicole was pointing out. Again, I mean, I'm going to be very clear on this again. Let me just get this highlighted, and it's getting more and more defined. So we're finally getting a good idea what's happening. It's coming into an area that's very untapped. But what you see here, all of this, that is not going to impact us. What we're looking at, if you're looking for the impact zone, it's going to be anything right now that I'm looking at here. And whatever develops ahead of it, too, I want to be clear about that. So we're looking at this part of the atmosphere, and you can see stuff already bubbling up in Pike County right here. This is the area that we got to watch. And this area here, as you can see, is kind of swinging like almost in this direction, okay? And what we're going to be seeing on this is a track that gives us a rough idea that, again, at the current movement of it, and there's already development kind of bubbling up ahead of it, we have to watch, because sometimes you get some discrete cells that could turn into something could be tornadic sometime with this setup. Again, this setup is what we're looking at. What you're looking at, too, nothing is in our viewing area of severe levels. There is nothing there that would even give us that at this hour, but it's going to be a very busy overnight. So listen to me again. It's going to be a very busy overnight. If it's 9:42 Eastern, 8:42 Central, if you want to catch a few Z's, say, God, Bob, I could barely keep my eyes open. I could have a couple cups of coffee and you're still talking, and I'm still tired. Just go ahead and get some rest. Keep a timer on. I would put your timer on if you're in East Alabama, at least around midnight Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, and that would be probably safe to say that. But I would just keep something that's around weather radio. If you do have to get sleep, I get it. You got to get up for work early, you're a shift worker or whatever. Just have something you know you're going to be awake and if something happens so you can get to your safe spot. That's really how you got to handle this. The watches that were issued were potentially dangerous situation expected with those watches that were in place yesterday. That's not the case right now. So, Nicole, I'll do this for you, and you can, and Nicole, you're great. She's just repeating what I'm doing here. I'll get down here. I just wanted to see what these little guys are doing outside of Union Springs.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I just kind of wanted to see their Fitzpatrick and...
Let's see what this is doing here. So let me get a better scan here for you. We got to get a better, let's get a better radar site here for you. Let's go I'm going to go Fort Rucker here. Let's get rid of Peachtree City. Birmingham's too far away. Maxwell's not bad. Yeah, Maxwell looks like it's going to be our friend here. What about Fort Rucker? Doesn't want to do anything. Let's go back over here. Giving us a couple scans here. And so I think once we get this, we're going to get an idea. Let's go back to Maxwell. But I think, again, I don't see too much there. But we're seeing convection. And what that means is we're seeing a lot of instability and development of some clouds.
And I think, too, the reason why we're starting to see things bubble up out ahead is because we have that line, and it's providing us a little bit of lift in the atmosphere to kind of get things going. So that's when we talk about that, that's just kind of a mechanism for storms to form. We talk about, instability, how much energy we have in the atmosphere. We talk about lift. So in this case, we've got that front that's back to the west, and that's just kind of causing a lot of this to form out ahead of it. But again, I don't see, and that's some good news about some of the stuff that we were looking at, those little storms that had just formed. I don't see any rotation with that, but everything needs to be watched because our atmosphere is primed up for it. So there's just a little.
Just tell us a little bit about this here. People are concerned about the areas around Auburn, areas, and we'll take you all the way down to Dothan too. Folks are looking down there because they were concerned a little bit.
Yeah, so what we've got going on is really what you're kind of looking at are just some echoes on the radar, and that's not anything severe. So if you are in Auburn and you're worrying about that, you're seeing that on the radar, that's what's going on. Now, we do have just a few little showers down to the south here, and again, nothing is warned in our area. We've just got a classic shower. Maybe you're hearing a few rumbles of thunder, but that's what's going on. This here in Dothan, again, that's all just a little bit of just radar echoes. But what is showing up on radar, or what we see here, are just those few showers there that we have. That was, what was that, south of Tuskegee?
Yeah.
But the stuff that's warned is still well to our west. And so we've got some thunderstorms there coming in out of the Florida Panhandle. And we'll be watching all of that closely. And look how it's lifting up. Look, you can notice how that is all moving up to the northeast. So we put a track on all of that. And it will arrive in Columbus just right around 1:30, maybe a few minutes after 1:30. In Auburn, right around 11:45 p.m. Central Time. So this is all going to be later on tonight into early Sunday morning. So that is why, we've been saying this all week, that this looks like for us an overnight event. But of course, we have to watch any little thing that forms out ahead of it. And we've got just a few showers that have formed out ahead of it. And again, it's not warned, but it is something that we'll have to keep a close eye on. But that is why we're saying, hey, you need to have multiple ways to receive watches and warnings, something to wake you up, because this will be coming in during the late evening or later on tonight into early.
It's so amazing how the radar site, even though this is just what we call there's air movement, but it's just showing how strong that air is that's feeding in ahead of us. And that's the problem, and that's what we're looking at. This is so spring-like, and you can see what's happening here from Bruton. All that is starting to move up in this direction. So when it intersects this air, when you see that air coming in the south so sharp, and what's coming in southwest, as Nicole's talking about, you get that line, and this is the area that we start watching. We start seeing a lot of rotation. You get big, wide, upper-level rotation. You get what we call meso. And that meso cycle kind of takes it and catapults it and swings it in here. So you get damaging wind, usually is the first thing that I look at, or you can get, of course, tornadoes in that kind of situation. So we still got some time to go here, and it's early in the game. But now we're starting to see the genesis of this. We're beginning to see how it potentially is going to impact us here locally in the First Alert forecast, and for all of you that are watching here on YouTube, Uninterrupted. And of course, like and subscribe while you're here. We appreciate that. And again, if there's any other questions you have, we're answering them right now with meteorologist Kaylee Barbie and meteorologist Cody Nickel. Nicole and I are getting reps on our voices here, and then we'll be giving a break here. So we got the First Alert weather team here on your side. We got good support for everybody, and we appreciate you guys watching and sharing too. It's all about keeping everyone informed. That's all this is. We don't enjoy this. A lot of people go, I know you really enjoy this thing, Bob. I really don't, just so you know. Nobody does. I don't see how you could. Nobody wants life-threatening weather. But what we do, this is exactly what we have to do. This is the most important time when you're a meteorologist, is to give the information and repeat it over and over again until you guys can take it and execute your plan, because that's exactly what's going to be going on here tonight. So we're not on News 3 right now. We're running CBS programming, and so when that's over, we're going to also be on News 3 at 11 too. So we stay on the stream no matter what. You can cast it on your phone or whatever you want to do, but we're going to still be on this channel uninterrupted all the way through the overnight. Nicole, I keep showing this track because I want to see the consistency with it. So I'm going to leave it here just for a second too, because I want to, as you're looking at this, we're going to continue to see how this thing is behaving. We're starting to see some energy even ahead of it too. So if anyone was asking, we had a few viewers ask about rain. Yeah, it's starting to rain. We're seeing some what we call convective buildup. You can get a convective shower, it's called. You know, when you start seeing the air rise, it builds the clouds, and the clouds start to increase, and you get the rain shower, sometimes thunderstorms, whatever it may be. The lightning with it is very considerable northwest of our area here. Montgomery's seen a couple thunderstorms. But around Union Springs and Tuskegee, you guys are going to probably see a developing thunderstorm here. And again, the air just off to the southeast is moving in this direction. It's pretty strong. And of course, then you have, of course, this system here kind of lifting north, almost perpendicular with it. So when it gets into Lee County, this may erupt into more of a thunderstorm, and we'll start watching that to even well ahead of it. And that's what I'm saying. You start seeing stuff well ahead of it here at this hour. And that's the area there that you probably want to watch a little bit. I mean, there's a lot that can happen with this. And so I'm going to say a little bit of more volatility is starting to show up through here first. And then and let's just take a look at that. I just want to see what direction we're kind of getting this at. But this almost looks like it's east, but it's actually going almost northeast. It's lifting kind of more like this. Maybe Lafayette, I'll put you in that track a little bit. In Roanoke, it would be going up to almost just under the 10 o'clock hour for all you guys up through this area here in north of Chambers County in Alabama. So again, look at the lightning back to the west. We have that squall line. Anybody in Mississippi is clear now. Northwest Alabama, including Tuscaloosa, they had a tornado confirmed, but we haven't heard much of damage reports. Most of the damage that we're getting right now is a lot of lanes being blocked around the Palmerdale area, if you know that, Talladega area now. Certainly, it's just the focus on the warnings. I think people are so focused on seeing some of the damage. They need to be focused on telling people where to go and where it's headed. We get caught up in that, so I can see that. So I'm going to go up here for a minute. This has been a big story here, Nicole, is Talladega right now, and this could be rather significant, and you could see it. This is pretty considerable right here, and again, confirmed, observed, and that does not look good whatsoever for those folks. This is not in our area, but just FYI, what's going on.
Do you want to put a track on that?
Yeah, I'm going to try to get a track on that too.
Somebody, you know, if you have family in Talladega.
Yeah, this is well over 100-mile-an-hour winds with it. It's and there's been here. And I'm going to get just a quick correlation coefficient.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you don't mind. Let me see. There you go. Yeah, so
right
significant.
there.
Yeah, you got debris.
It's right in here.
That's a debris ball, and that's the kind of stuff that this is not coming in our area. I just want to be clear, anybody watching, but if you have friends up here in Talladega, they need to take cover like immediately. So let's give that track that she wanted. So let me get back over to the radar for you, Nicole. And I'd rather go. Would you rather go? Let's go velocity for a second.
Yeah. You know, and it's in the center of the storm, it looks like. So that's most likely going to be rain wrapped as well. Let's see.
Anniston would be potentially in that same storm when it makes up there, but
right.
it looks like it's, you know, easily, if there's debris like that, there's winds well over 110 mile an hour at the surface.
Right, and so that would be in Talladega within the next, what is that, 10 minutes?
Yeah, at least. It's how fast it's moving, about 2 minutes after the hour for you guys. And it's 52 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, so what the area that we're watching here, it's right in this, and there is, again, a confirmed tornado, so that will be heading to Talladega. So again, it's not in our viewing area, but we do understand that some of you guys may have friends, you may have family that live in Talladega, and so that is going to be heading there as well. And it's right in here, and it's all in that rain. So you would not be able to see that.
Yeah, that's the frightening part. Yeah,
yeah.
That's exactly. Yeah, that makes it really dangerous. And you just got to take cover.
Yeah, so again, that's a confirmed tornado in Talladega County back in Alabama. So this is not going to be moving into our area. So I do want to emphasize that. But if you do have friends and family that live in Talladega, they have about 10 minutes, and that's going to be right over them. But again, it's in all of that rain as well. So that's going to be a rain-wrapped tornado, which is just like nighttime tornadoes are also some of the scariest types.
So folks are worried a little bit. There are even folks from McDonough, Georgia area and around the Hokes Bluff, Alabama area. So let me give you guys a track for that, because that area there is going to be impacted eventually. Yes, so I can see why you guys are concerned about that watching, and you have friends and relatives up in there. So the same line affecting you guys coming up in that northwest track. It's northwest of. This would be Mableton all the way back north and west, but like Roswell, these areas here, Cedartown, Jacksonville, Alpharetta, these areas here coming up on Eastern time from Rome on, or Cedartown on, and getting into outside of Alabama from almost 9 o'clock Central time to 10, almost 11 o'clock Eastern time, and that will roll even after midnight, 12:30 into Alpharetta. So that's going to contain some very damaging wind and isolated tornadoes with that line for sure. So they're definitely going to see that. That looks crazy to see all that lightning there, so let me go ahead and get that for you. And that was good that folks were asking about that. Hang on one second. Nicole, I'm going to go ahead and kind of reduce this as well. So this area here, there's a lot of campers thrown all across this road over here in the Calera area. This is really not good outside of Shelby County. This is the same area that we're showing, and this again not impacting the news viewing area, but for those folks, and of course that they're quite concerned with. Again, our area here, we're starting to see a little bit of lightning, and what we're looking at, this is our next track coming up, and that's what we're going to be watching. And folks are asking too, is there still a risk in Lee County for violent long track tornadoes? There could be, but it looks a lot less than we saw earlier. And for what we're judging and seeing by this system here, if the history tells us something with the storm, nobody has that kind of crystal ball. Just want to let you know. But at this point, it's possible because what we're seeing to the northwest. It's what we got to see what's behaving down here. The good news is we're not seeing that kind of history over here like what you guys are seeing up to the northwest. So let's just say at this point, the good news is I'm not seeing evidence of that right now. So if you're looking for long track tornadoes, doesn't mean we can't have an intense tornado that could hit us in East Alabama. That's still a possibility and very isolated, but there could still be an intense tornado. But long track, like what you saw, we're not seeing any evidence of that. What we've been seeing on the long track tornado has been what we've just been talking about, Autauga, Chilton, Dallas counties. That same line has been seeing that same tornado development that's been on there, and that's been a little bit longer in a sense. So right now, Lee County, we're not there yet, but it doesn't show any signs of that right now to our southwest, and that's what we're looking at. Okay, so let's see any other things. We have in Dallas County, it's storm in Bibb County has been really bad.
It's tagged dangerous.
Yeah, tagged dangerous now. Yeah, it says dangerous tornado. Yeah, see it right out there. So it's this has been. If you're looking at the region right now, this is your long track. And I'll even say I know a lot of friends in Sylacauga. I was going to say I know some folks up there. The stuff to the north here, Talladega, that's confirmed. That is bad. It's headed towards like possibly Anniston. But the good news is that is weakening. And now that is this Doppler indicated. The bad news to the south of this, again, same areas repeatedly seeing these tornadoes developing, redeveloping, or just northwest of Billingsley. And I see, Nicole, you're looking at that.
I think, if we go back, I think it's this little notch right
there. Yeah, I see that right there. Let me kind of zoom in here for you. There you go. Pardon me. So, and you can see a hail core in that too.
Mm-hmm. I was just going to say that, yeah. So this area is where we're most likely to see that tornado, the dangerous tornado now. And I think we switched over to hail.
Yeah, I was just going to see that. So the hail that we thought we'd see has not been, this is good news. We're not seeing the real large hail because we're not seeing that, those high elevated storms. In fact, I could do a 3D volumetric for you, Nicole, while you're talking about the storms. Let me give that to you so it helps you analyze this a little bit better as we're looking at it. But you can see the track of those hail cores, Nicole.
Right, yeah.
Go back to radar for you.
And yeah, so and all of that lightning, I mean, my goodness.
Here, let's do this for you too. We're going to get back to live level 2. Okay, let's go ahead and bring you back to one of these. So the height of these storms, Nicole, have been kind of interesting because we're not seeing anything that's showing us what we thought we were going to see as far as seeing the hail. So that's some good news too. So we got some good takeaways so far from this. Let me get to our...
Yeah, so we don't have the hail component, but unfortunately we do have the tornado and the wind component. But, I mean, we just have a lot of lightning with this storm as well. So,
velocity.
Yeah, I'm going to go back. I just want to see these updrafts here. So you're talking about like 20,000 feet. So these are not, it's interesting. There's so much shear with this. It's not so much the, there's the anvil in the back edge of that.
I was going to say that. This is the anvil of the cloud there. And so what we're doing is we're looking up into the thunderstorm And you can even see, again, the anvil, but not, like you said, not significantly high.
Yeah,
that we would see.
So we're not going to be seeing the hail that we thought. So here's the takeaway. So the hail's not bad thing, is the shear is just considerable, and we're seeing all that. So let me go back to Cody. You said something. What was that?
Go to velocity.
Yeah, let me go back down here, and give me a second. I should be able to get that. There it is. That's pretty intense again. So you could see that. Yeah, there you go. There's that signature. That's pretty intense.
Right in this area.
Let's get you.
WRBL.
Yeah, see if we can get. It's hard to get the wind profile on that the way you'd like to see it, but there you go.
Yeah.
It's negative or positive, right? Just kind of break it up back through here. There's 75. So this is a pretty damaging situation, and this is a dangerous tornado. As I said, now it is moving. You could see where I'm picking up the wind analysis.
You're right.
It is doing an eastward trajectory.
Yeah. And sometimes when we get storms like that, tornadoes like that, they start to take on kind of a more easterly path. For some reason, they just get nudged a little bit and start moving east. I'd be curious, though, to see the correlation coefficient,
Sure.
just to see
Yeah.
what the
Let's
debris.
get down. Yeah, let's
Again,
get right
and
in that
that's
debris.
a tool for us when we are looking. We know here that we have a tornado, but we typically use the debris signature, trying to see if we have debris up in a storm. We typically use that to see if we have a tornado occurring. Of course, we know this, but just looking at this here, anywhere that's County Road 63, so it's right over County Road 63. And so if you know anyone that lives, this is in Alabama, if you know anyone that lives in this area, the tornado is impacting them. So it's really between, what is that?
Just move that. Look at that. Look at scan. That's,
Adams.
Yeah.
So it's going to go right over Adams here in a little bit. Highway 82. It's going to stay. It's going to come very close to Stanton. But again, that's all going to be moving to the northeast or to the northeast, or and we look at that.
It depends where I go to that radar site. It just it's trying to mess with me here, so I got to get back set up.
Yeah, we click a lot between. We have a lot of radars that we work with.
Yeah.
And so often you'll see it's clicking between to give us the best scan that we have in order to give you the best information at home. So this is right over, again, this will be close to Adams, where he's drawing that circle there. That's where it's at, right around County Road 63, north of Vine Hill, near Ryderville, moving to the northeast. So Adams, Stanton, that's going to be coming close to them, Pletcher, and I think if I saw that correctly, it's Clanton.
Yes.
And I think that's where they have, is that where they have the peach, the giant peach tower, or
yeah,
what is
very
that,
good.
a water tower?
Right off the interstate.
Right off the interstate. Yeah, so that's going to be coming close to that as well. But I think here, Billingsley, what we have to watch closely is sometimes when, this is moving.
Yeah, it's just trucking along.
Yeah.
This thing is moving fast.
How fast is, did they say how fast? Because this is...
Here, I could tell you.
That's moving pretty fast, yeah. So right around Adams now, and near Pletcher, and then this should stay, this area rotation over Adams should stay 55, okay.
Yep. They issued a warning downstream.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's going, okay.
So that will be...
So Clanton, like you said, right through there, you can see how they're bringing it up to Talladega again.
Okay. Yeah, so in that, there's... Oh, well, it is, yeah.
You can see the wind ahead. Look at that wind that came out. It's that right there. The wind's coming out outside of Mineral Springs. So they just encounter a lot of wind damage possibly with that, and that's what they're reporting right now. And then on the backside of this, you have a tornado.
Right. Let's see. Can you put that in motion one more time?
Yeah,
I'm just curious here because it looks like it's moving, trying to move north.
Yeah, it does. It's kind of going, and that's where they put the other one. So if we were to go kind of more like this.
Yeah, so Clanton, Mineral Springs. Yeah.
Sylacauga, Sycamore.
Yeah, so that one, that'll have to be watched. Again, this is a tornado warning for Chilton County. That's out in Alabama, so it's not in the News 3 viewing area. But arriving in Clanton right around 9:25 p.m. Central Time. Sycamore right around 10:22 p.m. Central. So dangerous tornado. But there's also some wind in this as well, so you have that component. If you have friends or family, let's say in Mineral Springs, Clanton, give them a call. Say, hey, this is coming your way. And, you know, just in case maybe they're, for whatever reason, they're doing something else, give them a call, let them know that this is coming their way.
Yeah, this is pretty significant here.
Yeah.
And so, again, that debris ball, let's see how it matches up with this, and probably just a little bit forward depending upon, of course, the last scan, pardon me, so it's pulling us back up here again. Hang on a sec. Well, that scan here has it, looks like everything's flowing forward, so this thing maybe just is collapsing, this thunderstorm, but let's just take a peek. And again, these are not towering high thunderstorms. This is just some real strong volatile winds at surface, which are gusting out. So this particular storm, let's see if it's end up giving us a little breather here. That would be nice. Would be nice. Let's see. And let's see if we pull this back up here a little bit. Yeah, so that observed tornado right there. I think we'll see. Let's keep an eye on that. It's going to probably recycle, but right now it's all moving forward, so it's becoming more of a wind event. So it just kind of intersected with some clash of air masses here. There was a lot of wind to the north of that, and I think that just kind of more or less choked that off just a little bit, at least the rotation. So that wind event up to the north is taking us as it's trying to encounter that same area going into the air in the backside of that. I think it's causing it to stop rotating. Pardon me, it's not as tight. So it's we'll see if they go back to, Doppler indicated. But it was observed, and let's see if there's any debris that's left with this. Yeah, there's a little debris still on that last scan right about through here. So there's still debris field that's in there. Waverly Hall, Georgia, and Atlanta, Georgia. Let's talk about that. So now that we see what's going on here, we'll get back to our viewing area. So you guys know, again, if you're just joining us, all that in Chilton, Coosa, Shelby counties where the tornado warning is, that is not going to impact us. It would have to be south. So when we're looking at all this even to the southwest of Montgomery, that's not going to impact us, those severe storms. So the good news is, if you're joining us again, the good news is we haven't seen the sort of volatility we're seeing north has not happened southwest, and that's good news. And that was earlier consensus today, seeing that, but you still got to let it come through and see how it's going to behave, because we're still under that tornado watch as well. So let's get you some radar here, and tell you what's going on. So we got some temperatures here. We'll give an idea, quick check. With temperatures in the upper 70s in Alexander City, mid 70s, we're about the same everywhere. It's pretty consistent, low to mid 70s, and areas in Pine Mountain, Harris County, we're not doing too bad. Okay, yeah, okay, so we'll go a little slower on these maps. Sorry about that, guys. So we got you. We appreciate everyone's feedback. That's great. If you guys say don't move it fast, we're good with you. So right now, Pine Mountain, there we are right there. Harris Road, we're looking at this. Waverly Hall looking good. There's no rain with this. This is just picking up a lot of air movement right now, so we're not seeing it. And that's out of Peachtree City, that radar scan. If you look around Chambers right now in Lee County, what we see here, that is just some shower activity. We call it convective shower activity. Nothing severe with that. And as you can see, so that's some good news. And we're checking all that, and that's coming right out of areas of, we get outside of Maxwell, and that's it. So that's not, so right now we're doing okay. We're doing okay in these areas here. So let's go back over and get some more radar images here for you guys. And what we're going to do here too, I'm going to have Cody, I'm just going to do an on-air cue. What I'd like to do here, guys, especially before we get into the 11 o'clock hour Eastern Time, 10 Central, we're going to switch computers. We're going to go to Max 1, guys, and then Max 2 I'm going to take down. We're going to do that too, because that's going to need to have a little bit of a break, and we'll move over to this one if you want to get that situated. And what we'll do is we're going to flip over to people at home. Don't care, because that's not going to affect you. For us here, as we're just doing this as well. Russell County, Alabama. Right now, you guys are clear. I mean, there's nothing there. So just to give you some perspective, Russell County, right here, Lee County, Harris County, Georgia, all the way through here, doing okay. Atlanta, Georgia, right now is seeing some exercise too as well. So okay, it's up. So we're going to have Cody start driving that. And Cody, if you drive just for 1 second, I'm going to tap out here for 1 second.
Alrighty, yeah, we're We're watching this, and just show the radar full screen, please. There we go. Thank you. And we're watching this dangerous tornado right now moving through parts of Chilton County. Chilton, Coosa, and Shelby are under that tornado warning, tagged very dangerously as it is pushing off towards the northeast here, and it is wrapped in rain. If you know somebody up in Clanton, up near Mineral Springs, Weogufka, even in Coosa County, you are not going to see this. You are seeing tremendous amounts of lightning with this, and you can see the signature here. It is ramped up across parts of Chilton County, just south of the Isabella area, and also up towards parts of the Kinchin area, Adams, and this is moving off towards the northeast with this circulation here. So it is very dangerous as they've tagged it. So Clanton, Mineral Springs, over here towards the Talladega Springs area, and even areas around Alabama 145 are under that tornado warning all the way to 10 o'clock Central Time. And this is 11 Eastern if you are watching on over here in Georgia. But we continue to watch the conditions kind of get a little bit more favorable. We've seen the tornadic activity really ramp up across the area over the past hour or so. We've really seen the intensity tick up here, but overall, we'll continue to see the storms off towards the southwest move into a more favorable environment. You can see we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Clark, Monroe, tagged tornado possible. This is off towards just north of Mobile area, near the Monroeville area, Beatrice, Uriah, north of that area. And then even over here towards Wilcox County and Dallas County, near the Carloville area, we have a broad circulation, but I'm pretty curious. This may actually go tornadic soon, eventually. Just looking at the cell here near the Carloville area, this will be moving off towards the northeast, up towards the Whitehall, up towards just the Selma area, Highway 80. If you know anybody there, potentially, possibly something could develop as well over the next probably hour or so. But the dangerous storm that continues to be on the ground here, this is over near the Maplesville area, the Isabella area, the new Convert area, all the way moving up to Alabama 22, possibly, hopefully this misses Clanton. Let's see. I think it's going to be very close. Also the Lomax area, Thornsby, Mineral Springs, Gap of the Mountain.
Are you switched over?
Yeah, I'm switched over.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm working off of Max 1. The Marble Valley area, the Kinsey. Can you go check in the back though, please? Thank you. And then as we look ahead, we have a tornado warning up around the Talladega area near the Munford community. This is right around Interstate 20, the Lincoln area. And then also down here towards the south, we are seeing that circulation. And let's see, we'll try and get Max 2 back up since it is now restarted. But this is a really dangerous storm here. And you can see we do have a debris detector. We have that good circulation producing that damaging tornado, and it's been on the ground for a good, let's see, a good 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes already across parts of Clanton, or Chilton County rather. Yeah, okay, so yeah. Do you want me to go back to Max 2? Okay, we're going to stay on Max 1. Sorry, this is behind the scenes talk, but overall, the radar, let's just do a wide view and let's just dissect it, because we're seeing some convection starting to pop ahead of the system, which has been below severe limits. So you're getting rain in Troy, you're getting rain around Union Springs, you're getting rain around Tuskegee, western portions of Lee County, right there around the Notasulga area, you're getting some heavy to moderate showers just north of the Tuskegee area there, right there around the Tallapoosa County line. Lochapoka, a little bit heavier. Not seeing any lightning, so that's some good news, but we'll be seeing some storms move into the area, especially as we head into the midnight hours and overnight as the storm system gets much closer. Up towards the Camp Hill area, Waverly Hall, a little bit heavier rain there around Alabama 50. This is moving up into areas of Lafayette. Again, below severe limits for you guys, and we have that tornado watch until 4 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Central Time. This is moving up into Alabama 77 there, the Penton community, all the way up into northern Chambers County, the Milltown, the Davidston area, Wadley, and then Roanoke. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for the Cleburne County area, parts of Anniston, those areas. And now we'll go back to the rain is gone. So you are actually good. I would say good night to you guys. Yeah, I would say y'all have a great night ahead. Y'all, the rain, all that is moved out. And so conditions are actually going to be going downhill if you're across parts of West Georgia, Carrollton, Temple, Tallapoosa, Georgia, Cedartown. You got this big blob of rain and even potentially some tornadic activity coming up into parts of that area too. But we continue to watch this tornadic signature, and just looking at it in the rain mode, it is a massive blob of rain. You would not know that there is a tornado involved in this. Right there, moving just towards the southwest of Clanton, and this is moving up into the Chilton County area. So we'll get back over here towards the News 3 viewing area. Smith Station, we're still in the clear for now. We're going to be waiting until right there around 10, 11, midnight for you guys over there in the Lee County area. But overall, you're seeing some rain, though, on the western side of Lee County. That is nothing to be concerned about. That's just your general rain shower for now up around the Waverly area, Notasulga, Camp Hill, and then up into parts of Chambers County right there with some showers, and even down towards Tuskegee, some light showers here, and then also down into parts of Troy. Nothing too worrisome right now. With this, even around the Elba area, and then you get down here towards Andalusia, you get some heavier thunderstorms moving into the region, and then over here towards Monroeville, tornado possible with the threat of some hail. All right, and we are loving your questions about what is going to be happening here, so we'll try to get as local as we can. Just keep them coming. And Upson and Taylor counties, you guys are going to be more so in the early morning hours. So you probably around I would say probably 2 a.m., 3 a.m. time frame for areas of Thomaston and even over towards parts of Butler, Howard, Rupert, those areas around Taylor County, and even parts of Reynolds. So you're going to be on the back side of this system as we get closer into the overnight period. So you're definitely going to have, if you want to take a quick nap now, you can set your alarm clock for maybe midnight, and then we'll still have several hours before it actually arrives to you over there in Upson and Taylor County. So just a rundown of some warnings. Tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning for Clark and Monroe. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Dallas County. This is just south of the Selma area, 60-mile-per-hour wind, some quarter-size hail. And then we have the tornado warning, which is pretty dangerous. And it's been gate to gate for the longest right here around Alabama 22, right there between Isabella and Clanton. And that is what we are watching there. Moving all the way up into, let's see, that would be northern Chilton, Coosa County, with this warning on the top side, and then moving up into parts of Sylacauga, Weogufka, and then again, following this severe wind event that is preceding actually the tornado threat there with the warning. So Harris County timeline is probably going to be right there around, I would say, midnight or 1 a.m. And then Auburn, let's actually go to the Auburn camera. Let's take a live look outside right now. This is Toomer's Corner. And let's see, the wind is blowing. You can see the traffic light there with the sign that says College Street kind of blowing and dangling and moving. You can see the trees off towards the left side in the back side of the background there of the traffic light blowing in the winds. And these winds have been pretty gusty. We've seen winds around 30, 35. Ooh, look at the sign there. It was almost vertical, or horizontal, I should say, towards the ground. That was a pretty big gust of wind. So that's what we're watching now. So you could just tell the atmosphere is angry. It is juiced up. It does not like what it is experiencing, and it is producing these very strong and violent storms across the southeast, and it's been pretty nasty this afternoon across Mississippi. Northwest Alabama finally has calmed down, and now we're going to be continuing to watch it as it goes into the region. Great question from Matt. Could it weaken as the cooler air overnight comes in? So we do have radiational cooling into the overnight, but we're not going to be cooling a whole lot. We're still going to be very mild for March standards. So we didn't have anything to kind of stabilize the atmosphere. It is still very unstable. And storms may be quote unquote weaker, but they're still going to be coming in with some strong gusty winds. We may not be seeing the violent and strong tornadoes. We may be seeing some rain-wrapped tornadoes, but I don't think the storms will weaken a whole lot as we lose that heating of the day coming in. But that is a great question. But I do think just prepare for the worst and hope for the best scenario, and hopefully it just continues to weaken. We want it to weaken. We don't want to be here any more than you want to stay up at tonight. So that's what we're going to be watching, and hopefully we'll cross our fingers that we can get unscathed tonight as it pushes in. But we're starting to see that rain push into East Alabama right now, but the severity of those showers are non-existent. All of the heavier stuff is off towards the west. And let's see. Let's check on chat. Let's see what we got going on over here. Birmingham. Let's see. That tornado is actually getting several reports of some damage coming in here across parts of Maplesville. Shelby County, Calera, still damage reports coming in from that tornado that moved through parts of that area. And we'll get to an update in Columbus in just a moment, because nothing has really changed in terms of timing. We're still looking on after midnight across the area from Columbus, even into parts of Omaha, Russell County, Eufaula, Barber County, those areas right there around that midnight time frame. We may have some showers ahead of that, but that's really not going to impact the forecast a whole lot as we continue to go over the next couple of hours, because it is 10:23. We will actually be providing an on-air update on WRBL and News 3 coming up at the top of the hour at 11 o'clock with the latest with this system, with the whole First Alert weather team. And they've issued some flash flood warnings, too, with this system. So we said all severe weather threats, tornadoes, wind, hail, flooding, we're all on the table. We're seeing that across much of Alabama right now. And you can see it starting to push into parts of Georgia here. We had that flash flood warning includes parts of Anniston, Talladega, Ashland, and then parts of the Goldville area right there around the Tallapoosa County line. All right, we got some watchers in Caseta, Alabama, or Caseta. What's the correct pronunciation for the Alabama one? just let us know in the chat. But Notasulga and even Troy, y'all are going to be right there on the earlier timeline, probably within the next hour, hour and a half, 2 hours for you guys. And then hopefully it's an early night and y'all can get to bed right there around midnight Central Time for you guys over there in Chambers County, Notasulga and Troy. So, but you're seeing some rain right now, or some light showers through parts of Notasulga, even Troy. The showers you're seeing right now, nothing to be worried about. The energy's still off towards your west there, down in Pike County, Alabama. Any more questions? Did we get the pronunciation? Not yet. All right, but still concerned about this very dangerous tornado that is moving through parts of Chilton County. Let's get another. Ooh, that looks like it is going right over the city. That is not good. That is not good. It looks like Clanton may actually take a direct hit based upon that, the latest scan on velocity. Let's see if we have debris. It looks like it might have lifted, which may be some good news there, but that is right on top of downtown Clanton, right there. Just damage reports continue to come in. Homes, structural damage. Reports of trees down. This is actually coming in from Auburn. So this is non-thunderstorm wind damage in Auburn. A tree fell on a vehicle. So that's actually something we should probably send down to the newsroom. Tree fell on a car in Auburn. Minor injuries reported. That is coming from the EMA in Lee County, Alabama.
Will the system weaken before it gets to Columbus?
Will it weaken? I hope it does. Will it weaken? We just have to wait it out. As of right now, it is not weak by any standards as it continues to just lift off towards the east. And you see all this energy lifting ahead of it. That is actually kind of just, helps kind of fuel and maybe even tweak some of these storms where it actually rotates a little bit, where it ingests that little feeder band coming in from the southeast. So especially around Monroeville, the stuff around Evergreen may, as it gets north of Evergreen, that system may kind of just, it may merge, and it actually may strengthen the system as it goes over the several scans. 35th Street in Columbus, a tree down. So I wonder, let's see, how strong are the winds in Columbus?
We're also getting questions about how it's going to be when it gets to LaGrange. So if we put a track on this real quick so everyone can get a timing on this. We're still expecting shortly after midnight, but the Troup County Sheriff's Office, for anyone that was asking about a shelter, they're asking about that in our YouTube chat. But for LaGrange specifically, the Troup County Sheriff's Office has put a temporary storm shelter open at 1700 Whitesville Road in LaGrange. I will be putting this in the chat so that you can have the link to that, and that is already open now. Now, something that I do want to stress to everyone who is asking about shelters, now is the time to go to those storm shelters when that watch has been activated. All of the EMA approved shelters are going to be open because of that tornado watch. When we have a tornado warning, that is not the time to go to these storm shelters. That is a time to shelter in place wherever you are. Now, if you don't know where to go, if you have a one-story home like I do, it's going to be getting as many walls in between you and the outside. So we're going to continue to talk about safety over the next several hours, keeping you safe, keeping you prepared. Now is not the time to panic. I know all of this seems really scary. This is a very powerful storm system that's produced several confirmed tornadoes, but we're going to keep you safe, once again, keep you prepared. So if you don't know where to go in your home, once again, several walls in between you and the outside. Cover your head with anything you can get your hands on, whether that's your mattress, whether that's a blanket, a pillow, a book. Protect your head at all costs. And for most people, that's going to be their bathroom, under the stairs, in their closet. But of course, the best place is going to be the basement. And we look at that track for this storm system. We're of course watching those storms and those cells off to our west, some of those with a tornado possible tag. We have those confirmed tornadoes just to our northwest, but the good news, it looks like the tornado warnings and those tornadoes are going to go to our north, but we're going to be really watching those cells off to our southwest. So just a timing track on this. Right now, 11:44 for Troy, 10:13 Central Time for Greenville. We now have that updated to a tornado possible for a severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe, Alabama. 1:50 a.m. Eastern Time for Columbus, and we're going to continue to see that really ramp up over the next couple of hours. But one thing I do want to stress for our model runs, which we're really not going to be using models over the next couple of hours, as it gets into Eufaula, Shellman, Americus, Taylor, Talbot County, Schley County, this storm system is expected to slow down. So that's why we're saying 2 to 3 a.m., even 5 to 6 a.m. for Americus, because as it gets into our Georgia counties, it slows down. That does not mean that it weakens. We're really just going to be keeping an eye on this over the next couple of hours, Cody.
Yes, that's right. And we're still getting a lot of damage reports coming in from the storm in Clanton. And we're still getting showers to develop across the region. And like Kaylee said, that's some good advice about those shelters. Now is actually the time to go there. They activate when we get that tornado watch, and we did get that earlier, right around 9 o'clock, and it is 10:31 right now Eastern Time, 9:31 Central. So the heaviest or most severe part of this line of storms is going to be moving into the city of Montgomery around 10:08 Central, so within the next 30-40 minutes. Greenville, Alabama, 10:13 Central, so that is roughly probably 45 minutes as well. Tuskegee in East Alabama, parts of Macon County, right there around 11:19 Central, and then Troy, 11:44. So about a couple of hours still until it gets to Troy. Columbus, 1:50, and even down across parts of Ozark down there in Dale County, Alabama, 1:14 Central. The tornadic activity for now has lifted north and will pass north of Columbus. However, that does not diminish our threat. Our threat can still produce tornadoes if these storms, just like that Chilton County storm, taps the right amount of energy, lift, and shear. It can ramp up and cause a significant tornado as well. And we were talking about, everything seems to be in a lull. We didn't have the tornadic activity like we did the past 30 minutes or so an hour ago. You can see that it kind of goes in cycles. The atmosphere has to regenerate itself, and it just goes in cycles. The tornado will fall apart, and then it'll tap a part of the atmosphere that was not used up yet, and that's what we're continuing to see. And we've been baking in that sun pretty much all afternoon. We got into the 80s today. It's still pretty warm across most of the region. We'll go check the dew point here right now, and you can see dew point 61. Yeah, that's pretty warm. It's not in the mid-60s, but still very conducive for severe weather. And even you could just see those violent winds, non-thunderstorm winds with the pressure gradient. And speaking of the winds, with that report of some tree down in Columbus, we did get a gust of 43 miles per hour back around for the 10 p.m. Observation. It was 43 miles per hour. So that's pretty significant for a non-thunderstorm wind gust. And you can see that camera is pretty shaky there across parts of Toomer's Corner. That's a live look at Magnolia and College. And we have the tornado watch until 4 a.m. Eastern for everybody but Taylor, Sly, Sumter, Webster, Randolph. You're not under this tornado watch. However, you will likely be added to a later tornado watch as we go into the overnight hours and into Sunday morning. So Auburn, Columbus, Fort Benning, Lumpkin, Eufaula, Clio, Fort Gaines, Auburn, LaGrange, you all are under that tornado watch. And also, this was from Eufaula Mayor Jack Tibbs. They will be opening the Eufaula Community Center at 7:30, which is already open now, to provide shelter from the possible severe weather. No provisions will be provided, but bring blankets, chairs, pillows, toiletries, toothbrush, and any medications you might need. So that is also available down across Barber County and the city of Eufaula, right there. The community center in Eufaula is open for a shelter if you need one down in Eufaula. I'm not sure if that's added to the list, and you can get a full list on our website with that flow code on the screen. That you can just scan that with your phone's camera, and it will take you right to that information. So going back to the winds, the wind gust, we got to 43. You can see they're screaming out of the south here. So that is why we're seeing some very strong tornadoes coming into parts of Alabama here. And we do have I think they've reissued a tornado warning for Coosa County. We'll get to that in a little bit in a moment, but temperatures are still in the 70s. It's 10:30 at night, and yes, temperature in Columbus, 74. That's all you need for severe weather. We still have a lot of instability. And let's take that Toomer's Corner camera live again, and you could just see those wind speeds. Just look at the traffic lights there, even the College Street sign. It is just blowing. I wish we had some audio here, and probably all you'd hear was shh as the wind goes by. But yeah, it's going to get pretty rough over the next couple of hours as these storms get a little bit closer. So yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. That's a live look in East Alabama, which will be one of the earlier spots to see the tornadic activity or potential tornadic activity as we go into the overnight hours. Let's just give you an overview of the synoptic features of this storm system. So we had a good area of low pressure that developed out of the Rockies that produced some violent tornadoes across parts of Missouri, parts of Arkansas, and let's also, if you didn't see the winds in West Texas, parts of Oklahoma, bringing in all of that dust from the surface because it's been so dry out there, they had like a dust storm almost with 70, almost 80 mile per hour winds just on the back side of the system. That just goes to show you the strength of this area of low pressure. And we got a secondary low pressure kind of develop across Texas, and now it's sitting right there around the mid-south of Memphis. And that's kind of bringing in this wave that we're tracking here across the southeast. So you see that tornado watch highlighted there from Atlanta, Columbus, all the way down towards the Gulf Coast of Florida and Alabama. A massive shield of rain all the way even up into the Ohio River Valley there. And then we're just watching this cold front push through. So it will be a secondary cold front coming through, especially tomorrow. Most of the day, Sunday, is actually still going to be kind of on the warm side until we get the colder air to come on in. So this is a wide view of it. You can see that we're in that warm sector. We're showing you those 70s earlier tonight, and we have some violent tornadoes. So here's a rough timing of the system. I know Kaylee said we're not really using models. We're kind of nowcasting. Yeah, we're kind of doing that, but here's a general interpretation. I know you all want to know, when's it going to hit my house? When's it going to hit X location? Here you go. If you know where your general location is, we got the major cities here. You can see midnight in East Alabama, and then we'll roll it forward to about 3, 4 o'clock. East Alabama will be done by then. And still, look at the temperatures down towards the south. We're still in the 70s. So yeah, even by 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, we're still going to be dealing with this. And then hopefully the first alert weather team will be getting some sleep by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and when all this is said and done. But right now we're still waiting. We're just waiting for this system to get here. But we do have that confirmed tornado. So they downgraded it from a dangerous tornado to a confirmed tornado as it moved across Chilton County. And I'm curious if, okay, we still have a good wrapped up location. And I bet, you know what, I bet it cycled. That's what it did. It cycled as it moved through Clanton. So Clanton probably got lucky there as it lifted. But it's still wrapped in rain, and that's what we're going to be watching as it gets a little bit closer to us, especially with these on the southern end of this around Ottaugueville, Whitehall.
Can we look at velocity on that one?
On Ottaugueville? Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation right there around the Whitehall, just north of the Highway 80 area there in, that would be Lowndes County, Alabama. Nothing formal, nothing triggered by the National Weather Service. But we do have some very gusty winds. Look at this. This is 40, 50 mile per hour winds here. And we're getting that ahead of the system here across Columbus. And we just had a higher wind gust, actually a 44 reported at 10:30 at the Columbus airport. So yeah, it is getting pretty gusty and windy across the Fountain City here. And here's that strongest tornado on the radar near the Kinsey area, south of Gold Branch, Moriah, Dollar, Lyle, those areas out in Coosa County. Coosa County is a very rural county, and it's also got a lot of hardwoods and trees and all that, you know, across parts of Coosa County, which is moving up into areas of Weogufka and also over towards the Kellyton area around the US 280 area, just south of the Sylacauga, Goodwater, those areas will be impacted with that. And we'll switch it back over towards the rain mode over here, and let's go down here towards nothing severe. So that's good. So that's actually good news. Nothing severe down here. We don't want anything severe. But we'll be watching the storms around Andalusia, Georgiana, Greenville, Whitehall, and then we have a big, massive shield of rain over here towards the Heflin, Folsom, Lineville, Anniston area. That'll all go up into the Atlanta area. We're starting to get some lightning right around Fort Davis and areas of Tuskegee. Let's see, just they had a 58 mile per hour wind gust reported at the NAS Whittington Field in, I'm assuming that's Mobile. That's pretty impressive. Mm-hmm. Do we have any questions coming in?
If we can just get some times on a couple of these, so Pine Mountain and Ellaville, Georgia.
Alrighty, I'm gonna, let's see.
Really just our Georgia counties. I know we stopped it right after Columbus, but if we couldn't, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Ellaville, roughly, I would say about the same time as Americus, 239. And what was the other one?
And then Pine Mountain.
Pine Mountain, Columbus, 123. So roughly right there about 130, I would say, for Pine Mountain and areas of northern Harris County. The good news right now, nothing severe south of that tornado warning, but we all know how things can quickly change.
And we've also got those winds picking up right now, anywhere from 30 to even 45, and we've had higher already, and that's all ahead of these storms. So when these storms move in, and I know we were showing you the wind gust forecast earlier today, those were non-thunderstorm winds. So that's what you're seeing right now. Wherever we have those storms later on, the next couple of hours, just after midnight for most of you, through those early morning hours, that's going to be upwards of 60 miles per hour with those stronger severe thunderstorms, potentially 70, wherever we do have a considerable thunderstorm. That's what that means. Considerable is 70, potentially even higher with those thunderstorms. So when we're talking about non-thunderstorm winds, that's currently what we're seeing, and we've already seen upwards of 45. And if we take the Auburn Cam live, those winds have been gusty, and we even have a couple of cars out there. You can see lightning off in the distance. And we're going to continue to keep an eye on this radar over the next several hours. Confirmed tornadoes just off to our northwest. And some of these have been considerable, have done damage. We've already got reports of injuries off to our north, but we're also going to keep an eye on these cells just to our southwest. I'm going to take this track off and zoom in a little bit more on some of these cells that we're looking at. So the one moving through Otagoville, moving just to the north of Montgomery, really keeping an eye on this over the next 1 to 2 hours. There's a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, but also really broad rotation right now. But as it continues to move to the north, will it tighten back up? So portions of Tuskegee, Auburn, Lafayette, West Point, keep an eye on those storms. The one right now that is confirmed just to the west of Alexander City, that's likely going to go to our north. But we're really going to be watching those storms to our south. And what's really fueling all of this is we've had really high wind shear. Wind shear is when the winds are changing as you go up in the atmosphere. And when we have that, it's one, an ingredient that we really need. We've also been really humid. So ingredient number 2. And then we also have really warm temperatures. All 3 ingredients are in place today. Those temperatures got into those 80s. The dew points, or the humidity, was also elevated. And I don't know if you noticed, but it was also pretty breezy. We have all those things in place today. And some things that, if I roll this thing back, or the radar back, we have these convective rolls. So this is an indication that it is unstable across our atmosphere. So all these little lines, or these things in our radar through east of Auburn all the way through Crawford, that's an indication to us right before those storms move in that it is unstable. And of course, we are going to be staying with you all throughout the night, all the way through tomorrow morning, doing continuous coverage online. And of course, right at the top of the hour at 11 o'clock, we will be on air right here on Channel 3, giving you up-to-date information on how you can be prepared. Even though those storms are starting to move in, get your plan together now with your family. Make sure your kids know where to go to be safe. And also, do you have a weather radio? Is it plugged up? Is it on? A lot of people think it's on and the batteries are actually old and it's not going to work in the first place. So go ahead and take those next couple of hours to be prepared. And you can also scan the flow code right there on your screen to get a list of those tornado shelters. And we have a couple of those that are already open because we're already under that tornado watch. And some of those counties, Lee County specifically, has been open since 7 o'clock this afternoon. So right now, take that time while it's staying calm, if you live in a mobile home, to go to that tornado shelter near you. I know a couple of our counties, Columbus specifically, does not have any tornado shelters here locally. So please keep that in mind over the next couple of hours before you get out when we have an actual tornado warning here locally. Now, what's fueling all of this is a very powerful storm system. So we have that tornado watch already in place for most of the viewing area. You can see flash flood warnings off to our north, across Tennessee, back into northern Alabama. And then we're going to have not 1 but 2 cold fronts move through. So people have been asking if the colder air tonight is going to help. We're not going to cool off before those storms move through. We're going to cool off after. So we have the tornado watch in place. Now, Muskogee County, we're going to roll through. This is a model. We really don't like to use it, but just to give you a general timing of when it's going to move through. Really don't think about how those storms look. Use it as a timing. And also add 45 minutes on to the beginning and 45 minutes on to the end as this is going to be moving through within the next couple of hours. So we're going to start to see Auburn, Opelika, Lafayette, midnight. So think about really 11:30 all the way to about 1 o'clock when we start to see those move in. Auburn, Lafayette, Hurtsboro, all the way back down to Clayton. And also it's moving from the northeast back down towards the southwest, so it's slanted. So keep that in mind. That's why some of our times aren't exactly lining up. So we're not saying 12 o'clock for Lafayette, 12 o'clock for Clayton. That's why we have you all with a slightly different time. So keep that in mind if we're giving you different times in the chat. Beginning to move into portions of Columbus, Muskogee, right around 1 o'clock all the way through 3 o'clock. We're giving you a big window because the timing is going to change over the next couple of hours. Pine Mountain right around 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock as well. Clayton is still here at 2 o'clock, not moving into our southeast Georgia counties until right around 2 a.m. Something that I also want to point out, even though the worst severe weather is not moving into Preston, Americus, Ellaville until 2 a.m., it's going to be windy. Auburn, clear for now. But the winds have already begun to pick back up, anywhere from 40 to 45 miles per hour actively. The live camera over in Auburn showing it has been windy this afternoon. We saw those power lights have been moving. It's calm right now, but they'll be picking back up over the next couple of minutes. You can see them beginning to move right now. So keep that in mind. Butler, Ellaville, Preston, Americus, your winds are going to be picking back up by 1 a.m. And we're going to see this eventually completely clear out of Lafayette, Auburn, Opelika, LaGrange by 4 a.m. and into our southeast Georgia counties. And then we're clear all the way until right around 7 a.m. And then hopefully, like Cody said, we're all going to be getting some sleep here on the First Alert Weather Team and also with you. But we've also already got some power outages across the area. Roanoke, Alabama has already lost some power. Now, if you, like some of my family, if it's just windy and breezy, you're going to lose power. Please make sure that you have your generator going, you have batteries, you have charged your phone going into the rest of the overnight, because that's what it's going to be. It's going to be windy. We're going to possibly see some strong tornadoes across the area. We're not going to say we're going to see violent long track tornadoes, but we're going to be keeping an eye on any of these tornadic storms off to our west. And also, we're not ruling out strong wind as well. We're going to give you another look at that radar as it continues to move through. So once again, most of us are staying clear right now, but will we over the next couple of hours? So right now we have a confirmed tornado just the west of Alexander City, a lot of lightning with these storms. So Coosa County, observed tornado. We also are watching a broad rotation in Ottauguaville, not enough to prompt the tornado warning, but no severe weather anywhere along that line to the south. It is going to ramp up. Once again, really warm temperatures, really humid. So Muscogee County, be prepared anywhere from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. And we've also got a couple of those storms beginning to pop back up Tuskegee down toward Union Springs. Just some light rainfall to moderate rainfall, which is prompting those gusty winds across our Alabama counties. So Columbus, be ready for some rain over the next 1 to 2 hours ahead of those storms. And we're going to be watching some of those, and we're getting more power outages across Alabama. Montgomery, a lot of power outages from that tornadic storm that moved through earlier. Doraville and Talladega. And Talladega, that is where we had another tornadic storm move through, and a lot of these are widespread power outages. And we are going to expect power outages heading into tomorrow morning. And if you know of any damage reports or power outages, we would love for you to send those to us because we need everyone to be staying informed. And we also had another tree that was fallen on, I believe it's 35th Street in Columbus. So be prepared for those. If you do not have to be out on the roads today or tonight, tomorrow morning, after all this is over, I know it's going to be calm. It's going to be beautiful tomorrow afternoon. But there's going to be power lines down. There are going to be trees down on the roads. Let emergency management do their jobs. Let them clear up. Let the linemen get out there. Get all of those power lines back up, Bob.
Yeah, Kaylee, excellent. And that's a great reminder because these winds have been consistent all day long. We're talking about winds that were actually anywhere, I got myself untucked here, there we go, anywhere that been up to 40 to 45 mile an hour wind gusts. So that's weakening a lot of these trees. That's why they're going out and having some issues. If Georgia, let's talk about North Georgia, Atlanta, Rome, and Carrollton. These areas, can we just show that for just a second, Kaylee, right up to this area, get north of the valley? This has been the most tumultuous area right now. There's Roanoke, so we're even higher than that. And we get into areas north into like Franklin. We get outside of Carrollton here, areas that are coming out of Alabama. That would affect Rome. So if we go all the way up to Rome, Georgia, in the northwest part, that severe thunderstorm up to there is going to be impacting Rome. So folks wondering about Rome, that Rome is going to be hit with probably some strong winds, possibly damaging winds at this point, but no tornado there. That's the good news. Carrollton, Georgia is on the outside edge of it, so Carrollton doesn't have much of anything, just some rain and a few areas of thunder. And the power outages, again, just looking at some of that areas we have power outages. Let's see what the other power outages on that. Again, I think it on here. This is all power outages? Okay, so the power outages in Georgia are North Georgia, including Atlanta, Rome, and Carrollton. And there's still another round of showers and storms that are coming through. So that's not a good thing when that happens like that. I just want to let everyone know it is almost 5 minutes to the hour. We're going to be live on News 3 too. We're still streaming here on YouTube, Facebook, WRBL.com. And what we're doing is this is the preview before the overnight when we start seeing the storms to the south here to ramp up. If you heard meteorologist Kaylee Barbie talking about. So this is what we're really concerned about is all this down through Millbrook, Otagoville, Titus, up through Rockford. US 231 is getting hammered here. There's been a lot of damage. And again, the Walmart that we were talking about earlier over parts of Shelby County in Alabama got hit really hard. And you're going to see a lot of this damage reports coming in the next day. That's for our friends off to the west. But we're going to be watching this to the southwest. So this whole line of showers and storms is going to be coming into our region. So where are we? This is Chambers County right here. Okay, that's where Lafayette is. Waverly. Here's Waverly. There's Dadeville on the outside of here. Tallahassee going into Nottawaga, right into Lee County, Macon County, all the way down to Shorter. So these are areas we got to pay very close attention to. Woodbury, what are you watching over here in Woodbury? So Woodbury, Georgia, let's go over to Meriwether County, pardon me. Here's Greenville, Luthersville all the way through here. Woodbury on the outside here, right along Georgia State Route 109 that runs up through here, and it goes right through Greenville, and it goes right into Troup County. Well, we have nothing here. The air is moving fast. Kaylee pointed out this tremendous amount of consistent wind, even in Mock, Georgia. Buffalo Simon telling us when we get farther south over in Taylor County, these areas there are seeing that. We're looking at, again, back off to the north of West Point. We're seeing a little bit of some thunderstorms starting to develop this west coming into Troup County. So we're going to watch that, Kaylee. I think it's important that we keep watching that.
That's right, Bob. And I also just want to point out that we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning on that cell that we've been watching in Otagoville. So that's for Otaga, Coosa, and Elmore County, heading towards Alexander City. So if you know anyone in Alexander City, I do have family that lives in Alexander City, tell them to go ahead and get their safe place because we've been watching this for very broad signs of rotation. There's not any tornado possible tag on this. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning because of the strong winds that it's been producing up to 60 miles per hour. Heavy rainfall, and there's a lot of lightning with this storm. Look at all that lightning from Marbury down to Wetumpka, also Prattville. And this is just now passing the Interstate 65, going to be passing over State Route 231 and also into Eclectic within the next couple of minutes, next 20 to 30 minutes. This is a fast-moving storm, and it's also just to the south of that confirmed tornado warning, which they're possibly going to be allowed to expire right at 10:15 Central Time. And once that's also moving to the north of Alexander City, moving through Goodwater's side of that tornado warning, and now it has moved to the north of Rockford. So places that need to be watching, keeping an eye on this storm. North of Auburn, Lafayette, West Point, LaGrange, you're still really far out, but just keep an eye on those storms that are now moving to your southwest. Otagoville, this is Otagoville storm being one. Also, all of these storms, the one moving through Highland Home, Brantley, Red Level, Beatrice, they don't seem like a lot right now, but I promise you, over the next couple of hours, we have all this untapped air, as we like to call it, right here over our viewing area. Really humid air, really warm air, and also really windy air. The storms really love this untapped air right over our area. We do have a couple of cells beginning to pop up, Union Springs, Tuskegee, even over at Auburn, Opelika right now. I think our live cameras, it is showing some rain and heavy rainfall at that, beginning to move through Auburn. If we can take that, showing those gusty wind and the rain. We've been seeing Hogansville, sorry. Hogansville, I've been asking about a couple of different things, the timing as well. So Hogansville right now, not looking too bad. We're not seeing any severe weather, but let's put a track on what we're expecting. So we're watching a couple of different things, and they're all moving to the northeast. And the timing of this, what we've been talking about, is moving pretty consistently, but then it's going to begin to slow down. And we're all familiar about how those storms slow down as they get into Georgia, but we're not expecting them to weaken. And I want to point that out. And there's another thing that people have been talking about. Well, the severe storms are to our north, so it's not going to be that bad here. We're watching the storms to our southwest. Now Auburn, right around 10:30 p.m. Central Time. That's really going to be for those showers and storms that we're watching. But the worst of it, we're expecting right around 11:30, 12 o'clock Central Time. Valley, right around 10:51 p.m. Central Time. Columbus, right around 1 a.m. Macon 310. So this is going to be moving really fast. Taylor, this is now updated. We now have a new tornado warning for Coosa County. They're just trimming that tornado warning to move some people out of it. And I also want to point out, look at all the lightning along that line. We have flash flood warnings. Flash flood warnings will be possible later on tonight. And Bob, look once again, those showers and storms that are popping back up.
The city of Auburn camera, that shows us ahead of what's going on. So the winds are starting to come on down. You can see how the pole that's holding the cameras here, the city of Auburn, are moving rapidly. The wind is coming down. This is really squally, and we're seeing some very strong wind gusts. With Kayla, get some wind, at least some velocity scans on this coming up. It is 15 minutes to 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 Central. You saw what was going on live. We're going to be joining News 3 live, if anybody wants to know what's going on after the basketball game, which will be about 25 minutes after the hour. So we're staying here no matter what. So if we're not on News 3, and we will be when we have any kind of storms on the ground or anything that would become life-threatening, otherwise we're still here no matter what on the YouTube. Thanks for subscribing and liking and sharing this too and letting people know what's going on. So Kaylee's giving us real-time wind gusts right now. You saw the live camera. Can we go back to the live camera again? I'm going to show you what 36-mile-an-hour wind gusts look. And there you go. And we go right back there, and there you have it. So you're getting outflow winds, and this is not even associated with the direct line that we're tracking. This is a thunderstorm, and that's coming in the area, and you can see how heavy the rain is, and not to mention the wind that's blowing here and howling right now here at Toomer's Corner. And again, you can see how the traffic lights are just swaying back and forth. That's how much strength is in the atmosphere. Here's the deal, too. We're seeing these very strong south-south winds from 40 miles an hour to upper 30s right now. So that's the atmosphere that Kaylee keeps talking about. It's priming up. There's a lot more humid air lifting in with this, and we're beginning to just see these random showers and storms just popping up. But off to the west, as it moves a little bit farther east, this is the collision course of two different air masses, and that's what we're going to look at. So there will be, the question is, why does it seem to be calm? Well, I'll tell that to the folks in Auburn. It just shows you the volatility in the atmosphere right now and even locally. But what will happen is that we're going to end up seeing these storms kind of come in here and collide with that change of direction in the atmosphere. And that's when we're going to end up seeing some of these storms that could actually elevate or become severe. So, again, we're under that tornado watch. That means conditions will be favorable coming up to at least 3, 4 in the morning until this whole system passes through. And you can see southeast of Columbus right now, those winds are pretty steadily howling at southeast. And you can see by our wind particles, they're very closely together. And when they're real tight together like this, we know it's a lot of strength in the atmosphere there, okay? So back to the radar we go. We talked about areas around Sylacauga, all north and west of us has been, has been something else. But southwest of Alexander City now, this thunderstorm complex, and if Kaylee takes it almost on that same polygon trajectory, it's almost east-northeast, is going to impact the News 3 viewing area. And look at this already. We're seeing to the south Auburn's thunderstorm that's rolling in. Here's the part of the squall line that's going to actually increase some more with more showers and storms. So if you're in Tallahassee, just start getting into Macon County. We start looking a little bit off to the west, Tallapoosa counties. In Dadeville, we get to Camp Hill, and we get over here and Hughley and in Valley and Hogansville. That takes us up to around midnight Central Time, and then we get into Hogansville, that's Meriwether County, with just one particular storm. We know that line is starting to move in at least till about 1:30 to almost 2 o'clock in the morning. But Lee County, you're going to get another round of showers and storms, and it's going to be a little bit stronger. The winds that we just had, they were up to 37 or under 40 miles an hour with that. So those gusts are significant in addition to all the winds we had today. So that's what we're looking at. A lot of weakened infrastructure when it comes to our nature of trees. So those trees are going to topple and snap quite easily. So off to the west, we're looking at some more showers starting to bubble up here. Not a lot of lightning southeast of that. This, of course, tornado watch that we were talking about earlier, if you're just joining us at 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 Central. The tornado watch doesn't have the potentially dangerous situation that was issued yesterday farther west and into areas that were so severely impacted. We've had a lot of action here just around Birmingham, all the way down to Tuscaloosa, south and west, and north and east. So that's why we have the tornado watch right now. So that watch just simply means there's still a tornado possible when we start getting these storms in here. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. It means conditions are favorable. So could there be a tornado that occurs anywhere near in just a few miles or even a little greater from the watch? Yes. But when it becomes a warning, it's imminent. It's actually happening. We're on the air, and we're tracking until it's over. Street level and letting know that you safe. Sometimes we get it confirmed by storm spotters. We as meteorologists could determine by the tools and resources we have right here with our radar system. We could tell whether or not this is actually have debris with it or there's a lot of strong damaging wind. So you have to seek shelter immediately. That's the difference between a watch and a warning. Okay, so we got those two. That's tornado preparedness we're talking about. So we look here. We don't have any tornado warnings in the area here. Farther north we do, but we do have severe thunderstorm warnings right now. And the good news is, again, still we look at the area southwest of Union Springs. We're watching that. And although it doesn't look like it's very impressive, it's still intensifying, and we're getting a lot of energy still starting to fuel up ahead of it. So we got to start watching over the next few hours. We're going to have a couple multiple waves right ahead of the physical front. So you got the squall line and you got multiple waves. You get what's called nice jet max here forming, strong winds way up in the atmosphere, and at the surface they're almost running right into those winds perpendicular. So that's going to be the hazard we have when it comes to some wind damage. So Autauga, Coosa, Elmore counties, you know what I'm talking about, guys. It's knocking at our back door here in east central Alabama for the potential threat of seeing some damaging wind. And right from Monroeville all the way up to Montgomery. I mean, Kaylee, look at that. I mean, we're just seeing those storms just race through here quite a bit indeed. And we got the flash flood warnings that are up to the north from that constant training effect. Repeated areas seeing the same showers and storms, which is just flooding these roads south of Talladega, which was hit big time here earlier.
That's right, Bob. And we are expecting those flash flood warnings throughout the rest of the night. So once we're done with these storms tonight, the flash flood warnings are all across, all off to our north. Like, look at all of these through Tennessee, back into Huntsville, and some of these areas had severe weather yesterday and earlier today. So once these storms are out of here, there is a possibility that we will see some flash flood warnings as it begins to slow into portions of Georgia. Now, even though we don't really like to use models in terms of this is how severe it's going to be, we do want to give you timing. Everyone wants to know, can I get an extra hour of sleep? When can I go to bed? I know we here would like to know when we can go to bed too. So over the next couple of hours, we are expecting to move into portions of Lafayette, Opelika, still around the same time, around midnight. But that does not mean wake up right at midnight, because this is when some of the worst of it's going to be moving through. Wake up right around 11:30, give yourself 30 minutes, and also expect right around a 45-minute buffer on either side. So 11:30 to right around 1 o'clock when we begin to see it move through, not clearing Opelika, Lafayette, Auburn, Tuskegee until 2 a.m. Central Time. And because it's going from the northeast back down towards the southwest, some of these times are not going to be the same. So we will start to see some rainfall through Pine Mountain, Columbus, Fort Moore, kind of like how we're seeing right now in Auburn, Tuskegee, and Hurtsboro ahead of that line. And those storms continue to move into Georgia even before 2 a.m., so 1 a.m., 2 a.m., we're going to get those really strong storms through Talbot County, Pine Mountain, Columbus, Fort Moore, Eufaula, Clayton. Still seeing that northeast to southwest trajectory. Now Americus, Preston, Ellaville, Butler, even though it's not as bad there yet at 2 a.m., remember how we're still seeing those winds really picking up in Auburn right now. That's what you should expect around 2 a.m. there locally in Ellaville, Preston, Cuthbert, Fort Gaines. We've already seen winds up to 45, even 50 miles per hour in Auburn, Opelika, even back down to Tuskegee ahead of those storms. We're going to stay windy throughout the rest of the night as those storms begin to move in. So prepare for that. Expect that. We have a wind advisory in effect already for most of the area. So even all those weakened trees from the past couple of storms could potentially fall just from the wind advisory alone. So be aware, we've already had some reports of damage here in Columbus, some in Auburn, because of those windy conditions. And those storms continue to move into southeast of Columbus by 3 a.m., 4 a.m. So Auburn, Opelika, Lafayette, LaGrange, Tuskegee, even Hurtsboro will be clear by 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. Then you can finally go to bed. But at this point, the worst of it's going to be moving through Ellaville, Preston, Butler, Cuthbert, Fort Gaines at 4 a.m. So it's going to be an overnight event. It's going to be a nocturnal event. So have multiple ways to get warnings. I know there are reports that some NOAA weather radios are not working over in Tallapoosa County for that last severe thunderstorm warning. So please check your weather radio now. Make sure that you are getting those alerts as we head further into the night. Have us on Facebook, have us on YouTube, have your weather radio working. because you need multiple ways of getting those watches and warnings over the next couple of hours in case one goes down. And if you don't, and if you lose power, you will have us on multiple social media accounts, whether that's Facebook, whether that's YouTube, or on our WRBL radar app. We will be streaming live on all 3 of those until this thing is out of here. We were with you before the storm, we are going to be with you right now, and we are going to be with you afterwards as well. Now we'll see this thing continue to clear out all the way until right around 7 a.m. That's when we can all finally go to bed. But one thing I also want to point out is those temperatures aren't cooling down too much. That's what's helping to fuel those storms. If you walked outside this afternoon, you probably thought it is really humid, it is really warm, and it is really breezy. All of those things are helping to fuel those storms this afternoon. Now, I do want to go back to that satellite and radar just to show you those storms that we've been watching. Now, we've been really talking about this Ottagaville storm. Now it's finally severe thunderstorm warning on it, which means up to 60 miles per hour. There is some hail right at less than an inch, and this is going to be until 11 p.m. Central Time for Otaga, Coosa, and Elmore County. A lot of lightning and a lot of heavy rain with this storm. The tornado warning that was just the west of Alexander City has been allowed to expire. We're not really seeing any broad rotation, and that's one because we have a cell to the north of it and a cell to the south of it, and they're all really fighting for that energy that's currently there. Now, we're also seeing a lot of light showers, valley all the way back down towards Union Springs, some pockets of heavier rain, but we're really windy and really breezy ahead of it. So valley all the way to Greenville, keep an eye on this storm. Now, this tornado possible is to the north of the viewing area. This is not for that one just to the north of Montgomery. I don't want you to freak out when you see that tornado possible tag pop up. These are not our counties. Now, we're also watching all of these storms just to our southwest. So Dozier all the way back down to Evergreen, Beatrice, these lines of storms, as they get further towards the northeast, they're getting into more warm and more moist air, which means they have a chance to organize. But also note, we're having really heavy rain move through Dozier for the last hour. That means potential for flash flooding, and that's what's going to be moving into our areas as well. So whether it is going to be more organized convection or also flash flooding, Union Springs, Tuskegee, all the way back down towards Barber County, keep an eye on those storms. And I know my Georgia counties are saying, okay, well, they're not talking about me. Yes, we are. And we want all of our viewing area to keep an eye on all of these storms, especially the ones under a tornado watch. And most of our viewing area is, except for portions of Americus, Taylor County, even all the way back down towards Cuthbert. And this tornado watch could be extended depending on how these storms interact over the next couple of hours, Bob.
Yeah, and that's the key. You just hit the nail on the head, Kaylee, because over the next couple of hours is what we're going to be watching intently. In fact, it's 11 minutes after the hour. Eastern time, it's 11 o'clock hour. So about 25 minutes after the hour, we're going to come live on News 3 as well. We want you to stay right here on the YouTube connection, right here, the channel. This is great. You got WRBL.com, and you have PMB broadcasting Q1073 FM. That's if we have to simulcast, you lose power in the overnight. We still got to watch this because it's still going to get a little bit more tumultuous. We're going to see some energy with this system coming in. So when we do continue broadcasting, we're here until it's completely over. So this is uninterrupted here on YouTube. You're right here. You can catch us, of course, anywhere. You can share this anywhere. And again, we appreciate you guys getting that information out. It's all about just getting people open and informed what's happening. You can see the double barrel front, we call it. You got the first front here and the one behind it. That will be spinning around on our Sunday, so the winds are still going to be a factor. It's interesting, north of Jackson, Mississippi, you're still getting some kind of an intense little shower trying to develop in a thunderstorm there. That's with the second front, but everything ahead of it here, going into the watch area, you can see the storms are starting to move a little bit eastward. I'd like to do a real time, Kaylee. If you go ahead and rock it, go to radar instead of sat radar. And we'll go ahead and we'll put a trajectory line right where it's coming into East Alabama, just the showers. It doesn't have to be the main thing. And then rock it back an hour. And we could get a kind of a good sense what's coming east, northeast on this whole line so we can get an idea. So if you go back an hour, draw a line just right through, it looks like it would be right through Tuskegee, Union Springs. Yeah, right down there. And then take it forward now, I guess, right through there. What we would do is just trying to check it with the exact timing at the surface here. Let me see if I could try that too. That looks good. And you can see what Kaylee has here. Columbus is about 12:30. We'll see some of those showers that are on there. But this is what we'll do right now. We're going to go ahead. We're about an hour back, and what we're going to do here, and it is 13 minutes after. We still have 10 minutes, and we'll have a few minutes on the air on News 3. Let's just do this right here. So we have, okay, let's do this real quick. We have a line that's right over here, and we're going to take that line down, and we're going to forward it right over here. And that's about roughly what we're seeing as it's moving north and east a little bit. And we'll just give you just kind of an idea of what's happening here. And of course, about 23 miles an hour is what we're looking at, 18 to 23 miles an hour. So it is rather slow, and that's what Kaylee was saying. We got kind of a slow line here. So let's go see how far out this is. So if we had 30 before, we'll go about 25 miles an hour. And we're going to take this whole line as we put it into motion here for you. So you can see where the strongest storms are located. We're just seeing some of these kind of moving east-northeast like this. And we kind of take it up in this direction. That's about roughly what we're going to see for these areas I have highlighted. So if you're in Valley, about 21 minutes Central Time, 10:21 I should say. And again, that's coming up in a little over an hour, just slightly over an hour. Columbus, Georgia, about 12:45 after midnight. That's our Sunday morning. Get into Griffin, you get an idea of what we're talking about. And we're getting just before 2 o'clock in the morning, and in Forsyth, Georgia, getting into about 3 in the morning. So if it continues on this exact track, it could slow down, could speed up. But this is what we're looking at. Autauga, Coosa, and Elmore counties. That's what we're saying right now. Okay. So what else do we have here? So we're still looking at this whole area for probably easily at least until at least 3 in the morning. So probably about another 4 hours, I would say. And even with the tornado that we're looking at, watch, it's just to the north of our viewing area. That's going right into these areas that folks were asking about before. Like if you're in Carrollton, Georgia right now, that is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible at any time because of the way it's moving here. There could be something that drops out of that. Everything north, again, the only severe thunderstorm that's going to affect our viewing area coming up, and it's a potential of seeing a severe thunderstorm here not too long from now. If we take a look at this, we're going to talk about areas northwest of Interstate 85, Chambers County. They include Alexander City, West Point, and Tallahassee. Just to give you some perspective here, it'd be about 10:44 for Tallahassee. Look for strong winds. Some of those could be strong or damaging. Okay, so that's how fast it's moving. Roanoke, just coming up at midnight Central Time. It's only 10 o'clock, so we've got 2 more hours to go for that. West Point, probably somewhere around 1:44 in the morning, or even points even sooner than that. So just stay tuned. So let me kind of get a little closer to this too, and I'll give you guys an idea, well, as far as we're at the surface here. So I'm going to get a little closer. And what we're doing here is I'm going to go ahead and we're going to add, I'm just going to add a little bit of a line here and see how we can get you guys to see what's going on. Okay, so, all right. So everybody who's on this course, what we're talking about right now on our YouTube stream channel, you're staying with us as we get through this whole event here. And we're going to get you guys a good handle on what we're doing with timing here. And we like to get real time. The models are only going to give us a certain amount of time here, and we could go back 1 hour to see how fast the system is rolling. And this part of it is moving faster. So I want to make sure the severe thunderstorm is accurate for you guys in Chambers County. That's what I'm trying to do right now. So what we're doing is we're kind of rocking it back and forth here. You can see it as far back into central Alabama. That's around the Braggs area, just to the east of Selma. So I'll take it right through here and take it all the way. So about 43 miles an hour. Okay, that's what we're looking at. Okay, take it right now and let's get it back here. So 43 miles an hour. Let's get you back here. So we're at 25, we'll go 43. And this is what's going to be impacting us in our northern. Okay, so here we go. And this whole line here, this is probably the most accurate right here. So if you're in Tuskegee, 10:49 Central Time, the potential strong damaging winds. Not saying this is a tornado, this is just strong winds and potential of this being severe. It's severe where I'm taking it from the original part of the track. If you're in Auburn, again, Auburn, you just got hit with those heavy winds from the storms that build in from the south and lifted north. This is coming in from the west to east. So this is the line that we're going to be watching coming in the overnight. So this line here from Dadeville, Tallahassee is moving eastward towards Valley, west of Columbus. And as you can see, right through areas of Valley, Alabama, West Point. These areas here are coming up at 11 o'clock, 21 minutes after. So this is just about an hour away, okay, or a little over an hour. So within the hour, strong winds, possibly damaging winds. That's all we're seeing. We're seeing no tornadoes. We are in an environment that's still very unstable, and we're going to continue to track it, okay? Everything southeast, we're not seeing any tornadoes right now up there. Everything's north. People were asking about the Atlanta metro area. Same thing, strong damaging winds. Again, tornado possible. That includes Carrollton. It's right on top of these areas. People are in the Roswell area. Folks asked about that earlier. These areas here, like Johns Creek, you know, these areas here, Gainesville, you know, even like the Dahlonega, Gainesville satellite campus that's out through there, Marietta and Cobb County. It's about midnight. Ackworth, Georgia goes just back up a little bit, 55. And Carrollton, all the way at the bottom where the actual polygon or where the track begins, is right there on top of you. It's 32 minutes after the hour. So it's getting really close for you guys in that area as we speak. We are 19 minutes after the hour. We're going to be live on News 3 here very shortly. And we're still streaming, so don't leave the stream. Stay here all uninterrupted. We're talking about YouTube. We're going to be here all night long. We still got a long way to go here, folks, as the system is slowing down if you're just joining us. And the area we're looking at is this area down through here, just to the east shore of Alabama right now. We're seeing some strong winds. We're seeing a severe thunderstorm warning right through this area here. And again, you can see this area here is probably what we're going to be watching the most. So this we'll keep an eye on as well. So this will also move a little bit north and east, and we can put it in motion here to show you what we're talking about. So even this track looks like Columbus would be around 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, and back before that you get into Fort Rucker, would be about 41 minutes after in Alabama. This is now Carnes Air Force Base. Enterprise, you can see our Enterprise, Alabama's Union Springs too, all in our News 3 viewing area would be about 10:56. Crestview, you can see all the way down here. That is actually down in Florida. And then most south part, just to get an idea where it is in real time. And then there's still, we're going to see this line probably catch up with the first part of this, which will actually help to stave that off. But right back here, we got another line through here. So you can see how it continues to move up here. So even that back of that line would continue just before 2 o'clock in the morning. You follow about 133 Central, which would be 230 Eastern on the other side of the river when we get into areas of Quitman County. And that's what we're going to be continue to look at. It's 21 minutes after. We're just less than 4 minutes away, and we'll be on News 3 too. So if folks are wondering, we're going to have a few minutes on News 3. So the coverage will continue to be over here as well. So Andersonville, let's talk about Andersonville. And we get Andersonville, Georgia. It's still clear. Where are we with Andersonville? If you guys are asking here on YouTube right now, I would just say you're going to be getting some very strong winds no matter what, heavy rain, and some thunderstorms with it too. But again, these thunderstorms are not thunderstorms that would have us concerned like very high up in the atmosphere producing some large hail. In fact, we're not even seeing that at all at this point. So that's the good news. So what we're looking at, let me just kind of encapsulate this a little bit for you. So we look at this and you can see they're not very high based at all. I mean, up to maybe 20,000 feet. We don't have big hail cores or anything like that. This is really a very strong upper level wind dynamic system. It's weaker than what what we were hearing back in the forecast, but that doesn't mean you don't have to be tapped in. There's still a long way to go, and anything can happen. All it takes is one tornado and hit a populated area, and that changes everything. So at this point, we still got an area that hasn't even been affected yet. All of East Alabama, of course, right now, and some thunderstorms is seeing all the rain. But as far as anything severe at this point, it's north of Montgomery County, nothing in the News 3 viewing area, but that's severe thunderstorm warning is just butt up right against areas coming closer and closer to Alexander City. So Smith Station, let's give it, you want to know what time Smith Station is going to be here. We'll give it to you right now. So we're going to get a little closer so we can get to street level. And Smith Station, we're going to stop it right here. The winds and heavy rain will be in Smith Station. Let's go a little bit farther south. I want to make sure this is on the right track here. Let's go down a little bit farther south here. Apologize. There we go. So I want to make sure we have it. Try to put this all on your screen. So from Alexander City down to Eclectic, Tallahassee, Auburn, getting another round of some showers. We'll take it all the way out to Smith Station. And may have to take it here. Let's take it a little bit back further. And, a second. It doesn't like that when I got to bring it out farther. There we go. Okay, so where that severe thunderstorm warning is, which is still a distance away from Dadeville, which is still outside of our area. Let me get into Tallapoosa County, but we'll take this whole line coming into Smith Station at its given time. Probably around 35 minutes after 11, somewhere around 11:35, and that is Central Time. Of course, we're in Central Time in that part of Lee County. So 11:35 Central Time, it's 10:35, so roughly about an hour and 5 minutes or so. Smith, you'll end up seeing some showers and storms, some heavy rain. And frankly, that will be the part of the storm that we're looking at, unless it slows down anymore, because we've been seeing that already. The nature of this, I don't want to give the thing it pales in comparison to what's going on, but it is getting pretty close nonetheless. We're about 30 seconds away. What we'll do, if you're on our YouTube streaming channel right now, I'm not going away. First Alert Weather Team is here. What we're going to do in the next 20 seconds, we're going to take a quick pause. We've got the radar up here. We're coming right back. So if you're streaming with us, don't go away. Stay with me. We got to go join into live on News 3, and then we're going to come back simultaneous. So you can stay right where you're at on YouTube. And thanks for subscribing, and thank you for liking us. But don't go away. We're going to be back.
On your side, this is News 3 Night Watch.
Okay, welcome everybody. You are live right now on News 3. We're continuing our coverage. The coverage has been since 8 o'clock this evening, and we're continuing not only here, but you can also catch us at YouTube, WRBL YouTube channel. If you want to find us, if you're a social media guru and you're sitting there on your hand, you could go ahead and connect with us there. It's pinned at the top of our page. If you do that, subscribe and like us. You could share it too to keep people informed in the overnight, because you know what's going to happen here. We're going to possibly lose more power. We're seeing power outages now. We've had trees that have come down, and we've also had some other issues as well. So I want you to stay with us. Tree fell in a car right here in Auburn. Lochapoka reports of trees going down in Waverly communities. These are non-thunderstorm winds. Some of them were thunderstorms, but some of them are non-thunderstorms. And this is from the intensity and strength of this. So let's go take a look at some of the trees that are down in our areas around Columbus, Georgia. The Woodruff Farm Road area reports of trees down, and 3100 15th Avenue. Yeah, so that's another one. So here we go again. And again, what we need to do is you're joining us now and on YouTube and right here on News 3 to be informed, stay informed, have the information. Our local emergency management directors on both sides of the river, from Lee County, Russell County, Dave Martin, Chance Corbett, we got to sit down with, also has a message that everybody needs to know.
We push really hard for people to get NOAA weather radios. They're typically $20 to $30. We ask you to replace the batteries at least once a year. We'd love it if you did it twice a year, maybe when the time changed or when something else to get you on a rotation. But NOAA weather radios are by far the thing we push the most. Now, smartphone apps are great. Will it wake you up? The NOAA weather radio will wake you up.
That's great advice. And you saw the tree damage and everything else. To avoid that, having that safe spot, having that safe place. And of course, you could go to WRBL.com and click our tab up here. That tab is going to actually help us out a lot because it gives us the local shelters. If there's no shelters that are designated in the Columbus, Georgia area, for example, find someone who has a sturdy structure. You know somebody, I know you do, or try to travel to an area you think might be safe. Let's give you the latest analysis right here, and we're going to talk about this. You could see, again, there you go. We're seeing those storms coming in here. It's going to go into an environment that's a little unstable. The good news is we have not seen real strong tornadoes to the southwest. What we're going to be impacted by, The severe weather that was very tumultuous tonight, we had tornadoes on the ground, have all lifted north and towards the east of us. That's some good news. But again, keep that news handy and make sure you know what's going on. So where do we go when you have a plan? Here's what we're talking about.
If you live in a mobile home or you live in an area or a building that you think is substandard and won't, weather a storm, especially a tornado, which is really tough, when that watch happens, go to grandma's house or go to your friend's house, your neighbor's house, and spend the night there so that you're in a safer place should we have that warning.
That's perfect advice. What you're seeing here, if we could stay on this is actually from Ranger 3. This is March 3rd of 2019. Of course, this isn't to show you expecting that's what we're seeing right now, and we're not. That's the good news. But again, storms and, of course, wind. And this right here, that was a Smith Station. You may recall, of course, Billy's in Beauregard. What happened in these days, he has a lot of people on edge. And we understand it. And this is why we've been here with you. This isn't hyperbole in any way. This is just merely informing you. Nothing going on? Great news. There's nothing going on when you thought that maybe there could have been a lot stronger than we were expecting. We're not seeing that just to the west of us now, but the behavior of the system could change us a little bit. So we do expect in areas void of any rain that we've had. We're talking about portions of East Alabama, not Lee and parts of Russell, but even areas in the west central Georgia side. We haven't had much of anything here at all today except a lot of wind. And you saw the damage that we just talked about at the bottom of this hour. Certainly that is a significant deal. So we're going to go over to Lee County again and talk to, of course, Dave Martin. And our own Fiona McGee was able to give us some perspective again, why shelters are important with any kind of systems, even like these. It's better to be safe than sorry.
What are you going to do? So where am I going to go? What am I going to take? Who do I need to take with? And then after that, if you are impacted, where are you going to go after that? Or who are you going to contact to let people know that you're okay after that?
So anywhere in Lee County Emergency Management, along with Rita and our other folks that are keeping us safe, like places like this, some shelters. This would be a shelter, but you'd never want to be in an open area like a gymnasium. But these are after the fact that we get some places for folks to have a place to maybe get some food or dinner after a storm. So, of course, this is just Lee County Emergency Management Agency keeping us on top. And, of course, there's CERT vehicles and everything else they could deploy whenever there's some areas that have been severely impacted. And all our counties surrounding doing a great job in doing that, even in Talbot County, EMA Director Lee Ehrenheim, and we can go all the way down to Sumter County as well. So all of you are doing a great job. So EMA is on top of it. You could be on top of it. And how can you do that? Simply right now, just right here. Right here, you can go ahead and hit this flow code. This flow code will give you what you need to get us over to our severe weather preparedness page, and that will help us to be able to do what we need to do. Now, as far as everything else that's going on for tonight, before we get into it, we're talking about the storms that are coming in here. Another track here. Tuskegee about 10:34. Auburn, another round of showers and storms. It doesn't mean it's going to be severe. The good news is this line doesn't have any tornadoes along it right now. We're not even seeing that kind of development along it right now, but it still has to get through this area. So we're going to be tracking it here for you. If you want to dip in, dip out, but we'd love for you to stay right here in our YouTube streaming. Subscribe if you can at any kind of time, and like us too while you're there. Casita, this is Georgia, Chattahoochee County to Manchester, all the way up here in Meriwether County till about just under the 1 o'clock hour in the morning. So what are we talking about now? We're getting into the preparedness hour, and we've been talking about this, and we need to know the difference when you see these watches and warnings. And meteorologist Kaylee Barbie is here to kind of break it down for us. Kaylee.
And Bob, a lot of this is scary tonight. We have a very high-risk day, but we also have a lot of storms off to our west. So people are asking, can I go to bed? Is the worst of it going to our north? No, it is not. We're watching those storms off to our southwest. We also have a tornado watch in place for most of the viewing area. And what is the difference between a watch and a warning? A tornado watch means that a tornado is possible over the next couple of hours anywhere in that area. It does not mean that a tornado is actively occurring or that it will occur. Now, a tornado warning, and we've had several off to our west and some right now, it means that a tornado is indicated with some broad rotation or tightened rotation, or it is confirmed either radar with a debris signature, or it has been spotted by spotters. If you are in a tornado warning, that means you need to seek shelter right then and stay there until we give you the all clear. Now, there's also a couple other things that we're going to be talking about. What is the most unsafe all the way to the most safe? Now, if you have a tornado warning actively in your area, you need to seek the lowest floor of your home if you have a basement. But if you have a one-story home like I do, you're going to seek the most interior room of your home, which is sometimes your hallway, sometimes your closet, and also could be your bathroom. But the most important thing, put as many walls between you and the outside as you can to be away from any flying debris if there is a tornado, and also get away from the windows. If you live in a mobile home, now is the time to evacuate and seek shelter from possible tornadoes later on tonight. We have that flow code right there on your screen, which gives you a list of local shelters across the viewing area, which we do not have any here in Columbus or Muskogee County. There's a bunch across portions of Russell and Lee County which have been open since 7 p.m. tonight. But before you go, please call the local emergency management office to make sure they're open before you head out. Now, from unsafe to all the way to most safe. Unsafe are going to be those mobile homes, large open rooms with a lot of windows, and also vehicles and underneath overpasses. A lot of people believe that underneath overpasses are safe when they in fact are not. More safe options are going to be interior rooms of well-constructed homes or buildings, really those one-level homes, and even those two-story homes. But the most safe options are going to be your basement underneath the ground, and also your tornado and storm shelters. Now, if you do not have a storm shelter or a basement, here are some options. Now, we're going to be talking about tornado home safety over the next couple of hours to give you guys that safe place, because we're not going to panic, even though we have that tornado warning or that tornado watch in place right now and possible tornado warnings later on tonight. So for this layout, we would have that hallway, bunch of walls in between us and the outside, and also that bathroom. But avoid the windows, avoid those outside walls. And Bob, even though we really don't think about it, it's also important to cover your head with blankets, mattresses, and really anything you can get your hands on.
Great advice, and I know even helmets, like bicycle helmets too. Stay with us here on YouTube. We're still streaming. We're going to commercial break for News 3. We'll be back on News 3, but we're still here on YouTube. Thanks. Okay, guys, and we're back right here, of course, on YouTube streaming. Thanks for staying with us. And again, we'll be joining in and out. We're with on News 3 Live right now. News 3 Live is in a commercial break. We're uninterrupted here, so we appreciate you staying with us. Some of the models here, just to see how they're correlating, are not exactly up to par. So here we are at midnight. It looks as if this is probably more likely where we're at right now. And this is what we could still anticipate. More showers and storms coming at 2:30, southeast to Columbus about 4 a.m., 3 Central, and out way before sunrise. So we feel very confident with that. And the tornado watch may be extended for some counties such as Sumter, maybe Webster, maybe parts of Randolph County too. But everybody else is under that tornado watch. East Alabama, we'll see that watch expire. It will expire, that's for sure, coming up here. Time frame for South Alabama. Let's go right into it real quick. So what you guys are wondering too, I got a couple questions you guys are asking here on YouTube, and I want to make sure you guys all know. We're looking at this right here. You can see the thunderstorms for South Alabama. This and areas that's coming in from South Alabama is what's impacting us. So farther south and west, I mean, we got tornado warnings right now well northeast of Mobile. So the areas around East Shore are okay. That's the good news. We're still streaming here. Our folks right here on YouTube, to stay with us here. We're going to be joining here live on News 3 in just a second. If you can hang on with me, stay with me.
On your side, you're watching WRBL News 3 Night Watch.
Okay, welcome back on News 3. We're still live here on YouTube. Thanks for staying with us here on YouTube, which is another way to keep us when there's streaming going on. Quick reminder, as we're doing this course, we're getting into areas of just more important because we're getting into the overnight, and you want to maybe take a little break, take a little sleep, but conditions are favorable for tornadoes. We're still looking at it. We're here just informing right now. The good news is we're not seeing any of those tornadoes we had just earlier. North and west of our areas of Auburn, up into parts, you can see Shelby County earlier, all the way outside of Birmingham. Talladega got hit hard last evening, and this continues to lift north and east. That's where the tornado warnings are. This tornado warning that's getting close to Chambers County, that's the closest we've seen, and we have another one we're going to be watching. This is a line that's rather dangerous here, and we want to keep everybody informed. So this is what we're talking about. First of all, this system here, just outside of Pike County, this has a rotation in it, and it's likely going to be taking a trajectory movement almost like this. So it doesn't mean it's going to impact you here, but just stay with us. So if you're in Eufaula, keep in mind, coming around midnight Central Time, it's only 10:39 Central right now. In the next 2 hours, potentially there could be some very strong winds. We don't know if it's going to be a tornado or not, but there's a tornado knocking on our back doorstep, as you can see here. We also are looking at this here. We got a tornado that's going to clip our northwest counties here in Chambers County. So if you're anywhere in these areas, just be on the lookout. Just stay with us here, especially in Lafayette, places like that. That could be up to about 10:50 Central Time. Okay, so if you have a NOAA weather radio, you're doing good because that's almost in real time to get the information. But if you have the NOAA app on a phone, there could be delays. I'm just letting you know that. So always keep that NOAA weather radio handy and still have that plan. Although right now there's no warnings in our area, but they're coming real close to our area. We're going to go right back to that. But I want everyone to know again how important it is to know where your safe place is. And Fiona McGee has this report.
When we are weather aware with the possibility of power outages or even tornadoes, emergency officials begin coordinating their response. Director of Emergency Management in Russell County, David Martin, explains this process.
We'll meet here in our Emergency Operations Center. We'll get a weather briefing and then kind of start on a game plan.
Martin urges those who are in trailers or mobile homes to seek shelter ahead of time. For those in mobile homes or without a safe space to lodge, Martin says the designated storm shelters are available.
They're very large shelters. They have a capacity of about 88 people, but I'm sure in the event something would happen, you could put a few more people in there that need it. They are FEMA-rated shelters. You could actually throw a car at them and nothing would happen to them.
Staying informed is imperative. Martin suggests having more than one way to receive notifications. Weather app alerts, NOAA weather radios, and local news are great ways to stay updated. Martin says people should prepare emergency supplies.
Have a plan. Have some supplies. Have extra batteries. Have portable chargers for your cell phone. Something to eat. Maybe some chips, water. Have something that will sustain you for about 72 hours.
According to officials, this is not something you want to wait last minute to plan. Have emergency supplies and evacuation procedures ready.
Right, that was Fiona McGee reporting, and that's some really good advice. News 3 viewers, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. We're still here, YouTube streaming. Keep the mics open, guys. We're right here live on YouTube. Continuing coverage, uninterrupted. Okay, YouTube, let's go right back to it as we go into commercial break on News 3. You could see over here in Crenshaw County, we're still tracking this shower and thunderstorm. Severe thunderstorm, in fact, and this one has a Doppler indicated tornado. And if you're in the Troy area, you can see in Pike County, right around the airport. I'm going to take it right through here. Likely to be in Troy about 11 o'clock, top of the hour. So about 19 minutes away, 20 minutes away from a potential tornado if it continues on here on the ground. Areas outside of Alexander City, we're seeing this one here as well. It could be clipping northwest areas of Chambers. But at this point, it looks like areas just around Shiloh and Milltown could be a couple showers and storms that we're going to keep a watchful eye on. That's what we're looking at, okay? So let's go right back and show you what else is going on here. We look at the latest here. Okay, so what we have coming outside of Pike is some strong winds, and we do have a little bit of rotation down here, and that's what we're going to be watching. This is cutting close, getting close to our areas, but again, it looks like it's a little bit farther south. To me, this is Doppler indicated, obviously. It doesn't look like it's anything more than that would be terribly impressive, but there is some tightening. There's a little bit of rotation right in this area right through here, and not sure why this is doing this here, but hang on one second. We kind of go back and get this open here for us and to see what's happening here. Okay, so okay, this area here, let's kind of bring it back out a little bit. There we go. Okay. So our computers are working really fast in overtime here. So this area around Henderson, right outside, southwest corner of Troy and Pike County, it's just a Doppler indicated tornado. So Troy and Brundage area, and you could see here, Newby, Henderson, Baltic, Brundage, Buckhorn, and the Josie area here potentially could see some strong winds, maybe damage wind, maybe something that could drop a tornado there. That's what we're looking at. I'm going to go a little bit farther north now, and you can see what's going on here. If you stay with us here on YouTube, we're still streaming live. Stay with me for 1 second here as we're getting this ready for you. So,
on your side, you're watching WRBL News 3 Night Watch.
Welcome back to News 3 Night Watch, a special edition of coverage here, severe weather coverage across parts of central Alabama. Nothing in the immediate News 3 viewing area, although we've had a lot of damage reports that certainly hit in areas that were not even related to thunderstorms because of the persistent winds. Right now we're looking at our northwest counties. Here's Lafayette, that's in our area, Waverly. That tornado warning is not in our area, and I can tell you just by looking at the latest we call scans on here, there's no tornado there right now. There's a little bit of a kink in there, and it looks as if it's more of a strong wind event. That's what we're looking at. So if we were to give you some of the winds that are associated with this, coming towards Dadeville, about 56 miles or 70. These are very potent winds and some strong upper level rotation with it. So Lafayette, you're coming pretty close to that because you could see where those winds are outflowing. So if you're in Lafayette, do expect to see some strong winds. Waverly, you're going to get some strong gusts too. You can see how that's all moving in that direction, clipping our northwest county and Chambers County. We're not under the warning right now. It's Tallapoosa County, but we're going to keep an eye on that. That's what we need to do on that, as you can see. We're also looking a little bit farther south, as you can see in this area here, certainly seeing some more strong winds, very much the same. We're not seeing any tornado at this given time, but it could cycle a little bit more as it advances eastward, and that could end up becoming possibility of maybe seeing something that could be a possible tornado popping out of this. But right now, the speed is about 27 miles an hour that you can see on that. And again, with that being said, we're looking at the winds that are certainly coming out pretty strong, and we're going to see this moving a little bit east-northeast. So getting into the southern Pike County area, and possibly the way this is coming in here, it looks as if it could turn a little bit around Goshen, Henderson, Troy, getting into the Brundage area of Pike County. So that could all the way go up to that Pleasant Ridge Elementary School, Little Oak, all the way to Wilkinstown and Banks. So those are the two areas that we're watching. That is it at this point. And if you're just joining us, we had not yet had a warning at all in the news reviewing area. A lot of winds. I would like to go and show, when we can, I'd like to show some of this damage that we've had across East Alabama and West Georgia. And we're going to continue that coverage uninterrupted here on YouTube. Stay with us. News 3 will be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody, here to YouTube. And we're live right now streaming, showing you what's going on here. Alex, Cindy, you can see right through here coming out of Tallapoosa County. Tornado warning, but right now it looks like it's more winds moving forward, lifting into the northwest portions of Chambers County. And we're talking about down here in this area as well, seeing outside of Pike County. We have damage across the region. Let's go right to it if we can. There's some areas that certainly were impacted by the persistent, should I say persistent winds that we've had, and it continued. And you can see how those strong south winds are lifting in here, those temperatures that are in the 70s. And again, that damage anywhere around areas of Columbus and areas that, of course, we've been seeing that were some toppled trees and points northward, too. Do we have any of that damage? We could show that. I'm seeing if we can show that at all. We're working on it. Okay, great. Okay, so in the meantime, let's talk about the watch. We're seeing conditions favorable for tornadoes. This is a tornado watch, and we see this across all of East Alabama. It means conditions are favorable. West Central Georgia includes everyone watching except Taylor, Sly. We're talking about areas of Webster, Sumter, and Randolph counties. But that doesn't mean that you couldn't see a severe storm out of this or some kind of weather event. So you're going to certainly see that change dramatically over the next several hours, definitely through this area. You could see areas around Clay County right now. This is not Clay County, our viewing area in Georgia, Clay County when we get into Alabama. Tornado watch and tornado warnings now going close to northwest parts of Chambers, and we're still watching that system right down here. Now, will it pop in areas of Bullock County? So that's the key. So that's what we're looking at. So this is now right now in Pike County, as I told you, we have a tornado warning, Doppler indicated in Troy, Alabama. So this is a line that we've been talking about. We've been watching this for, gosh, since you've been with us since 9 o'clock. We said this is the area we got to watch. So it's going to be going into an environment that's been untapped. So it's worth noting, I'm going to take this at this trajectory. Could this take this exact trajectory? Yes. But will it still maintain its, at least its uniformity? Will it maintain the circulation that it has? So technically, Columbus, if you're watching Phoenix City, around 1:30, you need to kind of stay with us here for the next couple hours because we could end up seeing something a little bit more active. Welcome back to News 3. This is Chief Meteorologist Bob Jeswell with the First Alert Weather Team. We're tracking this all morning long for you coming up. We're 10 minutes away from midnight Eastern time. Pardon me. And we're tracking a tornado warning right now in Pike County, Alabama. This tornado is just Doppler indicated. I don't see anything yet. There's no debris. It's not confirmed. We don't have anything observed. That's some good news. However, meteorologist Kaylee Barbie is answering your questions right now on YouTube as we're streaming. If the power does go out and you're watching us here live on News 3, you got us on YouTube streaming. Like, subscribe, and we'll be with you through the whole night. We're going to go back to a commercial break on News 3, and we'll be back right here. Of course, we're not going anywhere on YouTube, so stay with us. So YouTube, folks, here we are back again. For those who want to continue to stay with us, you can do that. We're looking at this. Union Springs is also in this as well. So if you're in Union Springs, around 11:19 Central Time, okay? So it's 10:49 Central Time, okay? So we got an hour at least. So this is certainly coming back in here pretty strong. And as you could see right across areas of Chambers County, lifting north and east, heading northwest parts of Chambers County, we could easily see some strong winds and a potential tornado. And I'll tell you this, folks in Roanoke, I know you catch us here, of course, right here on YouTube, but on our News 3 channel, you can absolutely see that this system is really the only two areas of concern. The only thing that now is coming in our viewing area is right on the county line. And we're going to watch areas of Pike County and southern Bullitt County and Alabama if any of this does continue to lift along that track. And it's a potential, it's a possibility. So this is the part that we've been watching, and there's still a tremendous amount of energy that's behind us, southwest of Montgomery, Greenville, Georgiana, and these areas that are point northward. So that's what we got to keep an eye out for. We're answering your questions now live at YouTube. YouTube is our streaming channel that we have. First Alert Weather Team, we got meteorologist Cody Nickel, meteorologist Nicole Phillips, meteorologist Kaylee Barbie, all working feverishly here. We even have Tyler Redmond, our sports, and you could see some circulation right now. I could see we're working on that now. Cody's showing us that. So let's go, and Nicole. So let's go down here and show you the significance of this storm right now. So this is now looking more like a tornado. So let's go right to what we call our velocity scan. So, okay, this scan here, we're starting to see not quite gate to gate, but it is certainly lining up very strong winds. So we're beginning to see that circulation tighten. So it's in a stage right now where Glenwood and Henderson is. We're getting to tightening. So now we're going to stay on this until we get it all the way through and out of here. So this is continual coverage right here. And thanks for sharing this YouTube channel for other folks so they can get an idea of what's going on. So we really, really appreciate that as well. So, so we'll go right back over here, and let me get back in here. Okay, and here we go. We're back live right now on News 3. Thanks for staying with us here. We're tracking a tornado right now. Although it's Doppler indicated, we're seeing it tightening up, and we may have something here for the Troy area, where the Troy airport would be one that would be right in the line of fire here. So this is starting to look a little bit more active indeed. So we need folks to really take it easy and be careful with this. So again, if we can notice this track here, and we take note of this, could it continue this way? Yes, and it probably end up being in southern parts of Bullitt County, clipping northwest portions of Barber, and continuing right across Russell. So stay with us on that as well. Thanks for staying with us here on News 3. We'll be back at the commercial break, but stay with us here on YouTube. We're still uninterrupted at YouTube right now, and we're going to keep you guys updated. Thanks for staying with us here on News 3. We'll be right back. Active right now too. Welcome back, everybody. We do have an observed confirmed tornado right now. As I was telling you earlier, we need to be tracking this. So we stayed on this way ahead of time, and I said if you were in a Milltown and Shiloh area in Roanoke, this is why I wanted you guys to stay with us. This is certainly going to impact you. So if you're in these areas, Milltown, it's out of the warning, but new site Davidson, Jackson Gap out of Tallapoosa, we have to watch northwest Chambers County too, which includes Shiloh. Shiloh's in this track too as well. So I want you guys to be very careful with this. It'll be about 20 minutes after 11. Get in your safe shelter, your safe place right now. Thanks for staying with us live right now on News 3. We have the First Alert Weather Team here. Meteorologist Cody Nickel is keeping you updated on Facebook. We are on YouTube streaming. And at the same time while you're liking us, please go ahead and subscribe and share this because this is going to become quite active. And again, Michelle Jennings in the background, our production staff, want to give them a shout out. They've been keeping you guys updated. We just are doing the easy part here. So this is Tallapoosa County, and this is pretty significant. We have a confirmed tornado, and let's get the debris. We do have debris, and we do have a confirmed tornado, and we do have Nicole Phillips, meteorologist Nicole Phillips, on the big wall here, and we are tracking this. So we do have a debris ball, a debris signature, and this is headed towards areas just south of Topeka, Sessions, right through the Butson Road area, if you know this. And our big concern, Nicole, is right here, our viewers too, in northwest Chambers County. So this, if you're in Shiloh, Trammell Crossroads, County Road 55, this is right on the county line of Tallapoosa and Chambers counties, seek shelter immediately. Davidson's in this in Tallapoosa, and there is your debris signature right about here. So we do have a tornado that is on the ground. Nicole.
Yes, we do. Can we put a track on that just for areas? It's moving north now of Jackson's Gap. So let's put a track on this so we can give kind of a heads up here. So again, Jackson's Gap, that's right over you here. Shiloh at 11:22 p.m. Central Time. Milton right around 11:27. White Plains 11:30, and then 5 Points 11:37 p.m. Central Time. So again, we are watching this. We've got now a confirmed tornado near Jackson's Gap. It's heading to the northeast. And did it say how fast this is going?
Right now, I'm trying to get that. As it just crossed 280,
okay,
and it's coming right through Jackson Gap, as you just said. I'm not getting that, but I could tell we can do a velocity on this. And let's just tell people what we're looking at. Let me get rid of all that other extraneous data here so we can get some accurate information. So we get a little closer to this that Nicole's saying, and as you can see, we'll get street level. You can see Rock Springs Road, this area here.
Okay.
Let's just see what there's going to be. This will be a lot of damage. We do have debris with this right now, and 94 and 12. So you're talking about at least 100-mile-an-hour winds, a little greater.
Yeah. Yeah, so right around, what was that, Rock Spring Road, excuse me. Then moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Meteorologist Kaylee Barbie just kind of confirmed that for me. So moving 45 miles per hour, so right around 11 p.m. Central Time, moving into Sessions. So if you live Rock Springs Road, Sessions, Topeka, up towards Everglade, Davidson, and then eventually into Milton and new site, you need to be in your safe spots. Okay, so now we have what we're calling this. So
dangerous tornado.
Dangerous tornado. So basically this is a particularly dangerous situation. I know a header there can be a little bit, all tornadoes are dangerous, right? But this means here that we actually have a tornado doing damage, and it is starting to move into more populated areas. So this is something that we want to really take a look at. So this is the area right around Rock Springs Road, moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So if you know anyone in Topeka, I hope I'm saying that correctly, right around 11 p.m. Central Time. Again, moving to the northeast. So there's Ida Russell Road, there's Church Road down here. It's really going to move in this general direction. So that is where we are looking at closely. And again, this is back into Alabama as well.
Okay, so I'll get you a better, there you go. Let me just back up this a little bit so you can see. There you go, and all the way up to Davidson. It looks like it's going to clip the areas of northwest. If it continues on this track, I don't know, it looks like it's taken more of a northeast, so right along that intersection of Alabama 49, so that State Route 49.
Now, can we zoom this out just a little bit so we can see kind of where this is in comparison
to... There's the Fayette.
There we go.
And then we don't want to rule this out. So I want everyone to know we have a severe thunderstorm warning now for western part of Macon County, okay? And that's coming in our area here. So shorter, you guys need to watch for some very strong winds and some hail, this small hail. We're also tracking at the same time, meteorologist Cody Nichols has been watching this on Facebook and Twitter and social media. This is more real broad rotation, so let's just hope this one just kind of fizzles out as it interacts with all the energy to the north from that severe thunderstorm. That's kind of catapulting this. That energy that's to the north of us. This is all winds that are straight line. In fact, I don't see that as a tornado right now, but tornado warning is still on it. We'll keep an eye on that for you guys coming up in southern Macon County and Alabama. But right now, that severe thunderstorm warning is in western part of Macon County, and we're following that up in Tallapoosa County outside of Alex City, that PDS that's up here, which because it's got some damage already, and it's in certainly a very populated area as we speak.
And if you know anyone that lives in Troy, Alabama, sorry, my mic was off for part of that sentence, please make sure that they are in their safe place, that they are aware of the situation. The debris signature in the tornado is expected to go directly over town. This is Troy, Alabama to the north. This is for that TDS, that confirmed tornado to the north. This is the one for Tallapoosa County. And then we're also watching this debris, or this potential debris signature. I don't know if we have one on this one or not.
I'll put it up
for
there.
Pike County.
Yeah, I'll give you this right here, Kaylee. You got, you can see where this is lifting north and east. We want to watch it from Macon County, as you're just saying. Yeah, I don't see, let's get another scan. I'm not seeing debris, but we're seeing it just tighten up, Kaylee. So this is just starting to tighten up right now. So it's very, still got some strong winds with this. So let's just see what we're looking at, 60 mile an hour, and see if we have any good rotation. So we got a little rotation with this still. So, you know, potentially there's a weak tornado forming in here, probably in this area here, and we're going to keep an eye on that. Let me back up a little bit, and you can see in the Banks area. As Kaylee said, this is still very close to the Troy area, even though it's just to the south. It's kind of riding like this. But if this does continue, we'll take it realistically right up here in the southern part, southeast portion of Macon County, Alabama. So Star Hill, Pickett area there till about 11:38 Central Time. So in this part of our viewing area here. So Union Springs right now, you guys are good. It looks like it's all southeast of Union Springs at the way this is moving at 45 miles an hour as we speak. There you go. So we'll get back up to the north over here. And that's good. The Tallapoosa one is now up through here. You can see what's ahead of it. We're already seeing them on Kennesaw, these areas here, Cobb County, and Paulding counties, Cherokee counties, which you're familiar with, Kaylee, in that area. A lot of population there, but we're looking at, it looks more Doppler indicated, and it looks like this is all straight line winds flowing out. So that's pretty windy up through this area, Woodstock, and severe weather that's associated with that. But back to the Tallapoosa, that's the one that we know is confirmed. We have debris with this, and it's right now north and east are coming right over the Topeka area that Nicole was looking at. So if we take it from here and take it on that trajectory, because they never go in a straight line. Tornadoes never go in a straight line. So this would be roughly the path they'd be going at. So there you go.
Yeah. Eventually right around County Road 79 there, and then into Daviston if it continues to hold together. But again, if we could just switch over to maybe the debris signature, I'm sorry, Bob, just to see kind of what we're dealing with here, if we still, yes, and we still do. And so what we use here, this is just a tool that allows us to kind of see what's going on up in the storm. We're getting debris lofted into the storm, and it's showing up here. And so right here, this little area right towards County Road 79, that is the debris signature. So that's the actual tornado that we are seeing. So Everglade right around 11:08 p.m. Central Time. Davidston right around 11:12. Frog Eye right around 11:14. And Truett right around 11:17 Central Time. And all of that moving to the northeast. Again, this is up right around 45 miles per hour. So eventually it will start to move over. It should stay to the north of Shiloh. Again, if that continues on its current path, again, like Bob said, Chief Meteorologist Bob Jeswell said, tornadoes don't move in a straight line. So if it continues to stay on its current path, it will stay a little bit north of Shiloh, but it will get very close. But again, this is out in Tallapoosa County, and you can see that we do have that rotation right around Old Shepherd Road, County Road 79. So it's right in this location, just to the north there of Topeka, and then north of Ida Russell Road. And so we do have a pretty strong rotation. Again, we've got that confirmed tornado lifting to the north, but this is the only confirmed one that we have at the moment here in Tallapoosa County. We do have other tornado warnings, again, still to the south there of our News 3 viewing area. So this is actually going to move right over Troy. So if you know anyone that lives in Troy, this area of rotation is going to move right over Troy. In fact, it is starting to move into the outskirts of the city. So right around Mossy Grove, Pike County Lake Road. This is moving again to the northeast. So Mossy Grove, this should be in your location right around 11:05 Central Time, and then Banks right around 11:16 Central Time. So tornado warning for Pike County. Again, this is radar indicated. We don't have anything confirmed. But it is something that we're going to have to be watching closely. So here's University Ave. And if we can just kind of put this into motion, I want to see how this is kind of behaving, if this is going to go right into Troy, or if maybe it will kind of sneak a little bit to the south of that. With this area of rotation. But if you know someone that lives in Troy, they need to be in their safe spot right now, whether that's a basement if you have one, or an interior room of your house, so a closet or a bathroom. Put as many walls as between you and the storm if you live in Troy, if you can see it out there, but if you know someone that lives out there as well. Again, this should be in Banks here within the next 10 minutes or so. It's right over Troy, should be moving right through the downtown area. And again, this is just radar indicated. We do not have a confirmed tornado at the moment in this location. Is that?
Yeah. And you could see it right here. You know, Nicole, we have, you know, you heard earlier the same line we were watching, and everything to the west and northwest kind of missed us completely. The Calera, when we're on the air there, we had Calera, Alabama, certainly in the Greenville, Alabama area. And I just want to make sure I'm clear here. Is this Calera, Alabama, or Greenwood, Mississippi? I see something, I see two. Are they two?
Alabama, Greenwood, Mississippi.
Okay, gotcha. That's it. So let's go to Calera, Alabama. Wes Kelly sent this in. This is some of the data. I just want to show you the history of the storm. This was just earlier yesterday, was Easter time. This is about, I would say this is probably about 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 Central last night. Look at the damage here. We're on the air. You remember this, Nicole? I was talking about seeing trailers and that coming in here. That was seen. Go ahead, say.
We have a warning for Chambers.
We have yeah, let's forget that. Cody Nichols in here. Oh yeah, we're on air. I thought we were on air. Oh, we're not on air? Oh, we need to be on News 3. We should have been on News 3 the whole time. Oh my gosh, sorry guys, we should have been on News 3. I thought we were on News 3. Oh my gosh, absolutely be on News 3. Yeah, we're on News 3. We're going to go right back up in here. Yeah, we should have been on News 3. I can't believe we haven't been on News 3. So, yeah, we're live on air. Guys in the background, we should be on everything. Should have been on everything for the last hour. So here we are live on YouTube right now and in News 3. So let's get over to Chambers, as I said, Northwest Chambers, including Roanoke. We said this area here on Milltown that we would be under that warning. I've been showing you this for about an hour now, actually. So it's finally coming in here. So the key is what we do is go on before it is a warning, go on and tell you guys what to expect. So these are the areas we're talking about. We do have viewers in Roanoke, Alabama. So that's what we're looking at right now. So about 11:34 Central Time, we're seeing this tornado warning here. We've been live right now on YouTube. And we're going to continue this live, and we're coming up live on News 3. So YouTube viewers, just stay with me here for a second. Okay, welcome everybody on News 3. We're here until this is all over. Northwest Chambers County, we have a tornado warning. We're live right now streaming on YouTube. We've been on YouTube uninterrupted. We have that as an option for you. Like and subscribe and share. The reason for that is when the power goes out, you'll have another opportunity to do that. Right now, the only warning in the area that we know is in Northwest Chambers County. The Milltown area should be seeking shelter immediately. We have a severe thunderstorm warning right now coming into Shorter, Tallahassee, coming into Macon County, western Macon County, and also just to the west of us in Tallapoosa. So that's what we're watching at as we speak. So Shorter, you're in that area of some strong winds. Just know that this is what that is. It's not a tornado warning. We do have a dangerous tornado right now. That's what we're looking at here in Pike County, Alabama. We need to watch this very closely. This is serious because this is coming into a good chunk of our News 3 viewing area right now. So if you're at Troy Airport, Banks area, we've been tracking this for a while as well. You could see this tornado is going to be heading into southern portions, the whole southern central panhandle of Macon County, Alabama. It does not at this point look like this would make it all the way to Union Springs. But I'm going to take it to Alabama State Route 26 from Pickett, Star Hill, just west of Clayton, and into areas Catalpa and Banks and just north of Brundage, right off of US 231 here. And this is a dangerous tornado, and we're looking at these areas here should be seeking shelter immediately. If you're watching us here on News 3 or streaming live, this is a serious situation here. So this is that one tornado that's going to be the one that's going to be the big fly in the ointment here for us. But we're going to track it for you. When we do call out one of your street or city names, you should seek shelter immediately. Go to your safe place, as we've been telling you all evening. So right now we're getting, Nicole, I'm trying to get you a good scan here, and I apologize. There's having a real tough time. Yeah, we're going to get something here. There it is. I think, yeah, it's tough. We're getting some bad scans here, but we're going to get a good scan here. I'm going to stop it right here. I think this is the best area that I can see where there's some circulation right through this area here. I think I got it. So somewhere in this area here outside of Troy, we're seeing some very strong winds. Either way, these winds are circulating. We call that a mesoscale complex here. It's a lot, but this is not a very high towering storm, Nicole. It's one that obviously we need to keep a watchful eye on nonetheless.
Right, and you know,
there it is. We got a better scan.
Yeah,
there
that is a better scan. So looks like it moved right over 231, and now it's on the east side of Troy here, and then just to the southwest of Dunn. And again, that's going to be moving to the northeast. Is there any?
Yeah, let me.
Okay,
yeah, Bullock and Barber.
They are going to have a warning for Bullock and Barber County. So
makes sense.
Yeah, it does, because it is moving in that general direction.
Is this still Kaylee? Are we still about 45 miles an hour?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So Chief Meteorologist Bob Jeswell is putting a track on this. So Banks, right around 11:16 p.m. Central Time. So that's at about 6 minutes. Josie about. That kind of clicked off, but within the next about 10 minutes or so, we'll start to see that moving into Banks, eventually Josie, and then into Bullock and Barber counties within the next, I would say, probably 30, 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, let's
so
get
this
you a track.
Okay.
This thing is just, it's behaving in its own way, so bear with me.
No, so, it's okay, and our systems have been up for so long today, but again, looking at this track, we do have Banks at around 11:16, Star Hill right around 11:35, and then Ox Level right around 11:41. Again, this is all Central Time, but moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. This is the area that we are watching closely. So it just went over 231. We do have a confirmed tornado with this, and moving eventually over 29 and then into Dunn, Banks again, and then Jonesville. That should stay to the south of you, but it's going to move very close. So if you know anyone in this location, you need to let them know. They should already be at their safe spot, but I know sometimes it's not the case. But you need to let them know, hey, head to your basement if you have one. If not, or the most interior room of your home, whether that's a bathroom, a closet, maybe it's an additional room, but you need to get there. So this is Butter and Egg Road. That it's right over Elm Street Road, Bradley Brown Road, so that's just to the north there of Banks. Here's 223, Alabama 223. That's going to move right over that. And then eventually there's County Road 4402. It's going to move just to the north of that. Bob, if I could get...
and take it all the way out to here to see some of these areas here that should get some people need to seek shelter.
Right, so if you live along, or if you know anyone that lives along County Road 189, that looks like Bradley Brown Road. Here's County Road 6634 and County Road 6618. This is all in Alabama. So these areas here are going to have that tornado pass through within the next, I would say, 10 to 15 minutes or so. So if you know anyone that lives in that area, please let them know, hey, you've got a tornado coming, you've got a dangerous situation, you need to be in your safe spot. Did we ever get that warning for
Yeah, it's continuing all the way up to Midway now. Yeah.
Okay, so there's Midway.
It's gonna stay on that same track. So I'll get you another one, Nicole. Here, let me get you one that's a little better. I think I'm gonna go squall line track. It's just gonna give us a better, longer duration, more accurate. Hang on a sec.
We are just getting reports of sirens going off in Lynette and LaGrange.
Okay, I'll go back up there. So this one here. Let's go with this one here. So Barber, Bullock counties right now, an observed tornado. Midway, seek shelter immediately. Comer area, you know where that is? It's coming up at midnight Central time, just before midnight Central. And I wouldn't even wait for the time. Get in your safe spot right now. If you can't hear us on TV on News 3, certainly you could be on Q107.3 FM when this is possible. We'll be simulcasting. You also could be here on Facebook, where we have pinned our YouTube channel. YouTube subscribers, like us, and share it, please, to get the information out. And we figure it's about a 10 or 15 second delay. That's it. It's going to be better than anything right now on the YouTube channel, and please stay with us on that as well. We're tracking this tornado, which is dangerous, as Nicole Phillips is telling us, and we're looking at a severe thunderstorm that's over near Shorter. That one seems to be just hanging to the extreme western part of Macon County, and we're talking about Davidston area at Tallapoosa County, still seeing an observed tornado. It's still got circulation with it as it heads out into northwest portion, excuse me, of Chambers County, and then it's going to be merely just a tornado warning after that. It's starting to weaken up there, but I would keep an eye on that. Our big story again is this one down here coming out of Pike. It's clipping parts of Barber, and it's clipping portions, obviously, of southern, south central, and southeast portions of Macon County, and you can see it's just to the north of Alabama, or actually US 29. Take that back here. So I'm going to keep street level because that's what saves lives here. So we got to stay street level now with this. This is pretty significant. Let me get a correlation coefficient, but quickly before we do, just most immediate. If you're in Garmin Crossroads right now, it's 39 minutes after the hour. Please seek shelter immediately. That's County Road 6618, County Road 45, County Road 38. County Road 6643, County Road 8 and Parrot and Star Hill going in an extreme northwest where Mays Road is in Barber County, right along Alabama State Route 239. If you're in there, that goes all the way back into the Garmin Crossroads. But from Josie all the way to that area, Nicole. And
I just sent you that, but we got
let's explain that one to them. We'll tell them why that's happening.
Yes, we got a report of sirens going off in Phoenix City, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we zoom this out here, there's no warning for Russell County. So I just want to let you guys know there's no active tornado warning for Russell County.
They're worried about this right here, so it's giving everyone a heads up.
Yeah,
because of the extreme nature. So Nicole, why would you say? So if you're in Hurtsboro, that's who it could be affecting. If you're south of Hurtsboro, that's the problem, and it's not a problem. It's an early heads up. So the siren's going off, but when you hear a siren, you're doing the right thing to stay here on YouTube, stay here on News 3. This is where you get the information to break it down for you. The siren is not for Phoenix City right now. Just letting you know, the siren is going off, but it's all connected. Russell County and our folks, our emergency managers, are doing a great job. Dave Martin and folks, I know what they're doing. They're making sure this thing is moving so fast that they want to give Russell County a heads up. And I know it's not in Russell County officially, but it is moving that fast. So I know the great EMA teams that we have all around our area are given an early detection. So I could tell you right now, Dave's probably listening, our friends over there, they're looking at this, this could be the potential right here. I'm just going to put out there just for the sake of it. And you could see meteorologist Brian Thomas coming in right now. We're looking at all that. Brian, are we streaming too?
We are live on Q.
Okay, so we're live on Q107.3 FM. So if power goes out, meteorologist Brian Thomas is getting us coverage on air. Is another option, our PNB broadcast partners. We're our YouTube, Uninterrupted. Obviously uninterrupted here on News 3 until this event is over. We will be live until this is over. So we got probably another good 4 hours or so, folks. So staying with us this morning. This is a dangerous tornado, and this would be clipping northwest Barber County. It's coming right now out of areas of Barber and Bullock counties. It's headed towards right now. We have debris. Meteorologist Kaylee Barbie's picking up at like 10,000 feet aloft. So this loftiness that you keep talking about, Nicole, too, is certainly been true. And I think a lot, it's crazy because these storms are not very high. They're not even up to 20,000 feet. that's just the power of these low-level winds that are really erupting here, as we're saying, and going into this untapped area. So let's talk about it. Let's go ahead and give just a rough analysis here with the debris. So I'm going to give you a correlation coefficient. There's a debris signature. So this is a confirmed tornado. It's on the ground, and it is dangerous, Nicole.
Yes, it is. And, you know, again, this is the tool that we use to see if we have that tornado, and we do, because we do have the debris. So it has just crossed over Alabama Highway 223. Now we're going to put a track on this. So now we're starting to get some more cities here. So Midway, right around 11:58 p.m. Central Time. Batesville, right around 11:59 p.m. Central Time, so just before midnight here. So we're giving you this advanced warning. Again, making its way to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So it's picked up a little bit in speed from the last time that we have checked, but you can see this tight circulation. So it's gone right over, or will be going right over Sandfield here soon. And Catapala, I hope I'm saying that correctly.
It's Catalpa.
Catapult, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
My apologies for that, but going right over that as we speak right now. So if you do live, again, we're going to put this track on, but County Road 6618 and County Road 45 here, if you know anyone that lives in that area, this is going to go right over them. So again, Star Hill right around 11:34 p.m. Central Time, Ox Level 11:39 p.m. Central, and then Mount Andrew right around 11:44 p.m. Central Time. So this is a dangerous situation where we've got this tornado, we've got the debris, so we know it's occurring and we know it's doing damage, and so it's starting to get into some areas that just are a tad bit more populated. Pickett right around 12:08 Central Time. Kaylee, did you have something? Oh.
No, over the next couple of minutes, we do expect it to move into portions of Barber and Bullitt County. And like we've been talking about, more populated areas just moved through Troy within the past 15 minutes.
Yeah.
This storm is moving fast. Earlier, before it touched down, 45 miles per hour, and now it's moving at 50 miles per hour. So for a tornado warning storm or confirmed tornado, this is a fast-moving storm. So south of Union Springs, Midway, be in your safe place. We've been talking about where to go when you have a tornado warning all night long. Innermost room of your home, if you have a basement, that's the best place to go. We're not going to panic. We have been preparing for this all week. We've been talking about it all week and the past couple of days. We know where to go. We have our severe weather plan in place, and now is the time to implement it. Barber County, Bullitt County, be in your safe place now. And of course, we put a really wide track on this just because the storm is going to continue to move through. That does not mean there's going to be a tornado on the ground that long. Yeah. But we're still going to be keeping an eye on this severe thunderstorm all the way until it really gets to Buena Vista. So this specific cell is going to be moving through Columbus right around 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time, Buena Vista by 2 a.m. Now, once again, that does not mean there will be actively a tornado on the ground for that long, Bob.
Thank you, and it's a good point. Again, you're making it clear to keep calm heads, get out of situations, just execute the plan, protect your head, get in the most center part of the house, and hunker down. If you're in Midway, Hurtsboro, it's Wyoming, Omaha. Once we get into areas across river in the inside of Georgia, outside of Alabama, Barber County, Columbus, I'll even take it out to Marion County. Doesn't mean it's going to hit you there. Just try to take a safe safe place. This is a wide cone. Tornadoes never go in a straight line. But if I was to continue the trajectory that it's at, we could do this as well too. I'm going to continue that polygon. We know that Russell County EMA is already preparing for this. The nature, how fast this is moving, I know they're staying with us, and I think they're on the right track. They sounded the sirens, and I'll take it all the way up to Knuckles. I mean, and from Rutherford in the southwest portion of Russell County, Midway into Macon County, jam back all the way back down to what we're seeing here. So hypothetically, we could be talking about 1:30 in the morning local time. Knuckles is an Eastern time, just so everybody knows. Again, this is in Central because we're on the Alabama side. But from Jamback, Star Hill, Midway, Rutherford, all these are right up through about midnight Central time. It is 11:22 Central. We are probably both in the next half hour of these times that you're seeing right here, Nicole, and that's what's been going on. And meteorologist, Kaylee Barbie's taking your questions here on YouTube. Stay with us on YouTube. If the power goes out, Q1073 FM, WRBL.com. We're streaming. And, of course, we're streaming right here on the YouTube channel. And we've been doing this since 9 o'clock. We've been saying this is where our system would come from the southwest. We've been consistent with that since 9 o'clock yesterday. And meteorologist Cody Nickel was talking about it. And meteorologist Brian Thomas are on social media right now. They're giving you some updates here. And we're going to be switching in and out. So the First Alert Weather Team's here so we can take breaks, because this is going to be nonstop through at least 4 o'clock Eastern time, 3 Central, when we can see those watches expire, Nicole.
Yeah, and I know, so I know that we've got this situation here, and, you know, we've got this long track. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to, especially if you live in Midway or Rutherford, even Nuckolls, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go ahead and start getting ready to go to your safe spot. Again, and that's if this holds together. Right? So I want you to go ahead and start getting close to your safe spot. Go ahead, maybe start moving the kids. If you have storm anxiety, I know a lot of people do, go ahead and just get there and stay there. And you can listen to us, and we're going to guide you through this as this continues to move off towards the northeast. Now, looks like here, yeah, we've got a new thunderstorm warning there.
You talk about this too, because I'm not down. It's because it's not a tornado here, guys. I'm going to jump up. We're going to have to move quick back and forth so you can stay with us. This severe thunderstorm warning here coming in, if you're in Fort Davis, Tuskegee, Notasulga, Auburn, Opelika. Remember we said Auburn, you guys have already been pounded on by just a general thunderstorm with significant winds. This one may have more of a ramp up. We're going to watch this. If you're in Simmons Crossroad, Tuskegee, Lochapoka, Little Texas, the Marvin area, yes, Beauregard, you're partly almost included in that. It's coming close to you, and Opelika would be severe thunderstorm winds, and that topples over trees. So this one here, we want to keep an eye out for you in that regard. And you can see how far north it goes, all the way up to Chambers County to Lafayette. So this is just how intense that line is. So it's kind of, we're covering that. We still have some more action way back here. And let me go back to, I think we just need a little radar action here so I can give you an idea. So even Andalusia, these areas here. So that's the backside. You can see how these two lines are going to connect with one another. One's going to catch up with the other. And that's what's sending this at such a fast pace right now. Why this is moving so fast, this is why. So Tallapoosa and Chambers counties, let's go back up to Tallapoosa and Chambers. You guys are good. I just want to point it out. So that tornado warning is over. What we're seeing right now is probably some areas of local standing water and some flash flooding. So watch that too. So areas that have been repeatedly seeing the same are seeing that training effect. You got the flow code on your screen there too if you need to at times to go ahead and check along with us. But that's the storm. You can see how it's associated with a considerable amount of lightning. Hail hasn't been large. These storms are not elevating very high in the atmosphere. So if we take a look at this storm in particular, it has the dangerous tornado. Let's just go right to it. I want to kind of track that for you here. So what we're looking at with this, you're looking at this roughly, probably the updrafts in this are close to about maybe just under 30,000. And not downplaying that, it's just not your typical supercell that you would see. It's these winds are so favorable where it's going in. So this is the tornado we're tracking right now, and you can see in this. And I'm looking for a strong hail core, and it's not terribly impressive, but the potential hail's in it. So right now, a lot of people are wondering, is this going to damage my cars with hail? Not what I'm seeing, but you can easily see some hail coming down. But this is what I want everybody to understand when we get into a situation like this. It's really, frankly, what's going on is the fact that we're seeing some damaging wind. We're also seeing debris. We still, on this clear one here, I don't see a very defined debris ball right now, so it must be losing its characteristics, I'm sure, in the next couple scan. It does look like it's, yeah, there it is. It'll tighten up a little bit again. So this thing may cycle a little bit back and forth. And let me get back on the radar that I want to get here. I want to get off of this radar. I'm going to go to, hang on one second here. I'm taking off some radar sites to keep me in a better thing. So I'm going to stick to Maxwell in this case here real quick. And just because I could see a little bit better, but and see what these winds are doing here. So hopefully we're seeing this weaken a little bit, and it looks like it's weakening just for now. But that we're not going to let our guard down because it's going into an environment, and it is getting a shove from that squall line behind it. It's pushing it, and it's obviously moving rapidly as a result. So this is moving very fast. So either way, may have a little weakening on this last rotation, this last swipe of the radar. Again, Auburn, Tuskegee, Lafayette, all the way through here, we're under severe thunderstorm winds potential, all the way through north of here. So Chambersley, Macon, Tallapoosa, it's leaving. It's just to the west of that. It's really, frankly, I see more of the wind threat right now being more across Macon County. And in fact, from Nottasulga down to Fort Davis. And I'll take it to Crawford. I'll take it into southern Lee County, even though it's into western Lee County. Places like Beauregard, coming up at 53 minutes after the hour. It's 28 minutes after the hour. So in about 24 minutes, 25, Beauregard, just to give you an idea, Crawford, Uchi, down in southern Russell County where Uchi Creek is and Uchi Pines, and Smith Station to about quarter after the top of the hour after midnight. So it'll be midnight your time there. And that's what we're going to be looking at. But to the south is where the big strong part is, and that's, as you can see, we're seeing flash flood warnings up in that area, severe thunderstorm warning, and what we have is a dangerous tornado, confirmed tornado in this area here. And despite the fact that in these last two scans, the good news is I'm seeing it weaken, but I'm going to have a gut feeling it may just tighten right back up again. And so there you go. So Randolph and Chambers County warning. Again, I just want to repeat, folks were asking, Tallapoosa area, that tornado warning is gone. It has expired, definitely. So I shut off the radar for a second. I'm just going to refresh it here. If you just give me a second, everybody, and we'll get you a better scan. We're going to go over to back over down towards the old Fort Ruckert radar there, and there we go. So let's take it from here. Kaylee Barbie, tell us what we got here.
Well, Bob, it's still getting a little bit more broad, but we're still seeing tighter rotation. Once again, a confirmed tornado on the ground. And if we can just put a track on this real quick, I know people in this tornado warning want to know when these times are going to be moving through. So right now, just to the north of Star Hill, we're still seeing Smut-Eye, Blue's Old Stand, about to pass over State Route 29 and continuing towards the northeast. So we're not going to say this is going to move in a perfectly straight line because it's not. So that confirmed tornado warn time right now, Mount Andrew right around 11:45 p.m. Central Time, Midway by 11:50. So moving, a very fast moving storm right around 50 miles per hour. And it's been picking up speed over the past couple of minutes. So keep that in mind. If you are not already in your safe place, you've got about 5-10 minutes to do so. Go ahead and get the kids, be in your safe place. And if you're listening to us, you've got the TV on in the background and you're in the bathroom, we're going to go ahead and give you some more times. Blue's Old Stand, 11:30. So right now over you currently, just moving down to your south, right around Ox Level, that we have a line right there on the screen moving through it. Ox Level in the next 10 to 15 minutes as well. But we're also seeing this all the way down to Midway. So we have large tornado warning times on this because we want to give people a heads up. So Midway possibly going down to your south, but still be in your safe place over the next 10 to 15 minutes. So Merritt High School is also in this warning area. So if you live around this area, all the way until 11:48 p.m. Central Time, persons by 12:12 a.m. Central Time. So we're going to continue to see this warning for Barber and Bullitt counties all the way until 12:15 a.m. Central Time. Once again, a confirmed tornado on the ground. They have dropped that particularly dangerous situation wording with this warning, but we're going to be keeping an eye on this thunderstorm because Bob and the First Alert Weather Team have been talking about it could wrap back up, or we can see the rotation tighten back up as it continues to track towards the northeast over the next couple of hours. But we've seen power outages reported from Pike County, where we had this tornado touchdown in Troy, Alabama within the last hour. So thousands of power outages across Pike, Alabama, and I'm sure we're going to have more power outages through Barber and Bullitt County. Even here in Columbus, we do have power outages here locally from these strong winds that we're seeing. So the main area of rotation just to the west of State Route 239. If you live anywhere along 239, go ahead and be in your safe place. Currently passing over State Route 29 right now. South of Union Springs, you're good. Fitzpatrick, Fort Davis, you are good to go. You do have a severe thunderstorm warning in place right now, but for that confirmed tornado on the ground, we are going to see that pass to your north. Fairview School, going to see it move into your area by 11:40 p.m. Central Time. Comer High School by right after midnight. Mitchell School, 12:10 a.m. Central Time. So you've got about 40 minutes to be in your safe place before it moves in. Pearson's by 12:10 as well. So a fast-moving storm once again. And Bob, can we see if there is still a debris signature on this?
Yeah, I mean,
because it's getting a little bit more broad. Still tight, still prompting a tornado warning, and now it is no longer confirmed. We do no longer have a debris signature. But once again, we're going to continue to track this, still in Barber and Bullitt counties, and that's till 12:15 a.m. They did not extend this. We're going to track this for another 45 minutes. But Hurtsboro going to be passing to your south, excuse me.
And here it is. So we're back to the tornado warning. So that's probably, you didn't see that debris signature, Kaylee, as you were just saying. So it's now weakened, but it's still a tornado warning, Doppler indicated. And Nicole, you're looking at, is there anything there on our YouTube stream?
I have not. I was just looking over chat to make sure if they had any information, and it doesn't look like they've
Nothing's been
said
updated
much.
there as well.
Yeah.
And going back to the severe thunderstorm warning outside of Macon County, we're still seeing that. It just passed Tuskegee, Fort Davis to the south, and if that continues on that track through southern portions of Lee and northern Russell. And again, no sirens went off because they're real close seeing both of these systems coming in here. They're both going to converge. You got wind just on the back side of this right through here, and then you had on the northern portion, like almost like a northern flank spin-up tornado, and that was confirmed there. We had debris with that too, seemed to be getting enveloped here. So that's some good news if we see that. Now I'm going to go back to radar, because radar kind of is telling us really what's going on here. So we get back to the radar. We have tremendous amount of lightning, obviously, associated with where that circulation is. We take the lightning off for just a moment and take a look at the broad area that we're looking at on the radar. So we're going to get off of level 2 for a minute and just go kind of a wide view here. So you can see both of those lines are kind of converging right now behind it, and more or less pushing it is kind of getting everything coming together, kind of squeeze play here, and taking it and pushing it all the way up to the east, southeast, and northeast, I should say. And that's what we're seeing, that rotation that was on there. So hopefully, with that back edge of this, could this be a good sign? It certainly can, at least for this particular storm, and a lot of rain and a lot of wind still associated with this. So this entire line here continues roughly, it was anywhere between 40 and 45, but I'm just going to take it this way. So if it comes through, you're expecting still some strong winds, and we're going to have some very heavy rain, and that goes all the way up to Meriwether County and Warm Springs, where Roosevelt Memorial is, up to this area through about 1:30 in the morning Eastern time. Eufaula, let's go dip down a little bit just after midnight. Columbus, Georgia, after 1 o'clock, which is coming up less than a half hour. Valley, about 11:47. Lynette, just before midnight, as you can see. So that's what we're looking at. So, all right, so we have one tornado warning now, and we're still tracking that. Sirens were going off in Phoenix City, warning you about the storm that's coming in. I think it's worth noting that the system is actually, this particular one has weakened a little bit, and that's some good news as it's getting a little push or shove. Around Fort Davis, though, I want to watch that up through here, too. We got a little bit of weak rotation. That's what happens. You get, these are almost like, we call these gustnados a little bit, so they're right along that line, and they're kind of spinning up here. So from Fort Davis to Union Springs, let's talk about those winds up to the north. South of Tuskegee, we're looking at some circulation here, and you could see anything up to 50, 40, 45 mile an hour winds potentially. So this is a very strong wind event, and this could certainly topple down trees and obviously aggravate some of these power lines too a little bit, guys.
That's right, Bob. We've already had damage reports here in Columbus, over in Auburn, and that's just from those windy conditions earlier this afternoon, anywhere from 30 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts. And that's because we have that wind advisory in place, and that's without those thunderstorms. So we have severe thunderstorm warnings for Tuskegee back down toward Union Springs, all the way up into Chambers County. But we're still going to be focused on this tornado warning. No longer confirmed. We no longer have a debris signature, but we're still watching that area of rotation south of Union Springs, and we're going to put a track on this because we're still watching that area of rotation in Barber County and Bullitt County, but also an area of rotation that's currently moving into portions of Lee and Russell County, just south of Tuskegee. Doesn't seem like a lot now, but this storm is going to potentially tighten back up over the next couple of hours, the next really 30 minutes. So even though we're still seeing, that's really good news, that tornado warning that's really to south of Union Springs is beginning to loosen up, beginning to become more broad. And that's really what we're going to be tracking over the next couple of minutes. But as that continues to the north, even though we no longer have a confirmed tornado, the winds with these storms are still really strong. The 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with a tornado warning, and also with that severe thunderstorm. So we see those bright reds, those bright blues and greens. That's where we have those stronger winds. So a rough estimate for that tornado warning midway, right around 11:45 p.m. local time. So within the next 30 minutes, still be in your safe place until that tornado warning is allowed to expire, because we still have strong winds with that system. Comer right around 11:54 p.m. Central Time. Howe right around 12:12 a.m. Central Time. Omaha 1:24 a.m. Eastern Time. Fort Benning by 1:36 a.m. Eastern Time. So you have a whole hour to prepare. Make sure your kids know where to go. Be in their safe places. Do they know where to go if the sirens and those tornado warnings go off later on tonight? We still have plenty of time to prepare, Bob.
Sounds good. And we're still looking, we're still talking about Tuskegee, to south of Tuskegee. A few minutes ago, just south of Tuskegee, I was showing that too. I think meteorologist Cody Nickel and Brian Thomas they're both interested in this one too. They've been watching this a little bit. The rest of the team, for potential, maybe will this become warned as a tornado south of Tuskegee. There's just a little bit. You can see right here. There's a little rotation in the Fort Davis area here. Pardon me. So this is worth watching. You get what's a little. We got a spin up tornado on this. This happened just roughly about 4 weeks ago when we had that same time Sunday system come through. It reminded me similar of this, of seeing these spin-up tornadoes right along the line. So this has more of like a gust effect, a gustnado we call it. Sometimes they come in there. So that's something that just watch. And so don't be surprised if the severe thunderstorm warning outside of Macon County might become tornado possible on that severe thunderstorm warning. But other than that, as Nicole Phillips is tracking too, watching this broad circulation, Kaylee just said that it's broad right now and it's not doing too much more than that. So we can keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah, that's actually right. So just to the southwest there of Midway, again, still moving pretty fast to the northeast there at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. And the good news about this is, like what we've been saying, is that it's now just a tornado warning. We do not have the confirmed tornado. The rotation is a little bit more broad. So Merritt High School right around 11:47 p.m. Central Time. So within the next 7 minutes or so. Midway, same thing, 11:47 p.m. Central Time. Comer coming in right around 11:59, and then right around Comer High School right around 12:03. So just after midnight there at Comer High School, and also Mitchell School right around 12:10 Central Time in Hooks. Again, that's if this can hold together. If this area of rotation holds together, that is when we expect it to be in that location. So again, just crossed over Alabama 239. Heading toward Midway and Merritt High School. But again, we don't have the confirmed tornado, so that is some good news. But we still have this area of rotation. And when we talk about storms like this, we have to really watch them because they can cycle back and they can become stronger. And so we just got another radar scan, and it looks like it's going to stay a little bit more broad. Which is great for us. So if we could just kind of zoom out a little bit more, I kind of want to show in relation to where this storm is at. So it is south of Union Springs. So if you live in Union Springs, the tornado warning is actually to the southeast of you. And if you live in Hurtsboro, it's going to pass pretty close. Again, if the rotation can hold together. But so far, again, it has been pretty broad. It is considering what it was last time. We've got meteorologist Brian Thomas here. Brian, if we could just kind of go up into Macon County, I just kind of want to touch base on that storm as well, because we did talk about that. We just have a thunderstorm warning for Chambers, Lee, Macon, and Tallapoosa. Again, we're watching this area south of Tuskegee. It's just this little area rotation right in this vicinity. It's not strong, but it is something that we have to watch closely. What's going on is that we've got all of our ingredients are just kind of coming together. Again, this area has not had any rain at all today. Our atmosphere has been primed, and so that's what we're seeing. We're seeing all of these storms kind of take advantage of that. So we'll be watching that closely, but we're seeing winds of 70 miles per hour. So this is kind of considerable, where you've got these winds, especially moving into a populated area. And it looks like now we just got an extension here of a thunderstorm warning Chambers, Lee, Macon, again until 12:15 a.m. Central Time. Oh, thank you. Chambers, Lee, and Russell now with winds 60 miles per hour. So that's some good news that the winds have gone down just a little bit. So again, all of this we'll be watching closely as it moves to the east. If we can just kind of flip over to reflectivity, I just kind of want to see, you know, how these are behaving, what they kind of look like as they do move to the east there. But again, we're not seeing any rotation with this part of the storm. Now, we were watching that area just to the south there of Tuskegee. And then we've got now just looks like a little bit of a little thunderstorm there. So still we have this tornado warning for Barber and Bullitt County that will go until 12:15 Central Time. Again, the area of rotation that we were watching closely, still right around the Midway area. And you notice that it's all in this rain. So earlier when we did have that confirmed tornado, it was in all of that rain. But again, we don't have that confirmed tornado, so which is some good news. The rotation has weakened a little bit, but we still have this tornado warning, so we're still going to have to watch it closely. But Union Springs, you're just dealing with some rain, some thunderstorms. Hurtsboro, a little bit of the same thing. That tornado warning is just to the southwest of you, and it will move close, but I think it's going to stay primarily south and southwest of you. Let's go ahead and click back over to see how that rotation is behaving here within this storm. Again, that is going to pass just over Midway here within the next, I'm going to say a couple of minutes, within the next 3 minutes or so. This is the area that I'm going to be watching closely as we look over to the next couple of minutes. Again, right around 11:47 p.m. Central Time is when we can expect that rotation to move over Midway. Again, right over 82, here's Alabama 51. That runs into Midway. That's going to be crossing that here within the next, I would say, about 3 minutes or so, right, Brian?
Yeah, this is the same storm, of course, that produced the TDS, the tornado debris signature earlier down around the Troy area. In fact, there were reports of multiple mobile homes destroyed in the Troy area, so obviously some damage down there. And I'm sure we'll be sending out crews to, they'll be surveying that damage over the next couple of days. So we'll kind of give it an idea of the strength of that particular tornado. But the good news is the rotation on this has become very, very broad. They are continuing the warning for this, but they're not saying that they're going to continue it on into the Russell County area, which is good news.
Yeah, that's actually that's great news, because that means that they're not really seeing anything that would keep it as a tornado warning. But with just that rotation there, it kind of makes me wonder what they're going to do about that over the next, I would say, about 20-30 minutes or so, because again, this warning will go until about 12:15 a.m. Central Time. So within, again, the next 20 to 30 minutes. So we have this here, Barber and Bullitt County. Again, it's radar indicated. We don't have the confirmed tornado that we had earlier. Great news for that. But this is our only, at the moment, and let's hope it stays this way, but this is our only tornado warning that we have. The rest of the area, we just have thunderstorm warnings. But within that thunderstorm warnings, we do have winds up to about 60 to 70 miles per hour, which in itself can do some damage. So we're just going to kind of scan out here. We're going to do the line, go down the line, so that all of you guys can kind of know what's going on. So here we've got West Point Valley. Can we just flip over to reflectivity real quick, because I just want to show this. We've got West Point Valley, Crawford, seeing some rain, some thunderstorms. We've got this thunderstorm warning for Chambers, Lee, and Russell. That will go until 12:45 p.m. or a.m. Central Time, excuse me. And very heavy rain, especially back into Lafayette, down to Auburn. I know we had a question about Auburn. Is Auburn in the clear? Not yet. We still have this thunderstorm to get through. We still have some really strong winds to get through. We have a thunderstorm warning for you guys until 12:15 a.m. Central Time. Chambers, Lee, Macon, and Tallapoosa. So we still have to get through this line. Now, I do think once that line starts to move through, we'll have to kind of watch what goes on behind it. But I think once this initial line really starts to push to the east, things will kind of start to quiet down just a little bit more. So just hold on tight. We're starting to see it come through. There's this little thunderstorm that's now into Harris County near Waverly Hall. It's not severe, but it is something that we'll have to watch. Anything that kind of forms out ahead of this, we'll be watching closely. But we're seeing some rain up in LaGrange, same thing in Pine Mountain, Manchester. Not severe at the moment. So that's some good news up there. Down to the south again is where we'll be watching closely as well, where we have that active tornado warning that's in effect. And again, we're not seeing any of that strong rotation that we were seeing before. If we can just go down to the south there in Barber and Bullitt County, yeah, down towards Midway. So that was some good news there. Hurtsboro, again, this will stay primarily to the southwest. Union Springs, this is well to now your east. But we've got a lot of lightning. So Midway, for those of you who do live in Midway, you are probably getting the rain. You're hearing it. You're probably hearing the winds as well, because within this, we're seeing winds up to about 60 to 70 miles per hour. And Brian, do you have... and then I think we have Chief Meteorologist Bob Jeswell. I think he's live. I couldn't hear what you guys said. I'm sorry. You cut out.
Yeah, Bob's live in the other room.
We're live right now, Nicole.
Is saying on the
So we're
Bullitt County
outside
side.
the studio, and it's said you can hear and feel the winds right now. I'm going to just kind of see what we're looking at. We're seeing a lot of lightning. You can see it off in the distance coming to East Alabama. Winds again, they're gusting close to about 30 to 40. And you can see the lightning. If we could turn it out this way, you might be able to catch a little bit, because that storm to the southwest is what we're looking at. Actually, this would be the angle I should be at, because that's in the direction it's coming in. You can feel the wind at my back right now. So within less than a half hour, we're going to see re-intensification. I think this is going to intensify. If you're in Columbus, if you're in West Central Georgia, coming out of Lee County, Russell County, just stay tuned, because we really feel that a lot of this is going to really ramp up here shortly. It's coming into a very unstable environment. It's coming together as one line now. Is that line that Brian and Nicole are showing us kind of intersecting together, and we're going to start seeing it moving our way. Just take a look right here. You can almost listen to the thunder. I'll back out of the shot here. And again, this is going to start to come in here real shortly. So what we want everyone to know for the rest of tonight, just get that safe place. You got us streaming right now live on YouTube. You were here live on News 3, of course. We're live streaming at Q1073 FM. And, of course, like and subscribe and share if you can right here on the YouTube channel where it's going to be uninterrupted. We got about a 15-second delay with that. It gives you enough time to take your safe place, implement the plan, cover your head, get in the most center and slow level as you can in whatever house that you have. So, again, it's the winds, the rain is just steady right now. So at least right now in Columbus, it feels like there's a little calmness, but it's going to pick up again. And you can see off to the distance these storms that you guys are tracking. I'll send it back inside to you guys to, of course, Nicole, and, of course, back into with Brian as well.
Yeah, you can tell when he turned behind him, you can see the lightning in the distance. So definitely storms are making their way into the Chattahoochee Valley. The good news is Birmingham has no plans to continue the tornado warning further downstream for Russell County. So that's good news, but they are going to continue to watch that. And the good news is if you look at the overall picture of really this entire mess, this is the only area that has any warnings whatsoever other than the flash flood warnings. You've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in East Alabama, and you've got 1 tornado warning, which sounds like it's getting ready to not only expire, but they're not going to continue it further downstream. So that's good news there. And as the system continues to make its way, we're going to continue to watch things very, very closely, because obviously with these tornado warnings, a lot of times they can cycle down and cycle right back up. So obviously we're going to have to keep an eye on this as it continues to progress toward, let's see here, making its way up toward eventually Fort Benning, Casita, maybe southern parts of Muskogee County. So definitely we'll keep an eye on it and keep you posted. So just stay tuned to the First Alert Weather Team.
Yeah, and with some of these thunderstorm warnings, I know I'm looking at our cameras out in Auburn, and we can see the camera shaking. So we've got some strong winds, and we also had some very heavy rain. This is here at Toomer's Corner. You can see that light there, College. This is the rain, the wind. This is the storm coming in, and it's just a thunderstorm warning. So that we have that aspect as well, with the strong winds coming in and blowing at it right around 70 miles per hour. So we do have a thunderstorm warning for Chambersley and Macon, and that will go until 12:15 a.m. Central Time here. So within the next 20 minutes or so, we'll start to see that. So if you live in Opelika, your winds have probably already picked up, but they're going to get a little bit worse because we've got this strong storm coming on in. And so Auburn seeing some heavy rain that's going to be crossing the Interstate 85 here within the next couple of minutes, and then eventually into Opelika. Down to Beauregard, we're seeing some heavy rain, and I know that wind is blowing out there as well, because we've had some reports of that. So we'll be watching this one closely. And then if you look down, I kind of want to just zoom out a little bit more, because I just want to see a little bit of kind of get the bigger picture here of what's going on. So you see this line, and you see how it's moved to the east over the last couple of hours. And so we've got all of this energy, and it's just kind of pushing. So if you live like here in Columbus, within the next 45 minutes or so, we're going to get some really heavy rain. Eventually our winds are going to pick up as well. But one of the things that we have to watch closely when it comes to these storms is when we can, now we're starting to get a little bit more linear, and we start to have to watch the little nooks that form into these. And that's why we have seen some of these tornado warnings here, because we started to see that. But again, the only active one that we have, the only active tornado warning, is down in Barber and Bullitt County, and the National Weather Service out in Birmingham. They said, hey, the rotation, it's not as strong as it used to be, and we want to, we're not going to issue it downstream into Russell County. So that's actually some really good news. So we've got maybe about an extra 10 to 20 minutes on that warning. Can we take the Toomer's Corner camera just a little bit? I want to take this full here because I want to give you guys the full picture. I mean, we just took that view from Toomer's Corner, but look what's going on right now. I mean, my goodness, you can see all of the rain. It is coming down, but you see the wind just driving this rain. So a very not good situation that we've got going on in Auburn. But the good news about this is that we just have a thunderstorm warning, and I know sometimes that can be very scary, especially with the winds, but just hold on, because this is going to be moving in. It's already in, and soon it will be moving out, and things will start to calm down once this storm moves out of Auburn. But Opelika, you guys are next. You're going to see your visibility drop with that rain. You're going to have the wind coming in. Beauregard, a little bit of the same thing. So just hang on tight. This line of storms here will start to move in. It's just a thunderstorm warning, but still it's considerable because of the wind and also the rain that we have. So we'll be watching that closely. Brian, did you have any updates there on some of these warnings?
Nothing for Birmingham. They're pretty quiet right now. Again, they're not going to continue the tornado warning further downstream, and you know, as these and nothing for Peachtree City either, as far as continuing things onto the Georgia side. I'm sure they'll do that eventually, but we still probably got a little bit of time before that line of showers of storms that are moving through Auburn right now eventually makes it to the Georgia-Alabama state line. So, but obviously West Point, Valley, Pine Mountain, Hamilton, up into LaGrange, you got some pretty heavy weather coming your way. So just kind of hunker down to stay where you're at and keep it tuned to News 3.
Yeah, I think we just have another thunderstorm warning there for, looks like Russell and Barber County.
Yeah.
Let's see what they kind of, I wonder if how they've tagged that. Okay. So again, winds up to 60 miles per hour up until 1 a.m. Central Time. Let's see here. Let's put a track on this. It's moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and kind of put a little track on this.
Okay.
again, and this is the same little system same little cell that had the tornado warning on it earlier, but again, the rotation, it has really just fizzled out for us. So that's some good news, but we'll just wait till that one expires. The National Weather Service will let that kind of ride on out. But there we go. So moving again to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Again, we're talking about the severe thunderstorm warning that's for Barber and Russell County. So right around Fort Benning, right around 1:28 a.m. Eastern time. Union right around 1:34 a.m. Eastern as well. Glen Alta right around 1:56, so just shy of 2 a.m. Eastern time. So now we're going to start to see this kind of get a little bit closer to the Georgia state line. It looks like also, too, we've got some thunderstorms just to the south of Eufaula as well. So anything that's kind of forming out ahead of this main line is something that we have to watch closely, again, because we could easily get these spin-ups, especially since the atmosphere is really untapped in this location. But again, for the most part, we're just dealing with some very strong winds. So this might easily turn, okay, no. Let's go up to the north there. Looks like we have another tornado warning for Chambers County until 12:30. So let's go ahead and switch over to velocity, please. Let's go kind of look at this in this area of rotation. So it looks like it's going to be, looks like right around 431 is where we are seeing that area of rotation. I'm just going to step off real quick and kind of see what the Weather Service is saying about that.
Looks like just southwest of Casita, or Caseta, actually. Let's see here.
That looks like that's Birmingham.
Yeah, tornado warning at, let's see here. This is, of course, radar indicated rotation. Locations impacted include Chambers County Lake, Southern Harbor, Lakeview, the I-85 Welcome Center at Lynette, Rocky Point Valley, Lynette. You want to go ahead and get to your safe place. You're under a tornado warning. Again, this is radar indicated, but these things can ramp up pretty quick.
Yeah, Brian, this is moving at right around 55 miles per hour to the northeast. So if we go ahead and put a track on that so everyone knows where they should be and they have time to get in their safe place. And this goes once again until 12:30 a.m. Central Time. West Point, you're right on the edge of this warning. And if we can zoom in a little bit, I know we have a bunch of small towns in Chambers County, just so they can have plenty of view on this. Possibly crossing over Interstate 85. Casita, if you're not in your safe place, go ahead and get it. We're starting to see this rotation tighten up a good bit. Green is when green and where we see this green and red, excuse me, moving into just to the north of Casita. Casita, go ahead and be in your safe place. Valley, West Point, I know you're right on the edge of this. Go ahead and be in your safe place. We're also seeing some hail with this, a lot of lightning and heavy rainfall. Passing over Interstate 85. If you know anyone driving on Interstate 85, call them. Tell them to get into a safe place, pull over, gas station even, because they do not need to be out on the roads at this time. Lafayette, looking good. This is going to go to your south, actively moving through right now. And something that I do want to point out is whenever we have one of these radar scans, the storm is actually 1 or 2 minutes ahead of it. So Casita, be in your safe place. Anyone from Casita all the way to Valley and West Point. And if we can just do a quick CC scan, I don't know if we would have any debris yet because it's not quite as tight as it should be. Yeah, no debris at all, which is great news. So not a confirmed tornado. We just have radar indicated rotation. So that's what we've been talking about over the past couple of days, and what are the difference in those tornado warnings. So we're still seeing very broad rotation, not as impressive with this last scan, not seeing that gate to gate, which means it's not quite as tight. Still moving through Casita. If you are not in your safe place, Casita, West Point, Valley, I'm still going to be naming those towns over the next couple of minutes, and this is once again until 12:30 a.m. Central Time. We're going to put that track on it, moving pretty quickly at 55 miles per hour. So Hughley, 12:09 a.m. Central Time. West Point, 1:13 a.m. Eastern Time. You only got about 15 minutes to get into your safe place because of how fast this storm is moving. And another thing is we also have a severe thunderstorm warning that is considerable along with this tornado warning, which means winds up to 70 miles per hour all the way from 5 Points back down towards the south into Lee and Russell counties. So Northwest Point, right around 1:14 a.m. Eastern Time for this tornado warning. Once again, not confirmed, nothing on the ground as of now. Gray Hill around 1:20 a.m. Eastern Time. Boss Crossroads around 1:24 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, because we don't have anything confirmed on the ground, we want to give everybody else a heads up of what's on the way. And Chief Meteorologist Bob Jeswald is live outside.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kaylee. And right now, the wind on my back, you can certainly, I can feel it. Perhaps you can see it. The gusts are still very consistent. You were talking about gusts up to about 30, 35, and that's about it. So this is strictly all straight, kind of showers and thunderstorms. Emergency management folks, I know locally are probably breathing a little sigh of relief, as you were just saying. Now, severe thunderstorm winds, and it's all coming together collectively, it still does have that feel that now that it's all coming to one line, that this now will be just a severe thunderstorm event, with severe thunderstorms kind of racing along with it, or at least having the winds up to severe thunderstorm strength at times. There could be occasional weak tornado that can spin up along that line as it still advances westward. Tremendous amount of lightning, cloud to cloud is what we're seeing mainly. As you saw behind me, you can see the sky lighting up, and the rain is steadily falling here in Columbus. Uptown area here, 35th Street earlier, we had a tree on a car. We've had a few reports of that. We've also had reports of actually seeing some power outages as well. Damage in some of the areas that you've been looking at. So right now you can hear this. Here comes a gust right now. Right now you can hear this. Here comes a gust right now. Ready? And the thunderstorms. You can feel that one. And the thunder. So the rain is starting to come down heavy once again. So this is probably, if this is the worst of the storm we're seeing right now, Kaylee, Brian, Cody, this is to me and Nicole, we're faring quite well then. And if this is what we're experiencing, we still got a few more minutes for it to come here, and you can still hear those winds howling in the distance. Sounds a little ominous, but that's what you're going to get with these winds right along the squall line, which is typical. You can see the sky to the south, how bright it is right now, lighting up.
Well, thank you, Bob. And we want everyone to be in their safe place. But now we have a confirmed tornado on the ground because of a debris signature just to the northwest of Casita. So even though we now have that pink polygon, which means a confirmed tornado is on the ground until 12:30 a.m. Central Time for Chambers County. So we can see where we have those greens and those yellows. That means that we're seeing that radar beam go out, hit something that is not water, not rain. So that's where we're getting a difference, and we're seeing that debris detection. So all of that red, that's going to be rain. And now we're getting debris detection to the northwest of Casita. So Casita, be in your safe place along Interstate 85 all the way to Valley and West Point. We're going to put a track on that. The storm is moving pretty quickly. I know we just had another confirmed tornado move to the northwest of Chambers County. And I know we're all tired and it's been a long night. But do not panic. We've got a plan. We've been talking about it for the past couple of days. Go ahead, get the kids, go to your safe place. We're going to be listing out these times, so yes, you can watch us, but we're going to make sure that even if you lose power and you're in the bathroom and we've got us on the TV, we're going to know where to go and you're going to know these times. So Casita, 12:05 a.m. Central Time. So right now it's going to be moving to your north. We still got the debris signature just to your northwest, moving to the northeast over the next couple of minutes. Nelson, right around 12:10 a.m. Central Time. So you got about 5-10 minutes to get to your safe place. Hughley, 12:11 a.m. Central Time. A lot of these times have not changed. What has changed is that we do have debris signature and confirmed tornado on the ground. Nelson, Casita, all the way to West Point. Once again, be in your safe place. Even if we do no longer have a confirmed tornado later on, this has a history of producing a tornado. And we have that considerable severe thunderstorm all the way down in Crawford, Ladonia, Smith Station, Beauregard. So I don't want anyone to think, okay, I just have a severe thunderstorm warning. These storms have a history of producing winds up to 70 miles per hour. And we're going to stay focused on that tornado warning. And I think, Nicole, is there anything in the chat?
They are going to be watching closely just the Russell County, Lee County, Russell County storm. So Smith Station and Phoenix City. So they're going to be watching that area closely. I think that's what they're...
They've got an area of broad rotation coming in toward the Crawford area. So they're going to watch that to see if it kind of ramps up a little bit. But obviously the big concern is the storm up in Chambers County, especially with the observed tag. So.
And that area that they're talking about, strong winds with it, just broad rotation for now. We're going to be keeping an eye on it, but we're also going to be keeping an eye on that Chambers County. So right now, west of Crawford, along State Route 80, just to the east of State Route 51 is already passed over it. South right now, of State Route 169. So Crawford, go ahead and be in your safe place. Phoenix City, Smith Station. And once again, we still have considerable winds up to 70 miles per hour for Chambers, Lee, and Russell County. And we always urge you to take severe thunderstorm warnings as you would a tornado warning. So right now we have those bright greens, bright reds. That's what we're going to be focused on for a potential tornado warning later on down the line. And these storms are not moving in a perfectly straight line. A lot of these have begun to curve back to the north as they tighten up later on. So we have this confirmed tornado up in Chambers County. We've been watching these storms. We were watching one all the way from Otagoville as it moved into Chambers County. So we've been watching it for a long time. Right now, Lynette, West Point Valley, anywhere along Interstate 85. I know it's really hard to see where that debris signature is. It's not as defined, but we still have that just to the north of Casita. And if we could go ahead and look at that broad rotation, it's not as impressive as it was earlier. But right here, we have that little bit of bright red and a little bit of green. It's not quite as impressive as it was earlier, and that's kind of why we're seeing that debris signature scatter a little bit. Brian, what do you think?
Yeah, they're definitely saying that the circulation has weakened up in Chambers County, and just reiterating they're watching the circulation that's moving into northern Russell County, southern Lee County, around Smith Station, Ladonia, Crawford area. Going to keep an eye on that. And again, if that seems to ramp up, then obviously things would change. But right now, it's just a broad area of rotation. Some high winds, straight line winds going to be coming in, but we'll continue to watch things very, very closely. And of course, that severe thunderstorm warning actually extends further south, down around the Fort Mitchell area, Cottonton area. Also under a severe thunderstorm warning as well. That's for winds of up to 70 miles per hour. So, again, high winds can do a lot of times as much damage as a low-end tornado. So something you got to, really keep an eye on. But again, the observed tag still on the tornado warning for Chambers County, but they did say that the circulation has weakened quite a bit. So that's good news there. In fact, if we look over at the it's a little bit of signature there still on radar just to the west of the Hughley area. So again, if you're in the Hughley area, if you're in West Point, you want to be in your safe place just to be on the safe side. And you could actually, even though there's not a warning for anybody northeast of that, you want to keep an eye on that.
Let's get to West Point here. Let's go street level just for a second. And what's our speed on that, guys? Brian, what do you got?
This one was 55.
55?
Yes, 55.
Okay. Let's go. We'll go 55 on this real quick. Here, we'll put this back down here. And yeah, we got 45. We'll jump this baby up just a little bit. And I'm just going to go back over towards our, there we go. Let's see what we got here. Okay, you can still see a little bit of little rotation with that. Not much, but there's what's left at south of Country Club Road. If you're there, so as you guys are seeing, if you're in West Point, Northwest Point, right about Country Club Road, and I'm just going to take it out to this area here up towards County Road 212, Lynette, to about 12:15 Central Time, Northwest Point to about 1:19 Central Time. So you guys kind of get the idea what's going on here. So it's 1 o'clock Eastern. So we're looking at, of course, these times coming in at Northwest Point, Eastern time versus the same time, just by a few minutes difference there once you get into the other time zone, once we get into areas just into southern Troup County, southwest Troup County. South Troup County Emergency Management, they're watching this too. Not sure if you're hearing any sirens yet. But again, like you guys were just saying, this rotation is awfully broad right here. And there was a little bit of debris signature you saw, and now it looks like it's just starting to widen out again. And I wanted to say too, even with that tornado warning, guys, south here, you could see this is now, in fact, I was talking to Chuck Williams just a few minutes ago and just telling him just this. I said, this has become more of a severe thunderstorm line event with weak spin-up tornadoes that are beyond here. So Harris, Meriwether, Talbot, and Troup counties, Nicole's pointing out, in Chattahoochee County and Buena Vista, we have to look out of this because there's still a tornado possible when you get lines like this because you get that gustnado effect, and that's what we're looking at. So from Talbotton, Casita, Flat Rock, Columbus, Phoenix City, all these areas, Crawford, Ladonia, once we get into areas of Lee County, are still susceptible of seeing these strong winds that we're looking at. And as Brian was saying here, and Brian, I was going to go ahead and do some velocity here for you. You can see where that little twist is right there. You can see where it looks like a little gusty air and a little bit of rotation. So all this along this line, and I was just outside, I wanted to point it out. Yeah, the winds are probably exactly what you're feeling, about 35. This is almost in true fashion. But where you see a little bit of that spin up, that little, it's almost not quite a wake low, but what we would call more of an embedded area of rotation right here. That's the area that we're probably looking at tornado possible. So that's what we'll just keep watching at any given time. But really, you guys said it, and Brian, this is more of a wind event. Meteorologist Cody Nickel knows too. Wind covers a lot more real estate, and that's an issue. That's an issue. So, and as far as storm reports, we had that couple trees down ahead of this with all the winds all day yesterday and into this morning. And at this point, that's about what we're looking at. So looking at the winds, though, right even along this little area, we're seeing those gusts on both sides. We're seeing some circulation here, a little minor circulation right along that line. So, at least 40 to 45 mile an hour gusts. So this would be more significant. But again, you can see how sharp and defined that wavy line is. And that's just what it is. The atmosphere behaves just like water. So you're seeing the same thing. So a tornado warning continues, possible tornado across all of Harris County, all of Troup County, along this entire line. So at any given point, and this is what, a month ago you and I were doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
This looks exactly like it did just about a month ago on Sunday morning. And Brian and I were here.
And the good news is Birmingham says the looks like the tornado has dissipated in Chambers County.
Yeah,
so
it looks that way too. So this not that we're not dissing you guys here in West Point and Valley, but do understand there could be some strong gusty winds here right along the entire line as it continues to move all the way south of that. So that's what we're talking about, embedded areas of maybe of a tornado. That was the embedded tornado potentially. This is all one line right now, and glad to report that because we'd rather see just one line and see what's going on. So this entire line here, you can see down here in Columbus, is nothing but severe strong winds or potential severe thunderstorm winds right along that line is what we're looking at. The radar shows us too, all the lightning that's with it, and you can clearly see it. But we still got a lot of real estate to go here, guys. So if we were to see how it's like wavy and ripply like this right along here, that's what we're looking at with that potential risk or threat of seeing some more embedded tornadoes. But if this goes all the way out to Americus, we're talking about 2 o'clock Eastern, an hour from now. So Nicole, Cody, Kaylee, all of us in here, guys serving everybody online, YouTubers that are on here, thanks for sharing and staying with us. We still got some time to go, so stay with us until we see this entire line kind of drift right out.
And a good reminder, too, that we're still under tornado watch until the early morning of the early hours of the morning. You got SPC with just kind of a reminder message that the long track supercells will continue to pose a tornado risk even into far western Georgia. So, again, we're under tornado watch. We'll continue to watch things very, very closely. Right now we're just dealing with some severe thunderstorm warnings. Hopefully that stays like that. But if we do have anything go tornadic, then we will definitely keep you updated and continue to track things for you.
Okay, so back to the our velocity on here. And again, you can see that tornado warning in Chambers, including you guys in West and Northwest Point. You right now, I would say it's safe to say that tornado has now just been completely enveloped. And it is out even despite the fact that it goes to 12:30 that we have here Central Time this morning. So again, we're going to keep watching it because as it continues to move off to the east-northeast, that could still be an issue. So meteorologist Cody Nickel is back here at the helm here, and you're looking at this right now.
Yeah.
Right on it. If you want to stay, you want to stay on the wall up there. You want to come back here. Stay on the wall for a minute, and you can kind of break this down. So this whole line here, we still got time, but it doesn't mean that we're not going to still see any tornadic action on this.
Yeah, so we have that tornado warning, Chambers County. Thankfully, it was downgraded to a radar indicated 3/4 of hail. So we haven't seen a whole lot of hail across the area with these storms, but you are somewhat getting that line echo wave pattern. You're getting those little perturbations in the atmosphere, and you get those little twisties and turning with that squall line. So that's why you're seeing potentially some of those areas of potential little circulations, but they're not really twisting right now across parts of Lee County, moving up into areas of Smith Station, and then down here through parts of Russell County, especially right there around Seal. If anything were to go potentially tornadic, that is where we potentially could have our next tornado kind of spin up within that line. But Columbus is now under that severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible, and this is where potentially we have some very broad rotation right there around the Sandford area, Alabama 169, that takes you down into parts of, that runs you back into US 431 that takes you into Phoenix City. So if this is going to be moving off towards the east here, it could potentially lift into areas right there around Fort Mitchell, Phoenix City, and then moving into parts of Fort Benning and South Columbus. But it is just very weak and broad right now, but it could definitely be something a little bit more substantial over the next couple of scans. Hopefully not, but definitely if you are live along Old Seal Highway up here toward the Paget's Road area, Alabama 169, definitely I would already be a little bit more hyper-focused as this energy is lifting on into northern parts of Russell County.
In that Chambers County, the tornado right now is expired. I just want to show you that. So that's gone. So if you're in West Point and Valley, you guys are okay. You're clear. The tornado warning has now diminished. It's gone up here in Chambers County. It's all now, including LaGrange. It's including Greenville, Manchester, Warm Springs, Pine Mountain, Shiloh, Waverly Hall, Hamilton, Fortson, Catala, Columbus, Phoenix City, Upatoy, all the way into areas of Talbotton, in the city of Talbotton, just to the west of Buena Vista, Casita and Chattahoochee County on post, Fort Benning. These areas here, even back off to the west, you can still see across, as Cody just said, at that junction right here south of Crawford, right into the areas coming around Old Seal Highway. Pardon me, there's a broad rotation. So that could have some strong winds. So that right there could topple over some trees. And trailing down there, when you see a very smooth, distinct line like this, that is what you would prefer to see in any kind of situation like this. Because when you have this line like this, see that little line? And actually, let me put it the other way, because that's not the right way, Cody. It's like the air is moving this way behind it, and it's all forward moving. Not downplaying that. That's just a lot of real estate of the potential of strong damaging wind. And that's why Harris, Meriwether, Talbot, Troup counties are all in a severe thunderstorm warning. As this bows out, when we see it kind of bow out like that, that's when we start talking about, okay, this right here, this definitely could be an issue right along this whole line. It's kind of wavy like that. And where it waves, you get kinks along the line. Sometimes what we're pointing out right here, which could be a potential developing tornado or like a gustnado effect that's on there. And that's what we're seeing right now. Anything, does anybody have anything, Nicole, on YouTube? Are they discussing anything or have anything they want to talk about?
No, but some good news, though, from the National Weather Service. It looks like they have canceled the tornado watch for Tallapoosa, Macon, and Randolph counties.
Good, great.
So we're starting to clear some counties, so that's some good news with that. And then Peachtree City hasn't said any. I mean, obviously, we still have these storms moving through, so they're not going to say anything. But that's some good news that we're starting to get some counties canceled out of the tornado watch. Looks like Auburn, too, the heaviest rain and the strong winds have pushed now to the east. So maybe about, I would say, an hour or so ago, we were watching some of that go through Auburn, and we were seeing the heavy rain. So when we look here, again, we have this severe thunderstorm warning for Harris, Meriwether, Talbot, and Troup County. Again, it does have that tornado possible tag, and the reason why is because we could easily see a brief spin-up tornado. So reaching Phoenix City right around,
that's 12:26,
thank you.
For Phoenix City, 1:31 for the city of Columbus. And the Phoenix City time is actually, if you want to do it in Eastern, is 1:26, 1:31 Columbus, Pine Mountain 1:37. Casita, Georgia is 1:45, Manchester 1:52, and then Talbotton at the end of that track at 1:50. 56. All of those are Eastern time. With the tornado possible with the severe thunderstorm warning here. And we're going to get some pretty gusty winds already starting to move through parts of Smith Station right now. The leading edge of that is probably somewhat a little bit higher, about 50 with some radar estimates there. That's going to be coming up into areas of northern Phoenix City, northern Columbus here on that stretch right there. So it's actually through Smith Station, affecting parts of Ladonia, and then now parts of Phoenix City will be seeing that as well. Still, this little area of weak rotation is behaving a little bit. It's not ramped up, so that's some good news right there around the Knuckles community, Alabama, or no, US 431, Sanford Road, Alabama 165 that takes you back down into Fort Mitchell, Oswego, those areas. You see Mount Olive High School, Fort Benning, just go north of you guys, and then the Oakland Park area right there along South Lumpkin Road near Oxbow Meadows will be potentially seeing this area of rotation as it kind of lifts off towards the northeast. And these storms have kind of been booking it depending upon the certain segments of it. Some are moving a little bit quicker. That's why we get those little waves and kinks in the line as it continues to push across East Alabama right now. So the tornado warning expired, canceled. We're just seeing some strong gusty winds up here across parts of LaGrange, Valley, Lynette, seeing just some gusty winds right for now. And thankfully, we only have severe thunderstorm warnings, but Troup, Meriwether, Harris, Talbot, Muskogee, Chattahoochee, Marion, it is tagged with tornado possible just for possibly a weak spin up within that line, which could potentially turn into something a little bit more major. We did have stronger gusty winds tagged at 70 miles per hour, considerable through parts of Lee County as we're seeing that move through, and then down towards parts of southern Russell County continues with a severe thunderstorm warning there. So that's the only warnings that we currently have across the area. We did have some strong winds, gradient winds ahead of the system, gusting up to about 40 that brought down some trees, and even I think a tree fell on a car earlier this evening.
Was it, or 35th Street, I think it was, or somewhere around there?
A tree down on 35th Street, a tree down on a car, excuse me, in Alabama.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you, Kaylee.
And we also have a lot of power outages.
That was thunder.
You probably heard
Columbus.
that on our microphone.
Yeah, that's right overhead. We literally had that lightning overhead.
And that was not a severe thunderstorm here locally in Pike County, where that tornado warning was earlier, and that confirmed tornado moved through Troy, Alabama, just under 3,000 without power. That's going to go up once people wake up and realize that they're without power. Bullitt County, just over 1,000. Macon County, just under 1,000. And Lee County, just under 2,000 without power. We're still getting reports of those across Alabama. And even here in Georgia, Harris County, just under 1,000. Marion County, just under 400. So as those storms move through, and those storms have not moved through really portions of our Georgia counties, they're just now moving to Harris County here in Columbus, Troup and Meriwether County. They have not moved into Marion County. That's just from the winds earlier this afternoon. We're going to see those power outages go up, especially when people wake up in the morning, realize they don't have power. But once again, do not get out on the roads tomorrow morning. I know you want to get out. It's going to be a great day. Let emergency management clean up. Let the linemen get out and put these power lines back up and restore power to everybody, Bob.
Okay, Kaylee. And of course, we're still looking at the thunderstorms that are coming through here. And some of this certainly has been bringing in considerable amount of lightning. In fact, a lot of people are like, so how much lightning strikes are we talking about? A lot. So again, when you see this much lightning clustered in here, obviously you're looking at heavy rainfall too, all at the same time. And when we look at the storm, if we were just to look at it three-dimensionally, you could see from Hurtsboro, this is moving off towards the east at this direction. So I am west. If you're in Beauregard, if you're in Marvin, Little Texas, Tuskegee, and Macon, Fort Davis, Auburn, the strongest portion of this is just off to your east. The core of the storm right here, surprisingly, is not your typical high base storm. April, this would be a different deal. This is just under 30,000 feet. We're not even seeing a strong hail core with this. You see less than, 3/4 inch of diameter hail. That's it. But the rain is quite heavy, lots of lightning with it, and you can see the extent of that full line. So that line is significant in the sense that there's a tremendous amount of wind in it, and you can see certainly the gusts that are along with that as well. Nicole, what are you seeing, or what are people experiencing right now? Anything worth noting?
I just saw someone said that they lost power in Seal.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that was from that wind that was on that kink along the line. So let's go back to that. Let's go back and see what Nicole is talking about. So we go back here. You still got those flash flood. Calera, by the way, in south of Birmingham, on these areas there, was hit very hard tonight. A lot of mobile home park was severely damaged, and campers were strewn about along the highway there, right along, and even the interstate of 65. So really bad. Our hearts go out to the folks there. But for us here, we've been seeing we had a couple tornadoes. We had one in Pike in southern parts, southern portion of Macon County, and right now the whole line is converged into one. So you just said, of course, we're looking at seeing some of the areas right around Phoenix City, I'll say that, and this area coming into Russell County, having that, of course, power outages right now, and that's what we're seeing. But the lightning is quite considerable at this time, and we're still under the severe thunderstorm warning for Harris, Meriwether, Talbot, Troup counties. This would be a good chunk of all these counties I'm just rattling off to you. Just a little portion just to the western portion of Talbot County and the western portion of Marion County. And Brian, when you came in this morning, you're seeing a lot of lightning, but how was the roads, and did you see any debris from these small branches or anything?
No, it wasn't a whole lot out there. In fact, I was kind of surprised that we didn't. But I think having that gap between the last big rain that we had until now, I think made quite a bit of difference, because if we have a big rainstorm before all this wind, you get the loose branches and loose roots and all that stuff, and so you'll obviously things can be quite different.
Yeah, no doubt about
it. Thankfully things weren't too bad. Like I said, I came in even in the neighborhood where we had a lot of trees. There was hardly any branches or anything laying around. So
the stuff that happened around
it was really clear.
Yeah, that's great, because 35th Street.
But it was windy out there.
Yeah, but the winds that were in Cayley, and Nicole, you're saying in Cayley, these were all not even associated with severe thunderstorms so far. People understand this. A lot of this was the winds that we had yesterday.
Yeah.
Just the gradient winds that were ahead of it. But then we've been seeing that a lot this season with these systems.
Yeah, this second big one we've had.
Yeah, that's some good news.
And Bob, we've already heard reports of power lines down on Highway 14 near Tallahassee, Alabama. Those damage reports are going to continue to come in over the next couple of hours. But if you could just go down the line and zoom in really close, and also just tell people, are they good? Are they clear? Is Troup County clear? Is Opelika, Auburn, Lee County clear from these storms? Are they going to get any more from the south? Really, people in Tuskegee, Troup, and Lee County, they're wanting to know if the worst is over.
Yeah, for the most part, anything behind this line, Chambers County, you're good. Half of Lee County, you're good. Where the lightning is, Macon, you're pretty good. Macon and Bullitt County, you're still seeing a lot of lightning and thunderstorms. Pike is starting to clear and look a little bit better. But right around Columbus, right now, we're seeing some issues over here. We got to watch for a broad spin up right around here. So let's just get down around the Columbus, Georgia area, and let's just see some of this broad rotation that was coming into this area. Let's get a little bit better scan on here, and we'll get one here in a second. And there we go. I think it's right about here is what Brian was looking at. This is right around the Brookyard area. So we've been watching this. This is that same area coming around Casita in South Columbus. There could be some strong winds here, guys, with some potential damage, as we're saying. So this is probably the next area that we'll keep watching. It still looks like there's some broad rotation in this area. There it is. It's coming in here. So we'll see if that tightens up at all. So again, right along that line, Kaylee, anything behind this line. So Crawford, Smith Station, back up in the West Point Valley, all of Chambers County. Smith Station, you're good. So Lee County, you're looking good right now. If you're Crawford westward, you're good. Not saying you still got thunderstorm activity, but right in the western portion of Lee County, the Panhandle, back into Macon County, including Tuskegee, Hurtsboro, we're good. Union Springs, those areas are good. But anywhere on this line is what we're still looking at the potential threat of seeing some more areas that could be a little bit more problematic. In fact, right now what I'm going to do is let me just get out of this radar I got to get to another site here. Let's get out of Fort Rucker, Robins Air Force Base, Maxwell. We got Birmingham. We got Peachtree City. And we could probably go Maxwell here. Let me go back over here because it's coming towards radar. So let's go to Maxwell coming out of Macon County here. And you can see. So if you get over down here, you can see a little bit farther south. We're going to be watching this just to the south here. Looking at a lot of trees. Yeah, Omaha, right down in that area. Yeah, right in Barber. Yeah, I'm looking further south here.
Right there.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Okay, so that's the area we want to start watching, Coffee and Dale, and it's right on that county line almost. It's just hard to see that. Let's get the winds on here. So as we continue to watch this here, let's go to velocity here. This is what we've got to keep watching. So what we're doing now is we're dissecting these storms, and you can see the winds that are with this. I mean, you're talking 58 to 60, and that's got some broad rotation with it right now. So right around the Blue Springs, Louisville area, right along the area of Coffee, Dale counties, as that's lifting north and east, and that's going into areas of Louisville, Blue Springs, Alabama State Route 10 in the southern Barber County. We need to watch that closely. But at this point, again, that's what we're going to keep looking at. Even over here, you can see some little minor rotation with this as well, Barber and Russell. You guys are still seeing in that southern part of that some strong winds. But anything west of this line, we're clear. But we do got a couple kinks along this line. We want to keep watching this right here. Is what we're talking about. This is northern portion of Barber, southern west portion of Russell County. These are two areas of seeing those little kinks, which have some strong winds on it too. So you could be driving and having hardly any winds, but then you get these embedded areas with obviously some rotation right along it, with at least some damaging wind. And this is all lifting north and eastward. So if we track these accordingly, the winds on this, are we still looking at about 50, possibly? Yeah, wind speeds on this whole. I may just retract this line. It's kind of lifting north and east.
The last update was 50, but I would do a track.
Let's do a track. Okay, it's been an hour. So let's just kind of get down a little farther south. That would take it to Victoria in this direction, lifting north and east. We go ahead and give a surface analysis here. And thanks for liking us and, of course, on YouTube and sharing this to give people information. They have lost power, and I know we had a little areas of lost power too. So we kind of get up here. Let's do this one more time, and hang on one second, and let's see. I get back over here for a minute. Let's get back into one. This computer, I have a feeling we may have to take our show down here in just a second and move to max 1. Let's just see here. So right here, and let's bring it back. You guys, your mics are on. We hear you whispering. Just wanna, or you can feel free to talk. That's fine, because I can. If you guys have something on this. Okay, so 47 mile per hour wind. So we're about 47. So we're just under 50. And let me just see if it goes up this way. So let's take it here. So 50 miles an hour, and we'll go back into our squall line, because we are looking at one big line of wind. So we'll take it up to that point here and lift it up. So we'll take the southern part coming out of Dale and Coffee. We'll take it all the way through here. The same line is just going to be rotating along the whole squall line. It's moving east. So if you're at Fort Benning, coming up about 45 minutes, less than 45 minutes, about 40 minutes. Columbus at 224, we're going to get another round. Columbus that, you're going to get another couple strong wind gusts here. Flat Rock area, which would be about 31 minutes after, coming up in Midland, Georgia, and Midland, Muskogee, and probably Midland and Harris eventually in Talbotton too as well. Let's take a look at that lightning out there. That's been the story too. It's considerable amount of lightning. We haven't had any reports of like anybody with issues with lightning. No house fires, nothing like that. We're doing really well, guys. If you're just joining us now on News 3, if you're waking up, we had a tree on a car, no injuries. So far, we're doing really good with the storm, thank goodness. Great to report. So you can see the winds out there, how strong they are. This is what we've been looking at. Like, this is 35 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts. Hasn't been much more than that I've seen. Or reports. I don't think we've seen anything more than that. You guys, I don't know if anyone saw. I don't think there was a gust. Yeah, Auburn, we see how to mess up through Auburn with the same line. A lot of power lines and trees down in Auburn. So this has been mainly a wind event, not even related to the tornado warnings that we had that was in portions of Northwest Chambers, Tallapoosa County. we had a tornado warning. Troy was hit hard, though. We want to go back to Troy. Troy, there's a lot of damage down in Pike County, Alabama. When that same tornado was confirmed, we saw the debris signature that was lifting north and east. It was a dangerous tornado labeled as it got into that metropolitan area. So those are the areas, again, like we said before, you don't know where it's going to be. It's going to hit one area. That's the area it's damaged. And all it does is take one. Compare this to what happened yesterday farther west. Definitely not as numerous or widespread. So that's the good news. If you're waking up with us, you're up with us this morning. If you're, of course, on YouTube, we've been streaming. You could keep that as your power source. Q107.3 FM, our PMB broadcast partner, is also streaming. And, of course, WRBL.com. And you got everything you can on social media that we're keeping you updated. So, again, a wavy line, a lot of wind gusts, bowing out. This is one big, long squall line. When you have these, we have little embedded rotating or gustnados on it. So at this point, guys, we're still looking good, but we're not out of the woods yet. We still got to trek a little bit farther east. If we continue this track, at least through Thomaston, Georgia, Buena Vista, coming up at about 10, 11 minutes after the hour, and that would be even points a little bit farther south. Anybody else would like to interject what you're seeing?
We did have a report of power being out in South Columbus.
Okay, so South Columbus seeing some power outages.
Yeah, so, and that's mainly due to wind as well. So again, we had this storm here with winds up to 60, 70 miles per hour. So yeah, National Weather Service, they canceled obviously the severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers County. They have continued it for Lee and Russell County. Again, that should be probably getting ready to end here within the next, I would say, maybe 15 minutes or so. But there's some areas back to the west. So if you live in Auburn, the severe threat is east of you guys now. So you're probably just getting a little bit of rain, maybe still even hearing some thunder. Maybe your winds are a little bit up. But if you live in Auburn, this has passed you. Now we're starting to look into our Georgia counties here. So we still have this severe thunderstorm warning for Harris, Meriwether, Talbot, and Troup County. That will go until 2 a.m. Eastern time. And this is tornado possible tag. And the reason why, again, we have that is because we are just seeing just some little kinks in the line there that could cause a spin up there. And we see that often when we have lines like this and when we have just a lot of energy. So again, that will go until 2 a.m. Eastern time. But here, we're going to take a look at our live view, kind of take out the wide view here. Anywhere from Columbus down to Omaha, Eufaula, Richland. Now we're starting to get a little bit east here. We're starting to see the winds pick up, the rain. You're getting the lightning. So this system will continue to track east, and Chief Meteorologist Bob Jeswald is putting a track on that for us. Arriving in Cuthbert right around 2:04 Eastern time, Butler right around 2:18, and then Americus, and that will be kind of the final push there right around 2:34 a.m. Eastern time. But let's go ahead and kind of clear some areas for you. So those of you who live in Auburn, the severe threat is over for you tonight. So if you are wondering, if you live in Auburn, you're wondering about that, the severe threat has moved east. So you guys can now get ready, kind of wind down a little bit. But that's not the case here in Columbus, not the case for areas to the east. And so Birmingham is saying their active severe threat, it's done for everyone except for Barber and Russell County. And we see that here with the line of storms that we have.
And you can see right here, Harris County, northern Muskogee, midland Muskogee. Look at this wind. It's coming into East Columbus. Nicole, Brian, and Nicole, Cody's looking at this as well. Cody, you're seeing this constant forward momentum, and especially in Southeast Harris, it looks like this is definitely cranking up a little bit here. And Brian's got some power outages as well, too. So you guys take a look at that.
Yeah, Russell County, about almost 600 people without power. Lee County, about 1,600 people without power. A little bit higher over in Macon County. Only 745, but that's out of a county that's tracked of about 9,200. So you're looking at about 10% of the county without power. Same thing for Bullock County. About 30% of Pike County without power. A lot of that because they had the tornado down there, I'm sure. And then if we go over into Georgia, Harris County, looking at close to 10% of the county without power. Muskogee County starting to ramp up, about 1,300 people without power in Muskogee County. I know Nicole mentioned some folks in South Columbus, also some folks in North Columbus without power as well. In fact, my wife just texted me, said we have no power. So it's
back to another tornado warning. You guys, something like go ahead, Cody and Brian. You want to grab that real quick? There, you guys got this. So go ahead, Brian. Here.
Barber County, just southwest of Eufaula, just south of Clayton, east of Clio. Moving. What's the?
Okay, let's get the speed, the velocity. I'm going to go ahead and get you a track on here. Yeah, let's see.
What's the speed on this one here?
Okay, this is probably running about. Again, I think we're still about 47 miles an hour at surface. Okay. So let me get you a proper track, guys. Let's see. All right. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
55.
Oh, 55. Let's ramp that up just a little bit. Thanks. I just thought of.
So it's moving along pretty good.
Yeah. Excuse me.
So if you live, definitely if you live in Eufaula, you want to be in your safe place. Grab your helmets and whatnot. Head to that center part of your house, bathroom, preferably lowest floor, lined sink. Looking at about 12:47. These are Central Times, of course. 12:47 for Oatston. Sandy Point, 12:54. Looks like 103 for Tullis. Eufaula, about 105. 110 for Howell. You need to all be in your safe place. Got this is let's see, radar indicated tornado warning for Barber County, moving northeastward at 55 miles per hour. So it's trucking along. So don't waste any time. Go ahead and go to your safe place and just wait it out. And hopefully this thing will be over before you know it, or maybe it'll downgrade a little bit. But the bottom line is we got a tornado warning for Barber County. There you see the reds and the greens pretty close together there. So our friends out of Birmingham with a tornado warning for Barber County. Again, this is going to go until 1:30 Central Daylight Time. Again, just south of Clayton, east of Louisville, west of Baker Hill. In fact, Baker Hill not even in the tornado warning, but definitely just off to your west down the, was it 131 there, south of 30 going over to Clayton. Eufaula, again, you're in that tornado warning, so you want to be in your safe place. Gate to gate, not real high on this, but bottom line is you've got the greens and the reds close enough together to prompt that tornado warning. Again, just west of Texasville, getting real close here. We got County Road 53. We got looks like Bud Gary Road. Further up to the north, you got County Road 79 South. You want to be in your safe place. If you live anywhere near these roads, you want to be in your safe place as this tracks off to the northeast, 55 miles per hour, moving at a pretty good clip right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Sandy Point, Gano, we're looking at Oatston, Osco. Now this, even though it doesn't have a very defined or confirmed tornado, it can drop one at any time. It's tightening up and it has a considerable amount of winds with it. The rotation is pretty broad, and we're going to go in just a second here. I'm going to go live here in just one moment, but let me just point out something here before we do just that. Anybody on there? Let me see right here. So you could see the winds from Lindsay area back down to Texasville. So we're seeing about 50-mile-an-hour winds. It's starting to straighten back out again. That's what we keep seeing. So again, it's been a pretty busy night. We've been looking at it, but I want to go live right now to see some damage. We're live right here at, it's frozen right now. We're going to go out live in a bit once we get our shot back up, because we have Chuck Williams out at the emergency management over in Muskogee County with Chance Corbett right off of Macon Road. We want to see what they're hearing out on the roads from first responders. When we get to it, my director will tell us. But right now, Brian and Cody, it looks good. County Road 53 is on the back side of that, Texasville, Oatsville. This is now just forward wind movement, which, you know, I mean, this is what's happening. I mean, we're just getting those little weak spin up tornadoes that are right along the line, and that's about it. So the reports you've been getting, Brian, you saw a lot of that, power outages that have been in. You're telling us not as much as we saw about a month ago from that event. Surprise, surprise, considering this one was going to be a pretty big event, and it turned out to be a weaker event. Despite we've had tornado warnings, we did all that, and we're hearing some great reports. We do have trees down. We had a tree down on a car last night, and this is from non-thunderstorm winds. This was all the energy that was ahead of it. But you can see how this air is moving forward now, about 58 to 40 mile an hour gusts. So this could easily knock down trees and doing that too. So anyway, so Talladega, that was the big night tonight. Shelby County getting hit hard over in central Alabama. Hearts go out to those folks. They were hit in Calera. The Walmart out in that area as well was hit very hard, very hard. But again, this tornado warning for Barber County, I know you guys have been seeing this, your second one already this morning. This, again, is expected to go into parts of southern, possibly more into, not Macon, but Bullock counties and into southern Russell County. It looks like right at the county line, where we still got a severe thunderstorm warning, and everything back on the west side of this. Let me just draw the circle. I think, Nicole, you cleared a lot of these already. Pardon me. But when you go right here, I'm taking this line, anybody in this area here, if you're streaming with us, you could go ahead and get a good night's rest. That is all clear. That's clear from anything of any threat of any severe weather right now. The severe weather is all ahead of this line as we speak right now. Cody, if you're there. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I don't know if you had.
All right, yeah, so what we're watching this tornado warning coming up in Barber County, and you can see the rotation is really ramped up here across southern Barber County, just south of Clayton. Clayton, you're not in that. In Baker Hill, you're just outside of the warning. And if you could pop me up on the wall, that would be great. In production, please. This is heading towards the Eufaula area. So if you are in Eufaula, go ahead and seek your tornado safe spot, even around the Osco area, Cotton Hill, Gano. But that circulation is near the Oatston community, County Road 53, right there around Lindsay too. Right there, let's see, that is Alabama 131. We've had several tornadoes in the past touch down here around the Baker Hill area. So this storm is on the bottom one, and it's getting all of that energy feeding into it. That's why it continues to see a little bit better rotation here around the County Road 53 area, down across parts of Barber County. Alabama 30 here that takes you from Eufaula to Clayton. If you're there, you can be seeking your lowest level, which is an interior room, bathroom, lowest floor potentially possible. And you can see it's right there where we have that ramped up area of concern, and that is lifting off towards the northeast here, moving at about 55 miles per hour. And some of these storms today have really been booking it. Earlier we had a forward motion of 70 miles per hour with one of our severe thunderstorm warnings. So we just are dealing with a lot of wind, and that's what we're seeing here. And this has actually started to ramp up across parts of southern Barber County.
Yeah, and Cody, tonight, we're trying to see how busy EMA directors have been across the area. We go live right now with Chuck Williams and, of course, the Emergency Management Director, Homeland Security, Chance Corbett. Chuck, you guys are out there. Chance, you heard about the one tree on 35th Street. We haven't had a lot of reports, but you guys have boots on the ground. You're hearing all these first responders. What is EMA hearing as far as, besides the power outages, anything else we're missing?
Okay, Bob, I'm with Chance Corbett, Emergency Management Director, Homeland Security Director. We're in the Emergency Operations Center here in the basement of City Hall, the old Synovus building downtown on First Avenue. Chance, looking pretty good right now. You're not getting a lot of reports of damage, right?
Yeah, we've been here most of the night watching it. Obviously, to the west, it was pretty bad here. We had some trees down from the winds ahead of the storm, but we're not getting a lot of reports right now. We're waiting to see if we get anything through these thunderstorms that came through.
You got concerned earlier when you saw what happened in Troy. You were pulling up all the cameras from Troy, from the airport to the university, right?
Yeah, we were pulling up everything. We had Troy University cameras up. We had Eufaula cameras up. We were watching everything we could. We even, obviously we're watching the news feeds as well. Obviously that track was taking it through Russell County and then possibly through Columbus. So we were a little concerned with that. It started breaking up, luckily for us. So.
And Bob and them were reporting that. Bob, Chance has said, you know, they've got a small team here that's monitoring it, and, you know, they're just, you know, they're not ready to say we've gotten lucky yet, but I think, Chance, you think this is getting, it's shaping up better than it looked 4 or 5 hours ago.
Yeah, as you can see in the background, we're watching the local meteorologist, and we're watching Bob, and we're watching to see what they're coming up with for us, helping us, you know, watch it get through here. And, you know, I think within minutes here, we're going to be past this. So we're hoping, you know, we're going to have some trees down and things like that, but our guys will be ready to respond to that pretty quickly.
Yeah, and we're focused on Muskogee County, this little hole in a bigger donut, sure, the News 3 viewing area. So, you know, Bob and his full team, which is working right now, they're looking at the whole wider picture. So, you know, just hopefully right now, I mean, it stays where it is. Any advice to citizens as far as into the night? And I know people are staying up tonight and monitoring.
Sure they are, yeah. I'm sure when those storms came through, they started getting up if they weren't already up. Those things, they were a little, you know, the winds that were going, the rains, and some of the storms even to our west of Auburn, man, they got hammered pretty good with the winds and things. But we were watching as it was approaching, you know, Muskogee County, Harris County, and all of that. We're really concerned about it, but it looks like we've fared, you know, pretty well for this one.
So what's your job for the rest of the night now?
Yeah, we're going to watch this until it's past us and there's no more threat, and then we'll start shutting this thing down. So, I mean, we're here, you know, we're here till the threat's gone.
Well, Bob, I'm going to stay here in the Emergency Operations Center here in City Hall on First Avenue with Chance for a few, you know, a little while longer, sort of see what happens. If anything changes, we'll get back with you. But I'm going to send it back to the studio. Chuck Williams, WRBL News 3. It's very early in the morning.
Good job, guys. And tell Chance, I know he can hear me right now, wonderful job. And this is what it is first responders informing, educating, and calming, and giving you the track that you need to know. Meteorologist Brian Thomas getting the hail core here southwest of Waverly Hall. If you are along 27 in Fortune right now, we have 3/10 diameter, probably very small, maybe more dime size, maybe not just less than quarter size tail lifting north and east up here. The reason why tornado is possible here, if you're in Harris County, right along that whole line, all the way up to Talbotton, we do have a lot of rotation on this, and actually getting hail. These are about 30,000 feet, these thunderstorms. So you are getting enough. That's why they're not like large hail, which we're expecting maybe 30,000 plus feet, which we would have probably had more suspension in the atmosphere and seeing more dramatic sized hail. But in this case, the hail is still there, and it could be anything that could be an issue. You can see the hail core right now, southwest of 27. If you zoom in on that as tight as you can, Brian, we can show you the neighborhoods that are getting some hail right now. And again, that rotation, it's right along that. So the neighborhoods we're looking at, if you are in Midland, as I mentioned, you're just east of Flat Rocks, Chautauqua Road. That goes all the way into eastern Muskogee County. Upatoy, be ready. You could still see some hail with this. And going to the north of Midland, Muskogee, and if you go just to northeast in Harris County, southeast Harris, from Central Church Road, that goes right into County Ryan Road, right where Christy Lynn's Way is, that whole, all those neighborhoods here that connects right into 27 into Ellerslie. This is southeast of that. This is Muskogee, this is Midland, Harris County, Midland, Harris County. You get that little hail, and it's starting to build out towards County Line Road into the Muskogee County area. So I got to say it right, because there's Midland, Muskogee, Midland, Harris, south of Ellerslie, and that's on 27 all to the east. Not really affecting Harris County, but that is probably moving east, northeast. Chatsworth Road south right here in Columbus, and Garrett Road to Midland Road. Warm Springs, it's just to the east of you. That, all that purple there, up to 3/10 of an inch of hail. So we're getting some hail in this area. Webster County the other day, our storm we had on Wednesday dumped hail too, and it actually scattered across the whole road. It looked like it was snow that was on there. This is about the same sized hail we had the other day in the same areas, but it was moving northwest to southeast into Fort Benning into Chattahoochee County. This instead staying in Muskogee into southeast Harris County, and eventually going into Talbot County as well, which we were looking at. So if you're at Central Church Road, all the way down, that's where the hail is right there. So that's a considerable amount of area that's seeing some hail right now. If you're wondering if you hear that noise, again, that's what it is. Pardon me. Tornado possible along this line because it still has a lot of rotation on it. So if we go ahead and we'll go back to velocity, we'll take a peek at that again. And still around Ballville, coming into Talbotton. I know, Kaylee, you were looking at that on 315. That's coming out of Waverly Hall. just to the area south. So this is where we do all the nice fireworks display. Right where that connects 208, goes right into 315. We got to watch for some wind there. So if you kind of see the rotation, a little bit of, just kind of broad rotations, not tight at all, but this is what we're seeing along the line, have a tendency to bring in some pretty strong wind gusts that are very isolated, but could be certainly in any time, could be up to maybe, maybe up to 60 miles an hour or less. And I think what we're seeing with that is probably about 40 to 50, and then even up to the north of that. So we're seeing that kind of weak rotation along this whole line, which is going to continue eastward into Talbot County and then eventually into Taylor County, as far east as Butler. Anybody west of this line, though, you're west of this line, guess what? You don't have anything to where that's all done. You guys could kind of call it a night and just sleep tight. That's what we're talking about. So we're doing pretty good. And the tornado watch across east central Alabama should start to expire. Now back down here, let's go back down to tornado warning. It was Doppler indicated, still has very broad circulation, so I'm still not worried about that dropping a tornado, but it could drop a tornado at any time. Eufaula, this is just to the west-southwest of you, so you're okay right now. We're not seeing any organized debris with that, so this is probably spinning way up in the atmosphere a little bit. But if you're in North Eufaula Drive, if you're anywhere in this area, that still can potentially have some strong winds with that. So if we track that for you, if you're along this track, if you're in Osco, Tullis, Wheatonfield, this would be areas of Wailani and Coffinton, all the way through 2 o'clock, or just after 2, about quarter after the hour Central Time, seek shelter, and that's coming up very shortly. It's 57 minutes after the hour right now Central Time, and you could see that. So we're watching this tightening up a little bit. Alabama State Route 30, it's just to the south of you. Baker Hill is to the north of you, so that's what we're looking at. So again, if we jump off this for a little bit, and I know you guys are in this area, it's because we don't see the confidence, but it seems like it's starting to tighten up just a little bit. So we're going to stay on this and making sure that this isn't anything. So again, if you're in this area, again, you want to stay focused. If you're in central Barber County, going up to US 431, which goes right up to the county line of Macon and Russell counties, these neighborhoods, anywhere just to the west of New Eufaula Avenue, all these areas just to the west of that, crossing Alabama State Route 30 right now. You could get a little closer too, Brian, if you want to cut in right down to those neighborhoods. We'll see some of those roads in here. Old Batesville Road, if you're in this area here, seek shelter. If you're at Fox Ridge Road, I would seek shelter right now. That's perfect right there where we're at Cotton Hill Road. That's where the circulation is right now. There could be some strong winds coming out of Outback Road too, and that's going to take it all the way towards just to the southeast of Old Batesville Road, all the way to Fox Ridge Road from the Tullis area, and likely just missing all of us here in Eufaula. But Eufaula, get in your safe spot. So anybody along this track, again, which would take you all the way up to Russell County, the county line up to US 82, you want to get in your safe shelter. Low level and get to the lowest ground as you can with enough infrastructure around you. So again, as we're seeing, anybody talking about, you guys seeing any reports, anything else?
Just some trees, some more trees down over in Auburn, Farmville Road, also Shug Jordan Parkway and Peachtree City. So they're watching the rotation and down in Barber County closely for possible continuation into Stewart County in Georgia.
Gotcha. So that's what that whole line is going to be, moving east, northeast with that as well. So if we do a wide view of that again, and I like being at street level, of course, I just want to see what that circulation is. There it is. So it's right about here. So this is where we're seeing the circulation at this point, and that's what's lifting north and east. So anybody along that whole polygon, you can see it right there. It just crossed over Alabama State Route 30, and we could draw another line from the center of this, and we'll take it all the way up to the Macon County road to Stewart County. County line, which goes into Georgia. It just to the west of that, that's Georgia State Route 39, but Alabama 285 and 431 there. So you can see it again. It wants to rotate. This is a huge broad area rotation, and you can see what we're looking at there. So this isn't anything at this point that I would be concerned at this given time, but let's be prepared. Let's get into our safe spot. So if we could track it from the center of that and bring it back out to at least to Russell County, the county line, and see what we got there, coming right into areas of Wailani and Coffinton. If you're in these areas here, I would just get in a safe place right now. It is tightening up a little bit, but it's going to keep doing this. It's going to keep doing this, but if it hits the right environment and it just times out right, we got to watch that. Anybody to the west of all this, most of East Alabama, if you're in Chambers, Lee County, okay, you're clear. If you're in the city of Columbus, we got the worst. It's out. It's just to the east here. But the East Columbus, we still got a lot of energy that's still present. This right now is the only tornado warning that we have in Barber County. And that tornado, you can see, again, it's trying to form in its best variety. And because of this technology we have, there it is. Again, we're seeing it not quite tight enough to see that if a tornado is forming. But everything to the west of this, in Clayton, Louisville, Midway, we get out to Hurtsboro, Tuskegee, and Macon County, all the way up to Lee County and Chambers. You guys can say, go night-night. You're all done. You're looking pretty good. So I know a lot of folks are asking that on the YouTube channel. So subscribing and liking us, thank you, and sharing that to get the information out for those who have lost power. So I'm wondering how many of you who have not had any power tonight, and this is really helping. I'm glad it has. News 3, of course, not all the time we're on TV. The TV, you lose power, you're going to have an issue or two. But there we go. We continue to see that track, and it's moving now in central portion of Barber County. It's going to cross US 82, and it's going to head up into areas of northeast Barber County, right along Alabama State Route 285. And then we'll be watching areas of southern portions of Russell County and going into perhaps Stewart County in Georgia. But Omaha, you're not quite in that track yet, but you could see up to the north, you do hit that full line. So as this moves east, we probably will be watching areas across the state line going into Stewart and then getting into areas of Chattahoochee County possibly as well, all the way to the north of that line. Anything else? Nicole, I know you have something you're looking at, and it's starting to already break up again, but go ahead.
Yeah, based on the current trajectory, the circulation should exit, or Barber County circulation should exit north just so the 431, 165 split, so north of Eufaula.
Okay.
And then we also have a report of some flooding in Hurtsboro, Main Street and Owen Street, North Railroad Street in Hurtsboro. Okay. So just some flooding. So, you know, with the storms that we have, they're just kind of moving over the same locations,
right.
And we're starting to get some of that heavy or some flooding with that as well. But so far, again, like you've been saying, everything to the west of that is clear. So I know we're getting Auburn, Opelika. We've gotten some questions about that. You guys are good to go. Go ahead, go to bed. You guys are good. Here in Columbus, we still have some rain, some wind over us, but within the next, I would say, probably 30 minutes or so, with all of this moving east, I think we're going to be able to get out of that as well.
Yeah, that's some good news.
Yeah.
And if you bring it out a little bit, let me go back to Brian Thomas. Brian, what do you have on some of the power reports too? What are we looking at on some of that as well, the latest ones that you had?
Let's see what we got here. In Alabama, let's see, not much different. Just a few more have been added for Russell and Lee County, about 1,650 in Lee County. Got about 745 in Macon County, almost 1,100 in Bullock County. Pike County getting close to 3,000 down in Pike County. Of course, a lot of that might be from the tornado that actually occurred down there. Muskogee County is up to 2,800. Looks like Chattahoochee County, about 69 folks there. Harris County, about 1,350 folks.
Wow, okay.
Experiencing no power. So.
And I wonder, because some of that could be diverse power, some of it may be Georgia power, depending upon where it is, right? So some of you folks are going to have to deal with that. Hopefully they'll restore it. I know the one that we had about a month ago, Brian and I were tracking, we lost so many power poles in Harris County, and they happened to hit the diverse power, and we were out for almost 18 hours. But the linesmen did a great job. They had to go in there and put all those in there again. So our first responder linesmen, give them a round of applause. So we appreciate them. That's the job I would not want to have. They're out in the elements. So if this wind event continues, this potentially could really blow out some strong winds where you're seeing that broad circulation. So if you're in northeast Barber County, it's moving quickly. It's tightening up a little bit. So if we zoom in again, let's go zoom in and do a track on that, Brian, and show what we're looking at, the neighborhoods here that need to seek shelter. If you're in the Gamage Road area, I don't see a tornado right now, but at any given point, this could drop a weak tornado, but there's a lot of wind with it. There's a tremendous amount of wind. There's no debris signature, so we know that this is not a tornado yet. It's a tornado warning because it's Doppler indicated. We see a lot of winds up there, and it's better to give you an early warning, be prepared, whether it happens or not. So it's not even a panic situation. It's called just prepare. Lake Point Industrial Park area, Great park there, a lot of trees, I know, when you get out on the lake. Hoboken all the way to Grub Drive, and Wailani right along 165. That's where it splits up there when you're coming out of Eufaula, and you come past where all the nice little alligators are hanging out there, and then you kind of take 165 that eventually goes right back into 431. So that's the area we may see some strong winds. Still kind of get into your safe spot there. Makes sense? Just to do that. But right now it's just very broad and not much more rather than that. Let's do a real wide view and just see. Now we'll do the full. We'll take that whole squall line, and let's just go ahead and do that. You could see if you're in Columbus now. Columbus, you're pretty much clear. Even though there's thunderstorms in East Columbus, if you're in Chautauqua Road, you guys are like, oh my gosh, what's going on here? I'm not concerned about that, but we do have flash flooding around the roads here in Columbus and southern parts of Harris County. Those low-lying and those trouble spots that you have poor drainage, we're seeing a lot of standing water in that area, especially in East Columbus. So there's some local flooding going on the streets big time. From Thomaston to Butler, Taylor County, all the way back south here into Webster County, into Stewart County, southeast Chattahoochee, a good chunk of Post. We're not even seeing it. I'm talking about Fort Benning, Chattahoochee County is what I'm talking about. You guys still want to hang tight here. It's going to be a lot of winds. The lightning and thunderstorms right now that's just pounding Talbotton. You can see that with very heavy rain. So you guys are still under the gun a little bit here. Taylor County too, northeast Marion County as well. You guys, Marion County is generally clear now. Sly, you're good, especially in Ellaville. You guys are okay right now. Sumter County, you're good. Americus and Plains, and especially down here in Webster. But it's going to start to pick up a little bit here over the next. And if we do a track, in fact, let's do a track from just south of Thomaston right down through here just to the west of Eufaula. We'll take it all the way down our counties until it exits out of Sumter. And I think it's set for the whole line. I know the embedded stuff's about 55 miles an hour. I think the whole line must be, it's 2 o'clock Eastern time. It might be going, and we can measure that again. I think the whole line might be about more like 45, and I could do a trajectory track on that. And just, in fact, just to see everybody that's on there, I'll let Brian do that. And I'm just going to try to step off here for a minute. Let me just see, I can do it on this system over here. So while we're looking at that, Cody, what are you seeing over there? I see you checking out some of the reports.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a little bit of a ramp up in circulation with that Eufaula storm as it nears the Chattahoochee River as it's about to cross over. So we'll likely get an extension of that tornado warning on the Georgia side. It is moving north of Eufaula right now, and it's between US 82 and US 431 in Barber County. So it's north of Eufaula. I would say it's even north of the airport, which was hit back in 2019 with the Beauregard tornado. It was completely wiped out. This is north of that, and then it is moving towards the Wailani area and then Coffenton in parts of Stewart County and just south of Florence. So it will likely, it might actually clip southern Russell County, just extreme portions of Russell County before it starts to cross the Chattahoochee River. But it does look to be a little bit tighter. Other than that, that is our only area of rotational concern. And like you said, we're getting that urban flooding across Columbus, hence why they went ahead with the flash flood warning for parts of Harris County and mainly Muskogee County for the heavy rainfall.
Yeah, you can see it in the green polygon there,
yes.
So folks know.
It's mainly for just small creeks, urban areas, and poor drainage.
So this line is moving at 21 miles an hour, the physical line. So if people are thinking, okay, so what's the line we're talking about when this is ending? We want to know when it's ending. The storms embedded along the line, moving at almost 45 miles an hour. So like even that circulation on Barber County with that tornado warning, that right now it's just Doppler indicated, it's not confirmed, just so you guys know. So let me try to get a better time on this here. It's so awkward the way this is. So I'm going to take it to these counties here. So if you're in this line, this is when you could safely say this is going to be over. I'm going to take it all the way to Plains in America. So we'll take it to Warner Robins. It's out of the viewing area, but it gives you a perspective of what's going on. So to the south of Barber County, Abbeville, you know where that is. We'll take it to Randolph County, Cuthbert, about 310. So if this line is moving the way it's moving right now, we still got an hour, and this is about what we said. We said 3, 4 o'clock, and that's when the tornado watch is going to end in this part. Sumter County, by the time it exits, is about 4 o'clock in the morning. That's exactly what we're talking about, like 4:16. So considerable amount of lightning and thunder still in East Columbus, and so we still got this far to go. Anybody, and that is just to the west of this line. Let me just take it just like this. So anyone back here, this is clear. So anybody where you see that circle, you know where you're at in relationship to that. There's still thunder and stuff in the area, but as far as any threat of any isolated damaging wind, tornadoes, or anything significant or life-threatening, you could go to bed. So a good chunk of everybody in Barber County, except for the tornado warning that's in northeast Barber County, you guys are okay. If you're in Russell, you're okay. It's already moving out. The city of Columbus is good. East Columbus is getting hit hard, but Chattahoochee County and other counties eastward, Talbotton, you're starting to still see it look okay. But if you're in Taylor, if you're in Marion, Sly, Sumter, Webster, Clay, Quitman, Randolph counties in Georgia, you still got to stay with us here this morning for the next hour at least or so. So Russell County now has a tornado warning, so emergency management there. I know Dave Martin and friends, I know you guys are in there watching. I'm going to say good morning to them. They're doing a fantastic job, and it's now looking at coming into Russell County. So, pardon me, it's the southeast corner of Russell County, by the way. This is not Phoenix City, just FYI.
A very small area.
Yeah, very small area. That's and so that's all we're looking at. So this, real quick, what... Yeah, let's go to our Eufaula camera while I'm situated with this. I'm going to show you what it looks like down here, that same storm. So you can see the sky lighting up here, considerable. You know, there you go. So there will be Stewart, and this will move into Stewart and Chattahoochee County. So if you're in southwest Chattahoochee County and northwest, should I say, Stewart and southwest corner of Chattahoochee County, we're going to have a tornado warning there as well, too, guys. So let me ask you this real quick. So you saw the lightning, guys. This storm right now, give me a time on the physical tornado. The physical line's 21 miles an hour. What are we doing on this tornado that's spinning on here?
Northeast at 60.
60. So this, yeah, it's moving fast. So, okay. Thanks, Nicole. And so here we are. We're going to take it right from 165. And as we said, that's why Russell, if you're in Phoenix, it's only a very small part of southeast. If you're in Omaha, though, you need to seek shelter. This is going to be zipping in your area. If you're in Lumpkin, Georgia, Stewart County, you're okay. This is to the west of you. Wailani, it's just to the west of Wailani right now. So if you're Wailani, you should obviously be seeking shelter. If you're in Florence, coming up at 19 minutes after the hour, that's about 7 minutes. If you're in Omaha, 23 minutes. In the next 10 minutes in Omaha, you need to seek shelter. Herd Place, about 25 minutes after. If you're in Union, at least to the bottom of the hour, like 2:30, we're looking at with a possible tornado here. So, you know, that's what we're looking at. So, again, Blackman Road area, it's right over you here in the northeast portion, lifting into what we said, Chattahoochee and Stewart right now. That Russell County portion here is very, very small, and it's only because it's moving up 165 towards Florence and around the Jernigan area, and then eventually going into Omaha. So that's what we're looking at. So the Bowden Road area, Corcoran Road, seek shelter, Florence, Canyon Road, County Road 28 in Stewart County. Just keep that in mind. But we're talking about just that little sliver right here, southeast Russell County. So this is not Phoenix City. If you hear any sirens going out, you're okay. If you're in Phoenix City, you're fine. This is extreme southeast Russell County, which is getting close. You know, you get Cottonton area, you get to the paper mill, 165. This is the area that we're looking at, and it heads over the river into Florence, and that's what we're looking at right now. So that's where Barber Road is. So I'm going to take the center of that circulation going into Florence, and at the given speed, it's 60, you said, Nicole? Yeah. 60, okay. So if that's
Hey, Bob, I think we're getting a secondary circulation to ramp up coming on the backside of Eufaula.
Oh, okay. Let's take a look at that.
It looks better in the rain mode than the wind mode.
Oh, yeah. I gotcha.
But it definitely has a hook on it.
Yeah, let's get down here a little bit. There it is, down through here. So that's typical. We start getting at, this is east of the Mount Ariel Church Road area, Parker. We were looking at that. There's Cotton Hill, Sandy Point. This is Alabama State 131. And that's some strong winds coming out of that, Cody, as you can see right now. So let's see what we got on the winds here. Let's go ahead and show the velocity on this. So these winds are pretty significant. 67, 36. Let's get that circulation back. So I'm not getting any negative, but it definitely, right, these winds are pretty damaging. They're just under 70 miles an hour. So that's pretty significant, and we're starting to see some rotation with that. And there, maybe even getting if I get a little closer, pardon me, we'll see better circulation on there. And the winds are significant through here. So there you go, 68. Let's keep going ahead of that 40-mile-an-hour winds, 54. So that's some pretty considerable amount of winds here in that south part of that polygon of that tornado warning, which isn't necessarily the original one that we had that just started to form.
Yeah, and the original circulation is still the strongest.
Yeah.
As it's crossing the state line
Yeah,
right
as I
now.
see it right there, and you can see it. That's what you're saying. So let's get that too, since you're bringing that up. Let's look at the. You can see here 32. So we are seeing, as you just said, Cody, you have 46 in it. So, you're over 70-mile-an-hour winds that are rotating here. Again, going on, I think Brian just had a correlation on that, and we didn't really see much of anything on that yet. So I'm not really picking anything up on that yet, but it is Doppler indicated. And as you just noted, this is still the strongest part of circulation. Maybe a little broad here, but nonetheless, it's worth noting that this does have some significant features with it. Headed towards Florence. Let's take it to the northeast here. And unfortunately, I can't get a good neighborhood read on that because where it's at there. Let's pull it back a little bit. So that is the most significant area rotation. Nicole's given us 60 on this. It's getting these neighborhoods here. So Florence is still using the area of Florence is still about 23 minutes after. It's 17 after, guys. So it's coming right through Stewart County, north of County Road 28 here on Georgia side of things. And that would cross southeast of Omaha and right around that spur. It's the State Route 39 spur, you guys, in Stewart County. So if you know where that is, all those neighborhoods that are surrounded right in here, and I could probably get a little bit closer to your neighborhood. So if you're at County Road 26, if you're in Stewart County, County Road 28, if you're at Holt Claw Road, if you're areas of Wall Road, those areas should seek shelter now immediately, especially in those neighborhoods there, because this wind is pretty considerable. And if you're getting 70-mile-an-hour winds and possible gusts, if that does decide to drop a tornado, not confirmed, Doppler indicated, but this is the kind of stuff you have to take seriously because what's happening up in that atmosphere could just anytime drop something. That's enough to do some good damage. And if anything, the mesocycle that's right around here, it would be significant. So if we look at the storm tracking and see if we got anything tracking on that, pardon me, would be rather significant. So it is, despite that it's broad. But that's been holding up good, guys. It's been holding up for some time right now.
Yeah, and Bob, we have the Eufaula camera up. And
okay.
We are watching here the lightning. Again, the reason why we're watching this is because we do have that secondary area of rotation just south of Eufaula, or it's approaching Eufaula at the moment. So if you do live in Eufaula, you need to be in your safe spot, whether that's a basement if you have one, or interior room. And honestly, it looks like it's right over Eufaula.
Yeah, it's going right over the lake.
And that's probably why we're seeing, what we're seeing here on the Eufaula camera.
Yeah, you can see that. And Nicole, you just pointed out tremendous amount of lightning.
Yes.
My gosh.
Yes, a lot of lightning associated with this. So if you live in Eufaula, you should be in your safe spot already. Again, this area of rotation, now this is the secondary area. There were two in Barber County. So the one has moved north, and now we're watching this one here right over Eufaula at the moment. So, and you just saw on our camera that we did have a lot of lightning.
I can't believe the winds that are here are in the 70s, up just above the surface. So if you're seeing winds that strong, how much is that mixing down to the surface is significant.
Yeah.
A lot of trees around here. So obviously, if you guys just stay put, if you're at St. Francis Road in Eufaula, especially around County Road 519 Church Street, these areas here in Eufaula, Dale Road to the east and southeast of downtown. If you're Fox Ridge Road and Tullis, you're clear. West of Eufaula, you're clear. Hoboken, you are, but this area is moving quickly, and it does have a considerable amount of wind. It's coming in on the Georgia side, which we're looking right now coming into areas of Quitman County.
Yeah,
and
Bob,
that's what we need to watch
good news. They did cancel the tornado warning for Russell County.
Okay, good. Yeah, that little southeast sliver there, it kind of moved out of there. So now it's moved in, as we thought it would be going up into Stewart. This is north, this is west, kind of almost northwest Stewart County. So if you're in Lumpkin, as Nicole said, it's canceled. That part of circulation of this line is north and almost central off to the west here. So if you could take a look.
We finally had an extension of that tornado watch. The rest of our counties that were not under it earlier through 10 a.m.
Oh, okay. Oh, gosh. 10. In which, Cody, explain it to folks because they're going to think it probably is going to be 10 a.m., which probably...
It'll be 10 a.m. for probably south and central Georgia. For our counties of Randolph, Sumter, Webster, Sly, and Taylor, I believe are the only ones that were not in that initial tornado watch. It'll be canceled or it will be canceled well before then, before you guys. And we're starting to get that rain to come into Eufaula right now. We got the camera up, and you can start to see the heavy rainfall.
Wow, look at that right now. It's incredible. That is coming down significantly, and now we're northeast coming into areas of Stewart County. Look at some of the velocity in this. This wind above the surface, this is a major wind event, 101 mile per hour winds, and it is under a tornado warning. So whether this drops something at any time, I would be concerned. So that's significant. So if you're not quite in Lumpkin, it looks okay, but that whole northwest area of Stewart County, I would seek shelter. I'm picking up 101 mile an hour winds on that outer periphery of that. Not saying that's happening at the surface, but for sure those winds are rather significant aloft. And
yeah, that's pretty significant.
Yeah, that could do some damage.
Coming up there around the Florence Marina, Omaha, Providence Canyon is off of one of those roads that take you back into Lumpkin. There's Canyon Road, County Road 28. Georgia 39, 111 miles per hour.
So if you're County Road 20, you need to seek shelter.
Yeah, that's pretty significant. And this is rapidly moving off towards the northeast.
Yeah,
so
just move.
Luval, Chattahoochee County is under this warning. So Luval Station, Chattahoochee County, Casita. Just go now, even though you technically should have been there probably 10 minutes ago when the warning was issued. US 27 that takes you back down into Lumpkin. But look at this. This is the other one. This view right here, Bob, is really a good indication of where those green and reds meet. That is, and it's gate to gate. That means when we say gate to gate, it's sitting right next to one another. You got pixel to pixel. Right through there, and that's coming up into County Road 35, Upper Bradley Place, Union, those small little communities there, across parts of Stewart County, County Road 28, Canyon Road, Lower Bell Bottom Road. We're bringing back the Bell Bottom.
Yeah, there you go.
Luval Station and Luval. So yeah, this is, again, 107 miles per hour. That is pretty impressive for radar velocity.
Yeah, and that whole line, even down in Eufaula, we can go to our Eufaula camera again. It is getting really nasty down here. So Barber County was our focus to the south. We get north for Chattahoochee and Stewart. That's where it's all happening. If you're in Union right now, seek shelter immediately. If you're in Union, seek shelter immediately right now. The scans that I'm getting on this one here, I'm not getting good, even though this looks a lot better to gate, as Cody was talking about. There it is. We're getting some moving. We're still getting the data coming in. It's just not catching quick enough, but we know there's about 100 mile an hour wind. So that's why I'm trying to get radar here. Has been a little bit better and cooperative, but that gate to gate is really what's showing us the significant winds, and that's the tornado warning.
And we have a lot of lightning, so yeah, lightning's an indicator of intensity.
Yeah. So yeah,
it's pretty ramped up, and I'm shocked we don't have anything.
There it is. I just turned it off. I apologize. So now you can see it. So there's your lightning.
I'm shocked we don't have any anything correlation coefficient. So yeah. Bob put the lightning on, and you can see all of the lightning strikes right there around the Omaha area, right there around Georgia 39. So pretty intense storm. If you're in Casita, areas of Fort Benning, I know Fort Benning, the main area is not under the tornado warning, but it is coming up into areas of Casita, the Athens Hill School area, US 27 that kind of forks off there in Casita. The main 4-lane takes you down to Richland. Richland, you're not in it. Lumpkin, you're not in it. This is all towards the northwest of you, and that's going to be moving up here. It's rapidly moving through Stewart County, western Stewart County here. 55, or was it? I've seen it move 65, 60, and 55. So it's moving off rather quick. If you average all that, that's going to be about 60 miles per hour. But that's coming into Casita. Hopefully it'll occlude or get choked off with some of this outflow from the system. But we were tracking this all the way down in southern Barber County, and it's just made a beeline up here into our Georgia counties of Chattahoochee and Stewart, and that goes until 2:45, so roughly 20 more minutes.
There you go, and as you said, you pointed out, this is fast moving, and that's what we're looking at. So let's give another time for this in here, and we can see it coming up through Chattahoochee County. And that learning center there, this gets into that downtown area of Casita, and there's a lot there. We got our Casita City Hall, everybody that's down in the area, the Chattahoochee County Education Center. I spent some time down there in those neighborhoods, guys, so be safe. If you're in those neighborhoods, a lot of you guys don't have secure dwellings. Please seek shelter the best you can. You know where you're supposed to be. And this would be in the Manta area, the Glen Alta area, and this continues for another hour, or just under an hour. Right now, 3 minutes out, we're at Union. This will be right over Union, and it's already coming real close to the Athens Hill School area. So if you're in that area 31 minutes after, we're just a couple minutes away from you. But frankly, those winds are so strong leading up to you. I'm sure you're hearing it right now, and this will knock down trees so easily, as you can see in this area here. So we're going to continue to see all that, and these scans are looking better than the 111-mile-an-hour winds that, that we're picking up. But it is significant nonetheless. And we still are looking at that. Any updates? We're still 60 on that, Nicole, Kaylee?
They have not updated it, so as of now it's 60. But a couple of new things. New severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and hail. This is the same system and right around this area that's producing that tornado warning for clay equipment in Randolph counties. So once again, winds up to 60 miles per hour and hail, and that's going to go until 3:45 a.m. Eastern time.
Okay, so there you go again. So Louvel, Renfro, St. Matthew's School, all the way, they'll take it up to Brantley now, past the 3:30 hour Eastern time. This is all Eastern time, by the way, guys, because we are talking about Chattahoochee, Stewart. So we're kind of cutting a little bit. Stewart County is going to be exiting out of you, and it's headed towards the Casita area and going into areas of Chattahoochee County. Still in Stewart, but Richland, you guys are okay. So if you're in Richland, Georgia, and you guys are wondering, Lumpkin, you're okay too. That's all north of you in Lumpkin and Richland. Those are a little bit higher. And obviously Webster County too, like Preston, Weston, you guys are good too. This is all north. But you're not out of the woods because there's still stuff well to the south here that we're looking at earlier. So that Barber County is pretty much clear now. Pardon me, it's just past Barber County. So if you're in Barber County, despite the tornado warning, it's in here. It says till 1:30. It's going to, in less 30 seconds, you're going to see it drop off the screen here, but it is expired right now, I can tell you that. So you guys are clear and you follow. I'm just really shocked if there's no damage in that area. You guys got hit pretty hard, so there had to be some damage, and we're going to see it by daybreak. Couple things, if there's any power lines down, trees down, please do not approach it. Equal rings of electricity. You could be electrocuted quite easily with down power lines. So it's very dangerous. Don't go near them. We talk about this all the time. So please exercise that caution. Okay, there it is. As I said, it would disappear. So it's gone. Randolph County, clay equipment in Randolph. You guys are under severe thunderstorm warning now. Tornado possible. And flash flooding right now in parts of Columbus, Muskogee. We're seeing so much rain that we had into Waverly Hall, southeast, central Harris County, going into Talbot County too. And we've been seeing a lot over there at this time. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to catch a water break here. I want you guys to still track this. So you got this one. Cody, you want to come over here? And there you go. So you could see that it's still gate to gate. Look at that.
Yeah, still gate to gate near the community of Union, Luval Station. This is where we have that circulation. Radar indicated, it's been radar indicated since it's been in Barber County. So we haven't had confirmation from spotters or the radar that we have anything on the ground as it's moving across parts of excuse me, Stewart County. So right there around the community of Union, Pleasant Grove, Luval Station, County Road 48. We'll go in a little bit tighter, Harmony Church Road. I can't pronounce that. River Bend Road and Moore's Store Road. And then we're getting up into parts of Chattahoochee County now. Blue Ridge Road, Gafford Road, Friendship Road, back into parts of the Casita area, Manta Road, Liberty Hill Road, and we're just going to continue to watch the circulation. As you can see, it is very strong. So when you get the greens here and then you get the reds here, we got that broad circulation, even though it's kind of gate to gate in some instances, and you see that it updated there. So we have strong circulation here. And then we're getting that twisting, and we have, excuse me, the X. It would be somewhere right there in the middle in northern Stewart County. So still radar indicated. Let's do a forward motion at 60. This is coming quickly into Chattahoochee County. So Chatco, Casita 241. The community of Christopher, 243, Glen Alta, 246, Elm View, 250, and then Buena Vista. This is if it were to take more of a right turn, 2:53 a.m. in Marion County. So far right now it's just Chattahoochee and Stewart with that tornado warning. We have many areas under severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado possible. That is all the way from Talbot County, Butler, Marion, through Chattahoochee, Stewart, and then down towards Clay Equipment and Randolph. So the storms still have the potential to produce tornadoes outside of that tornado warning, and we did get an extension of that tornado watch all the way through 10 o'clock. So we'll go here, we'll bring the active watches. You can see everybody's still under a tornado watch except good night for Troup County, Chambers County, Lee, Macon, and then I'm sure we're good on the rest of our Alabama counties, maybe except for Barber. So they'll probably cancel Russell and Bullock here soon, but then you see everybody on the Georgia side. That's been continued all the way through Americus, Fort Gaines with the tornado watch. So we have that tornado warning continuing for Chattahoochee and Stewart. And
if we could just go down the line real quick. You know, people are wanting to go to bed. They want to know if they're good. So for everyone watching that's in the chat, are we good? If you are in a warning, you're not good, because we have a lot of these storms. They're moving towards the east, but also notice the pattern. They're beginning to train. And train is when we have one storm after the other, which is why we have a flash flood warning in place for Harris County, portions of Talbot County, Chatco, and even here for all of Muskogee County. So this is what we were talking about earlier today, the possibility of those flash flood warnings in place. We're likely going to see more of those. So Talbot County, you're not good for now. We're likely going to see portions of western Talbot County be cleared over the next 30 minutes. Harris County, you're good for now, but we will be seeing some heavier rainfall move into portions of Ellerslie, Waverly Hall in the next 30 minutes. That one band that's moving into eastern Muskogee County that will be moving into your area within the next 10 to 15 minutes. And there has been some broad rotation with this heavy rainfall, strong winds. So be prepared for that. We're not going to clear you just yet. Hamilton, West Point, Valley, Lafayette, Auburn, Crawford, Hurtsboro, you can go to bed. You are good to go. I know it's been a long day. Get some rest. Columbus, you are not clear just yet. We have a couple of those thunderstorms. And when I say Columbus, I mean northwest Columbus, you can go to bed. East Columbus, really east of 185. Stay up. We've got a couple of those strong thunderstorms. We do have that rotation just to the south. And a couple of these thunderstorms are still going to be strong. We have that tornado possible thunderstorm warning for Chatco, Talbot County, Taylor County, and really for the rest of our Georgia counties, excluding Sumter County. We're also seeing people asking about Quitman County, Sumter County. Sumter County, you are clear for now. The worst of it has not moved into your area. It's not going to move into your area for another 1 to 2 hours. So you have a break. Make sure you get your weather preparedness plan in place. And this also includes portions of Cuthbert. Now, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag in your area, but you have a break. The worst of it's already for portions of Omaha, Richland, here in Columbus, back down towards Eufaula. That's what we're really going to be focused on because we have embedded areas of rotation all the way along that line. And we've had some confirmed tornadoes as well through Eufaula, and we have that active tornado warning right now, Cody.
Yes, that's right, Kaylee, and a good analysis there. If you are outside of Barber County on the Alabama side, yeah, everything is good to go. LaGrange, Harris County, pretty good. And we're still watching this tornado producing storm, still radar indicated. So I believe that's some good news. It hasn't dropped any tornado debris signature across parts of Stewart County or even parts of Barber County, but now it's starting to transition into Chattahoochee County, and I think we're kind of losing the signature a little bit. It's not lined up north to south. It's more like convergence. They're kind of running into one another. So that, I believe, is some good news as it continues to just weaken here. Still quite strong, though, as it's pushing into parts of Casita and Chattahoochee County. We will see what they do with the warning in 8 minutes. They have 8 minutes to decide what they're going to be doing, whether they're going to extend it or keep this severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible, which we're seeing across parts of Talbot County, which you can see the wind, the initial wind gust right through here. It's actually moved through Talbot County. It's now entering parts of Butler, and then we kind of see that the tail end of this line is kind of just hung up a little bit, and I feel like we're going to be dealing with some stragglers for quite a while here on the southern end of the viewing area before we finally get the front to clear through. So Eufaula, you're still seeing some heavy rain, almost got clipped with that circulation that is now moving into Chattahoochee County, but I believe it's kind of getting more so meshed and squashed within that squall line. So that is some good news, kind of weakening a little bit. We don't really see a good circulation. It's kind of the green and the reds are kind of bumping into one another, which we call that convergence, and not beside one another, which actually is a rotational couplet. But we will likely see an extension of the severe thunderstorm warnings. We're still waiting on that tornado warning right now, but let's just give you a perspective, a wider perspective, and show you where everything is at with the front. So you see the front is really back here in parts of Alabama, so that energy will continue to clear. And then throughout Sunday, we'll see clearing, but the temperatures won't really drop until Sunday night into Monday. So we have that tornado watch from Atlanta Metro all the way down towards the south. The new watch is until 10 o'clock for counties of Taylor, Sly, Sumter, Webster, Randolph, I believe. All the other counties expire at 4. So we have an hour and 20 minutes on that. The counties over here, Taylor, Sly, Sumter, Randolph, even though it's 10 o'clock, you will not be under the tornado watch until 10 o'clock. This will be well gone. I believe this whole system will be gone by daybreak, just before 8 o'clock, and we're 20 till 3 right now, tracking this system with a tornado warning right now for Chattahoochee and Stewart. We'll come back in here and show you the circulation right there along US 28. So I said it was kind of convergence a little bit. Now it's kind of more, it's very weak. So it's kind of got more north to south, kind of more side by side as it's passing over US 280, moving up to Georgia 26 towards the community of Christopher, Ida Vesper, the Manta area, Liberty Hill Road, and then moving up into areas of Fort Benning of Chattahoochee County. And you can see that circulation right there over the Manta area, Ida Vesper. So it is moving fairly quickly. So probably within the next couple of scans, it'll be making its way out of Chattahoochee County into parts of Marion County. And we're going to be seeing what the Peachtree City National Weather Service does in terms of will they drop the tornado warning, or will they continue it for areas of Marion County? We'll watch and see what they do. And it looks like we still have quite a bit of lightning with this system. And we're also getting torrential rainfall to still fall down in Eufaula from our camera. So we could potentially be seeing also with the areas starting to train one another, like trains on a track. That's what Kaylee was trying to tell us with the flooding issue. When you get the storms to just run over the same areas, that's what we call training, like train tracks on a car, one behind another. That's where we get the heavy rainfall. We get the ground saturated. The saturated grounds can't hold or take any more of that water, and we get the runoff. And we're seeing, if you could pump up that or punch up that sky cam down in Eufaula to show the heavy rainfall again, you can see the water droplets, a lot of lightning and thunder. You saw that with the sky lit up perfectly there. But the back edge of this rain will be moving out soon for Eufaula, but still some heavy rainfall down here. And they will be allowing the tornado warning to expire. So that is fantastic news for Casita and parts of Stewart County. So they will expire this in 2 minutes. So we will no longer have a tornado warning, and we still have, let's see, we have the flash flood warning. Let's see what kind of totals of rainfall we have. Why is it not showing up? There we go. Alrighty, let's see. Radar estimates, we've had over an inch in some spots. Even down here in Russell County, we've had over 3 inches of rainfall. We will be getting a new severe thunderstorm warning for Marion, Webster, and Sly. So that's for that area that we were tracking with that that was the tornado warning. So it'll just be an extension to cover this line. And Americus, we haven't forgotten about you yet, but the system has not made it there. You're getting some rain in Plains. You're getting some rain right there in the southern part of the county. So eventually, like Kaylee said, an hour, hour and a half, 2 at the most, it will be making its way in to parts of Sumter County. Sumter County is always the last county to get the lines to move through. That's just how it is, being the last county off towards the east here. But heavy rainfall coming up into Smithville, Plains, Americus, coming up into you guys, and then over here towards Webster County. Like Bob was saying earlier, Webster County had a lot of hail the other day with that system coming in, and you can see that severe thunderstorm or that tornado warning did expire. We currently don't have that new severe thunderstorm warning issued out just yet, so only Clay equipment in Randolph are under 1 now, but they did say Marion, Sly, Webster would be coming out eventually. Let's see. And we're getting reports of major damage in Troy. Looks like structural damage. So that's not good news. And we were tracking that earlier this evening or earlier last night, this morning. So Columbus is starting to finally clear a little bit. We still got some heavy rainfall falling across parts of downtown on the east side of Columbus, but if you're up in Green Island Hills, the Fortson area, most of that rainfall has subsided a little bit. And over in East Alabama, Russell County near Crawford, Smith Station, just light rain, and we'll start to see that rain taper off across parts of Columbus, but it's still pretty heavy through parts of Casita, Buena Vista, down here through parts of Stewart County. Tremendous amounts of lightning. Severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible. Could we still get a potential spin up as it moves off towards the east here? It's possible. That's why the National Weather Service continues just to ride with the severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado potential. Winds up to about 60 miles per hour. And these continue to be moving at a forward motion, but the eastward jog that we had earlier is not much. It's not moving east a lot across the area. So here's that new severe thunderstorm warning that they were talking about. Chattahoochee, Marion, Taylor, Sly, Webster, and Stewart counties until 3:30. So that will continue off towards the east. And let's see what they are talking about motion here. They say northeast at 60. So they're moving quick to the northeast, but they're not moving a whole lot towards the east, if that makes any sense. The storms are moving northeast, but the system is not moving east a lot. That's why we're getting some of that ponding and urban stream and urban flooding across some of those areas. So again, major damage coming out of Troy in Pike County with that tornado earlier that was tagged dangerous. And we are, let's check, not seeing any circulations now that that tornado warning was allowed to expire. So that's good news. And
so we have, I was going to say too, Cody, we have, see, of course, we just talked to, could you, I don't know if I have my mic on here, I'm sorry. Go ahead, I'm sorry, I have my mic on now, sorry about that. Chuck, if you come in, you were talking to David Logan over down in Barber County Emergency Management. We haven't had any reports down there, but when I kind of quipped to him and I said, wait till they wake up in the morning, you know, we clocked 170 mile an hour winds above the surface. There's probably going to be some damage when folks wake up. And they're EMA people, they don't leave yet. They stay.
They're Barber County folks. I'm not Mike Bob.
Yeah, you can. I pick you up. I can hear you. I can hear you.
But the Barber County folks are cautiously optimistic. They have not had any major reports. About 30 minutes ago, when you and Cody and Kaylee and Brian were tracking the storm that was right there going across the river at the Barber-Russell County line,
right.
That area, if you know that area at all, that's just south of the paper mill. Mm-hmm. It's Bowden Road, Cottonton area. And one of the things that happened out of that was when the warning was issued, the NOAA weather radios in all of Russell County went off. So they were dealing with people in Crawford or Phoenix City, but they were 30 minutes from it.
Right.
So everything from what we've been told was, right there at the Barber.
Correct.
Barber, Russell line just south of the paper mill.
Yeah, and you could see it. We were right on there saying that the paper mill was probably right in the line of fire with that. Stewart County, Lumpkin, and didn't get affected, which is really good. Richland was out of the zone, so it didn't hit those real populated areas. But when those winds came in, I think tomorrow, these rural areas and other people are going to see some trees that are down. They're going to probably have some damage on some infrastructure. If anybody in that line or path, they'll definitely, because of the amount of winds we had. But generally speaking, EMA, even Muskogee County, Russell County.
Chance has shut it down.
Yeah, they shut down. And in the morning, if they get anything, they just go ahead and get the reports. Yeah.
A few minutes ago, I talked to Jerry Harmon, EMA director in America's Sumter, and Jerry said they were kind of gearing up for it. I don't know. Maybe you or Brian know what that looks like right now. But America's,
they're still good right now. They haven't even been impacted yet, so they're on the way. So they're probably going to be impacted. It's 2:50 in the morning Eastern time, probably about 3 or 3:30. You get out of the shot, you can see it right there. So, with Chuck saying right here's the line. So we still got to see this get over through parts of areas of Webster County and back into areas of Sumter County. So Sly County would be in there. I'm sorry. So Webster, it's just coming into Webster now. And Sly and Sumter, you guys are going to be getting it. Probably, I think, Kayla, you're saying how much longer? Brian, what do you have on that track on there?
Sumter County's another hour.
Another hour. So figure an hour. So in an hour, he'll probably, so they're going to be still hanging out there. But good work on that. Thanks for bringing us some perspective through the EMA director, Chuck Williams, this morning. It's 2:51. Of course, we'll be live. We have News 3 this morning. That's coming up this morning at 8 o'clock with meteorologist Brian Thomas. And I believe Olivia Yepes will be in here this morning, too, again, so that you guys are the new team members there. And so we'll be able to see that this morning. And we're going to, we'll be watching this. And in the morning, we got a couple reporters. Anybody needs to kind of track ahead and see what's going on, we could do just that. Buena Vista is seeing the heaviest rain right now. Marion County, Richland, still under that severe thunderstorm warning. And again, tornado possible because we're seeing that rotation. But as Brian is showing us right now, straight line winds covers parts of Marion County and just a good chunk of central portions of Stewart County. So Lumpkin, you're good. Richland, you're going to be seeing some strong winds, but that tornado warning, you get into Webster County, Preston, Georgia, you'll be fine all south of Marion County and Buena Vista. Ellaville, stay tuned because you're going to end up seeing some strong winds. But generally what we're seeing is just a straight line wind event. Everything's kind of moving in there. Still got some weak rotation over Buena Vista. It's not anything to be concerned about. It's just associated with the winds along that line. But that line is straight, and we're seeing all the winds moving east ahead of it. So that's some good news. So we're really fortunate this morning. If you're just joining us here on YouTube, thanks for subscribing and liking, sharing this. And when the power, we're still dealing with some power outages. You heard all the reports of that, and there's still a lot of people. So if you're on your mobile device, of course you're on News 3, Brian, we had, not as much as we had a month ago. I mean, the power outages are not as significant considering about some of these winds that we've seen. And so what are we looking at? Brian will get another roll of that too, and we can see this in our double box screen. And Kaylee, you're getting any messages too as you're hearing anything or seeing anything at this point?
It's just really, a lot of people want to know, are they clear if we just go down the line? Like, is Columbus clear? Is Hamilton clear? Right. Omaha? But also power outages. We're getting a lot of those still coming in.
Gotcha.
I know we had that tornado go through Troy. Pike County still under 3,000. Bullitt County just over 1,000 for power outages. Macon under 1,000. Lee County under 2,000. We have those linemen standing ready to go out as soon as it is safe to do so to restore your power. EMA has been preparing for this all week. Russell County under 1,000. Over in Georgia, Harris County over 2,000 without power. That's a significant amount of the county. Here in Muskogee County, just under 4,000 without power. And even if, we just have some homes without power, also be prepared for those stoplights and those traffic lights to be without power if you have to get out tomorrow afternoon. Talbot County just under 1,000. Same with Meriwether and Troup County. And Marion just under 100 people without power. And Bob, these numbers are just going to continue to go up as that line moves through.
Sure. I wonder how many right now that are saying that are with us right now on YouTube. If you guys are out there, do you want to send some messages? I'd like to know if you're watching through that because you have no power. Just curious for our local viewers and that could be probably the case. But Brian, that full line, right where the edge of that real strong squall line is, if you track that down there, I don't know if you want to do a track line the whole line. I think I said the full line we're looking at like 21 miles an hour. Whatever I had in there for the full squall on that will probably give us a good time. But Kaylee was we're roughing it about another hour. So probably, really almost like almost 4 o'clock Eastern, this event will be over out of Sumter County and Sly counties. So as Brian is kind of moving it out through here, let's just get a kind of a rough idea. The severe thunderstorm warning continues. So if you are in Lumpkin, obviously it's coming up in the next 10 minutes. Pardon me, Buena Vista, 35 minutes after the hour. And Preston, Weston, you'd be in that too, south part of the county over Webster County, Ellaville and Sly County, about 17 minutes after 4:40 in Sumter County. That would include Plains first. Plains probably roughly about like 4:35, and then 4:40 Americus. And by the time it's out of the area, it always puts us up 5 o'clock Eastern time in Montezuma. So it's completely out of the News 3 viewing area at this point. So it's still moving along. It's moving at a pace here that we actually did anticipate. This did look like this was going to be clearing before 4 o'clock, so 4 o'clock Eastern time. So a lot of you guys are going to see this even before that time as well, as we continue to have that severe thunderstorm warning that's still in effect here. And you can see it this morning as well as it continues through this area. So we're looking at, of course, our stream that we're continuing to look at. And obviously people that are in here, but almost 40,000 out there now viewing us is certainly significant. We do, Frank, thanks Frank. Frank is with us. We have power in Midland. And then we had, so anyway, we got off a roof perhaps, somebody said, I don't know where that is. This guy always comes in on severe weather, and I know who you are. Brittany Bourgeois, we got all the salt water you need, being silly. We got Barlanga, so far major rain off power station in Marion County, and the lights are still on because the power station is on, so that's some good news. Macon, Georgia, still doing good. Folks there checking in. Stockbridge, Clayton County, Fairburn area, we're doing okay. Eufaula good right now, so that's really good. We're talking emergency management down in Eufaula, so right now they're saying they haven't had any calls really in, but they believe too, as I was saying to Chuck, that I think when they get up in the morning, it's going to be a different story, especially across the river. Benning looking good. We're also looking at most folks looking here. I'm trying to see who else is in here too, but I think for the most part we're doing okay. We are clearing probably Eufaula, over right now. So that's good news. So if you're in Eufaula, you can go to bed right now. And please, as Kaylee said, and Brian, if there's any downed trees or power lines in the morning, please do not try to go out there explore. Just allow emergency management to do what they have to do. The physical front, we're seeing it just moving east of Union Springs and Troy. We're not anticipating that becoming severe again, although we do see an enhancer, another ramp up of some thunderstorms, but that's very linear to the back side of that. So it's the front part that is what we're looking at. So even if you're in Clayton, if you're in areas of Midway, if you're in Barber County, again, you're going to get another round of some shower storms, and that's going to include everybody because the physical front coming through. And then there's a secondary cold front after that. So temperatures are going to cool today and the beginning of the week, but not considerable of cold weather is what we're saying at this point. So, that's kind of what we're looking at. So, appreciate a lot. A lot of the viewers that are out here with us now, you guys are doing pretty good. I'm going to get down to the bottom here. Let's see who else is in here. Even some folks, this guy's giving Atlanta a big thing. We're talking to our friend Gothic Angel. Good morning to you. How you doing? She's just south of Atlanta, Fulton County, obviously. She said it was really strong, the winds and everything else. But anyway, we're trying to help you. Don't be terrified, but you're doing okay. You guys are going to be fine. And Fort Mitchell, we can go to sleep. Yeah, if you're in Fort Mitchell, you can go to sleep. There's just another line of showers coming through, maybe a little thunder, so don't dismay. It's what's ahead of it right now that's seeing all the action. If you're in Casita, in Chattahoochee County, even on post, you're clearing right now. So Fort Benning, we're clearing fine, so you're good. Stewart County, Richland, you're just seeing thunderstorms. You're starting to clear too. So a good third of Stewart County is clear. Webster County, you're still in it. So if you're in Weston, Preston, 280, US 280 that runs right through Plains and Sumter and Americus and Leslie, you still got to go a little ways there too as well. Great job, Nick Bentley, our digital guys. We really appreciate you guys helping out today. Yeah, Simone's here today. We got Simone Gibson in the house, so we're doing pretty good. And the Beaufort area, people are trying to wonder too if you're pretty good too. So Beaufort, Georgia, Atlanta Metro, if you have to get up there to the airport in the morning, you should be fine. My only caution to most of these folks that do have to go to Macon, let's say, or if you're going up on 75, or maybe you're going to take 27, 85, 185, if you're in East Alabama, just be mindful of there could still be some hazards, especially in those secondary roads, especially like 51. I mean, Auburn last night got hit pretty hard too. So Auburn, there were some reports of a lot of damage in Auburn. We had some trees down and stuff like that too. So there's going to be some isolated areas that could be hit. And we want you to be careful with that. So that's important. Let's see what else we're doing. Okay, so yes, Fort Benning is clear, guys, and that's what we're looking at. Columbus is clear right now. So if you're in Columbus, Georgia, you're clear. If you're in Harris County, you're clear. If you're in Meriwether County, you're clear. If you're in Troup County, you're clear. Chambers, Lee County, you're clear. If you're in Russell County, Alabama, you're clear. So East Alabama, we're looking at Macon County, like Tuskegee, Hurtsboro, you guys are clear. If you're in Bullock County, Union Springs, you're getting more showers and storms southeast of you, but nothing significant, and so you're good. Barber County, you're clear as well. If you're in Clay County, you're clear too right now in Georgia. And if you're in parts of, or should I say Quitman County is what I meant to say. Clay County, you're still seeing some storms. But again, the areas that I would say southeast of Butler, of Taylor County, Sly County, you still got some storms coming your way. You're not clear completely. You're not clear completely in Webster County. Marion County, you're still seeing some storms coming through Buena Vista right now, so you're not completely clear. And you still got another round of good thunderstorm activity between Richland and Casita and Chattahoochee County, so that's going to come right through Buena Vista. So Buena Vista, get ready for another good bunch of heavy wind and rain and storms through there, but that's not anything that we see that's tornadic. I think, Brian, if we went ahead, we could probably, I don't know if you want to go ahead and do a little bit of velocity on that just to see how our rotation is around Richland. It looks like it's just intensifying a little bit. Got a little thunderstorm activity that's through there. It shouldn't be too bad, I would think. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Yeah, at this point, it's just a lot of big, broad rotation and certainly a lot of wind. So, and you could see the line. So if you drew that, if you're in Richland, west of Richland, the strongest part is gone. Lumpkin, you're clear. All the way to Omaha, you're clear. Richland, you're clearing right now. So Webster County, if you're in Webster County, it's just moving into your county now. So if you're in Preston to the north and west and southwest of the county, you still got a lot of activity coming your way. If you're in Ellaville, it's headed your way. Buena Vista, the worst part, even though it seems like it's really intense there, you do got some thunderstorms to your southwest, so that's coming your way. But that's the worst part is over. As far as that squall line activity, I think we're not going to see too much more than that. So that's the good news there, and you can see all that there too, Brian.
Yeah, Buena Vista looks good. Casita looks good. Casita actually saw some hail earlier as that line of showers and storms came through, but Casita's in good shape. Buena Vista's good shape. The heaviest stuff now off to your east, Ellaville, Ideal. Rupert seeing all of the heavier showers and storms. Also south of Richland, all the way to Preston, down toward Plains. What's the Merritt Pecan store down there?
Yeah, exactly.
Got some good stuff down there.
You know it.
Seeing some pretty heavy rain, some embedded lightning as well. So definitely careful down there. Weston, Parrott, down toward Dawson, and eventually down into the Auburn, Sasser and Albany area. Still to get some pretty rough weather this morning. But the good news is it should be out of here for the entire News 3 viewing area here shortly. And then the rest of the day actually is not going to be too bad.
Yeah.
We're going to see some sunshine this afternoon. And the week coming up, other than some showers maybe late Wednesday, a little front's going to come through, most of the week is going to be dry and pretty seasonable.
Good. And so that means we'll be sneezing a lot.
Yeah, that pollen is going crazy out there right now. Everything's turning yellow. So.
Yes, you know it. I was all over the windshield. So even though this rain is washing it away, it's coming right back again tomorrow afternoon, as Brian's talking about. The flash flood, or the urban flood advisory, I should say, is still in effect for southeast Harris County. That extends all the way from Shiloh, Waverly Hall, Ellerslie, into parts of Midland, Harris County, and back to the southwest of Fortson. You could see right over here, and that's that urban flood advisory, which also includes the entire Muskogee County area and Chattahoochee County too, on post. So that's all part of that. So you guys just keep in mind, you're traveling to some of those areas, have poor drainage, you're going to be going right through some standing water, and that's no fun. So here we have a flash flood warning for Chattahoochee, Harris, Muskogee, where I just pointed out, in portions of Talbot County, and that's until about 8 o'clock this morning, until a lot of that runoff continues. And even though the rain, there's still just another shot of some showers behind here. We're looking at a significant area out of here. So Talbotton to Geneva, those areas there, we can expect to see that all clear now. So if you're in Talbot County, you rest assured you can go to sleep. Harris County, you can go to bed. And we're looking all southeast of that. So like places southeast of Geneva, you can also kind of just bring it in too. So Geneva, you're clearing quite nice right now as well. Not clear from the rain, but clear from the significant event that could be severe or damaging in any way. If you get to the south of this, southeast, let's go to southeast of that, we're doing pretty good. So there you go. Buena Vista, you're starting to see it clear too. So if you're in Buena Vista, it's just nothing but heavy rain and lightning. But the strongest portion is headed right here in Sly County and into Sumter County and Webster County. So for the most part, we are doing okay. You can see how we're clearing right behind it as far as anything significant, despite the fact that that front's coming through. It's not going to have a lot to work with, but everything just kind of converged in one line.
Yeah, it looks like the individual activity just kind of congealed with the line, really.
And when it does that, and that's one of our favorite words, congeal meteorologically, in this case, it's showing it that it's coming back, it's reaching its fruition. It's going to be probably just extended out here shortly and then finally just kind of etching out. So again, areas in Sumter County that's seeing this little lift ahead of it's just some shower or thunderstorm activity. Unscathed from widespread tornadoes. We had tornado warnings, and I'm sure in the morning with all these power outages do signal a lot of trees toppling over on power lines. So there's going to be a big report of that. Brian, if you go ahead and do storm reports, I just wonder how many officially have come in. This will fill up tomorrow in the morning. And I'm sure when you're on, Brian, you're going to be getting a considerable amount of reports tomorrow morning when you're on the air, I'm sure, especially by daybreak. But Brian's going to kind of hit some of these, and surprise, surprise, this is what happens in the overnight. You don't really get much of anything. So these tornadoes here south of Birmingham were significant, did tremendous amount of damage and injuries. And again, we really did well in Central Alabama considering what the risk levels we're looking at earlier. And if you look back off to the west from yesterday and the day before, Thursday night, and here we are Sunday, so it was Saturday, Friday night is what I meant to say. Friday night into Saturday yesterday, that was significant. But what we do know from Alabaster all the way back down, we had at least 2 homes and a manufactured home damaged, County Road 15. And this is the Chilton County area. When you get a little bit farther south, too, these areas, too, Maplesville, TDS was observed, so that means a tornado debris signature because everything was lofting in the atmosphere. We had trailers and mobile home park just thrown and strewn right across areas of Interstate 65, which you could see right through here. Plantersville was another area, extensive damage to there in Dallas County, outside of Billingsley. Right around areas of Shelby County, that was the one that we were talking about, Calera area, the US 31 intersection, including businesses and homes were just terribly destroyed through here. So this was the area, and that was the high impact area.
Yeah.
So, you know, Brian, even though we didn't hit the long track, and I'm so glad people, this is when you start getting into comparisons, 2011, nothing of the sort. Not like 2011, nothing even like March 3rd of 2019.
Yeah, not even close.
Not even close. So all this, and I'm hoping people get the perspective thing. I'm all about the perspective, because Facebook had you on here scared to no end. There was a meteorologist, I won't even say their names or anything, it's not worthy to even say it, but a lot of people heard about it. But he's talking about an algorithm that talks about the odds of somebody being killed. And he put it out there. And talk about frightening and scaring people unnecessarily, silliness, looking for free clicks on the internet. It's about informing and getting yourself in a good, safe place, and that's what we're talking about. Responsibly. Don't freak everybody out. Get people in a space where they can use their plan accordingly, and in that way you're more efficient and you're thinking more properly, and you're going to be able to execute the plan without any injury or any hysteria involved. So you keep everybody calm, you can work through it, and that's what we've been talking about. So from Taylor County to Buena Vista, Richland, moving south and east, that's what we're going to be watching here, and we'll continue to stream this at this point. So we're looking at, I guess right now, Brian, and I'm not even worried about, if you took, I guess, to be more exact, go ahead and do, let's do the velocity, and we're going to take that nice sharp line where the velocity is and take it south and east. There you go. That is just a straight line. We're looking really good. So that's some good news right now, guys. I want to tell you, if you're in Sly County and Ellaville, if you're in America's Plains, if you're outside of Preston, Randolph County, Cuthbert, you're doing pretty good. So if you took that line, you don't have to go up to Taylor. Taylor, you guys are looking good. From Sly County right here all the way down into central portions and then pull it right back just to the end of there. And if you just take it to there you go. So so 4 o'clock, top of the hour, we're done. That's it. And it's pretty much, Cody, we were talking about that yesterday, surprise, surprise, that we actually saw this as far as timing really well. The models that we work with were right spot on, guys. Mm-hmm. You know? Yeah, yeah, they were right on the money. So that's what we're looking at. So we have Cordele. You can see this is all Cochrane. These are out of the area, but just to show you where it's at, if you have to travel this morning, that's not until 5:30, and it's totally out of the area. So anyone watching that is not in this track, you can go to bed, sleep well, get up early. You still got enough time to get some sleep and get to service, whatever you have to do. You'll be fine. So the severe thunderstorm warning continues. But if you're in Buena Vista, it's all east of you now. So that polygon needs to expire. It should start moving east. It just did now. How about that? As they said it. So speak of the moving. So at least now we're seeing it. So if you're in Buena Vista, Richland, you're good, as we just said, and just cutting it across anywhere east of that. So it's a very narrow area, and we're not just escaping this. We're staying on here for you guys. So if you're in Sumter, Sly, in southeast now Webster County, you rest assured, and that's it. If you're in Clay Equipment in Randolph, you're good. So the only areas here that we're looking at, east of Buena Vista, Ellaville, southeast of Butler, even Taylor County, you're good. Mauck, Georgia, for example, or Buffalo Simon or Skywatcher there is doing good. But Plains and Americus right now, you guys are doing A-OK. And you can see how that, Brian, has shifted a little bit off to the east.
Yeah, a little bit closer, seeing Richland, Preston. Preston getting hit pretty good right now. Plains, you're going to be up next. Americus not too far after that. But again, if you're west of this, Casita, Columbus, Eufaula, Omaha, maybe a few showers still to move through, but for the most part, your severe weather threat is over. In fact, I know for pretty much all of East Alabama, the tornado watch was dropped. And they've already started dropping some of the counties in Georgia as well from the watch here. So that's great news. Things are getting a lot quieter. And again, like we were just talking about, sunshine coming back later on this afternoon, and going to see plenty of it in the week ahead. Going to be a little cooler, I think, tomorrow. Yeah. So because we got a front.
Temperature 10, 15 degrees. Yeah. Big difference, right?
The front's coming through. So we'll see some cooler temperatures, definitely. And we'll talk more about that coming up in the show coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. So don't miss that with Olivia and myself. But we'll have the latest as far as where this thing is. And good news is, by the time we come on the air at 8 o'clock, this thing's going to be well out of here, and things will definitely be improved. In fact, by the time we get on the air at 8 o'clock, the rain will probably be completely out of here. So we'll be done with not only the severe weather, but the inclement weather, period. So. That's coming up later on this morning at 8 o'clock. Don't miss that. So, yeah, we're just about, I guess, almost ready to wrap things up here. Again, only got a couple of warnings out here. Severe thunderstorm warning for Marion, Sly, Taylor, Webster County. That goes until 3:30 Eastern Daylight Time. They're continuing to watch that one. And then, of course, a flash flood warning here for the Columbus area. Chattahoochee, Harris, Muskogee, Talbot. This is for basically urban flooding. So be careful of the roadways out there. And that goes until about 8 o'clock later on this morning. So, yeah, we're really, I mean, for the most part, you know, Cody, we're kind of getting down to the end of this. Thank goodness.
Yes. The system is finally dwindling a little bit, even though we still have those severe thunderstorm warnings. So we could occasionally get some stronger gusts with this. And now Sumter County, you guys have joined the Severe Thunderstorm Warning Club. We have that severe thunderstorm warning now for you guys until, let's see, until the top of the hour, so 4 o'clock.
And then up
for some damaging winds of 60 miles per hour, and it's moving off towards the east at 35. So it definitely has slowed a little bit. So the rest of Taylor County, that small little sliver off towards the east, you were under that. And this is a similar, or a, not a similar, but a base severe thunderstorm warning. We do not have the tornado possible tag with this one. The rest of Ellaville and Sly County, you guys are under that severe thunderstorm warning. Webster County, and then Americus, that will continue to move off to you guys. So we have that severe thunderstorm warning, 4 o'clock. It even includes Macon County, Georgia, the Montezuma, Ideal area, and then also I believe Oglethorpe is also in Macon County as well. Marshallville, Perry, Peach County, Warner Robins. It even includes all the way up to Macon and Bibb County. So that's a pretty large severe thunderstorm warning. And like I said, it's just your standard severe thunderstorm warning, 60 mile per hour winds, because everything right now is pretty uniform when you look at the wind mode. So we're not seeing any circulations, any rotations. So thankfully that is some good news. So we are almost in the clear. And like Bob was saying, we projected maybe about 4 o'clock. That is if the system didn't slow down some. But yeah, probably within, I would say maybe 4:30, the system should be fully gone. Made its way clearing. But we may have to watch some of these stragglers with some of the rain down towards the south. We're getting more rain to come up into Barber County, but still that's in that rain-cooled air. So all of that should remain below severe limits down there towards the south, Barber County. We still got that severe thunderstorm warning for Clay Equipment in Randolph, 3:45. So just a little under 30 minutes left for you guys down in Fort Gaines, Sutton's Corner, the Cuthbert area, Benevolence. Still getting some heavy rainfall for you guys. And eventually, let's see, the stuff down toward Ozark, Newton, Clio, that does not look like anything of concern. So that's some good news. So
those heavy showers, once they hit Russell County line, they just kind of almost fizzle out, really. So and that's good news, because especially here locally with some of the flash flooding that we've seen around with some of the training of the storms, we're kind of getting that, they're getting into that dry period, and we should be completely done with everything within the next couple of hours. Yeah,
they're hitting that stable air and just fizzling. I was trying to get an updated, let's see, power outage estimate. Roughly about 1,600 across Harris County, a little over 600 in Talbot County, 5,600 in Muskogee County. This is customers. Most of that is, well, it's actually kind of even between Georgia Power and Diverse across Columbus. On the Alabama side, Macon County has about a little over 800. Bullitt County a little over 1,000. Pike County has almost 2,500, and they saw that good circulation. So most of that is probably from that for the affecting the South Alabama Electric Co-op. Not much coming out of Barber. About 700 from Russell and 2,500 from Lee County. Most of that is Alabama Power for you guys over there in East Alabama. But that's what we're watching. Also, Chilton County, Clanton, those areas near the Maplesville area got walloped earlier with the tornado. Numerous power outages reported there. But so far, haven't seen a whole lot of damage reports filter in for our neck of the woods, which we'll probably see an increase in that once the sun comes up earlier or later today. Let's see. The lightning is still pretty intense right there around Ellaville.
Yeah.
So, but everything might have a little bit of hail maybe right there around Ellaville.
Oh, the strikes. Yeah.
If it is, I think it's going to be very small.
Yeah.
But yeah, nothing really.
Yeah, there you go.
Nothing really. Yeah, probably about pea size with that corridor. That correlates with the uptick in the lightning. But overall, everything's pretty uniform in terms of wind.
And how's Talbot County? Let's just take a look at Talbot. See how we're clear up there on the radar. We can see how that is up to there. So people are just wondering if they could do that. Looks good. And again, you can see up Taylor County is the only one that's in here. So Talbot County, you guys are clear. Look at that. So you guys are good. And all the other counties to the west, northwest are clearing out quite nice, including areas of Marion County too. Southeast Marion County cluster. I mean, the amount of lightning that's in there. Check that out, guys. Our lightning display on that.
I think it's the 15.
Is that 50? See where it is on there. Where's our lightning? I know we have it. We could go ahead and you could see how much lightning is in there. We could close it out of the box there, but that's a considerable amount of lightning. I'm surprised we don't have any reports of fires or anything else. There you go. Yeah, lightning counter, and this kind of should make the, yeah, you can like that. So we have, just in these areas, look how many strikes are coming in. 237 strikes, now 506. It's just starting to calculate all of them. So you could see as it rolled through there, add that up from almost 1,000 strikes in that period of an hour in that loop. So a considerable amount of lightning, and that's 15 minutes. Yeah, as you just said, a 15-minute duration. So there you go.
Yeah, don't see any rotation. That's good news. Mm-hmm. Everything becoming pretty linear.
Yeah.
And other than just some showers back here, that's pretty much it. But like we were just talking about, as soon as it hits that Russell County line, everything just kind of almost fizzles out. So maybe a light shower or two for the Columbus area, maybe down into Fort Mitchell area there, down toward Cottondon, down 165, Fort Benning, Casita. Could still see a little light shower, but again, all the rough stuff off to your east now. But yeah, Ellaville's seeing some pretty good activity. A lot of lightning over there, and it looks like there was some hail as well. Yeah, definitely some hail.
Yeah, we did get earlier reports of some small hail earlier, so
yeah, almost
wouldn't be surprised, but I don't think it's anything big.
About 3/4 of an inch there.
And that's coming up into Ellaville.
Pretty much right on line what they were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, so you could see where you had that the hail that's on that. So today, this morning, A lot of everybody's joining us. This was a wind event. We had a lot of wind preceding this line. That was just not even severe thunderstorm wind related. It was actually winds that were from all the consistent, persistent winds that we had on our Saturday afternoon. And surprise, surprise, a lot of that we had. The good news is it was just mainly some trees down. Nobody was injured. A lot of power outages. I still feel that when you wake up in the morning, there's going to be some areas of damage. So if anything, if you guys could just be very careful wherever you're traveling in the secondary roads for any downed trees, power lines, that's going to be present. Call them in, let the first responders deal with it. Linesmen and women are going to do fine. They're going to be able to get out there. They know how to deploy those units, and they'll be down there working on it effectively. There's still a lot of power outages out there. Brian, have you seen any restored in there, or are the power outages still roughly about the same?
Yeah, they're actually getting a little bit more power outages are coming in. Let's see, looking at Lee County, about 1,800 for Alabama Power. Dixie Electric, about 50. Opelika Power Services, about 500 people. And then down into Russell County, looking at looks like about 570 for Alabama Power. Tallapoosa River Electric, looking about 168. I know we had a pretty good bit over in Muskogee County, now up to about 5,700. Looks like Diverse Power, about 2,100. And Georgia Power, pretty close to 3,500. So you're looking at about 5,500 customers there. Looks like Flint Energy's 120 people. So definitely a lot of power outages there. Harris County, about 1,658, 1,200 of those Diverse Power, 439 Georgia Power. Flint Energy is about 17 people without power there. A good number of power outages considering the size and population there in Talbot County. Looking at about 635 people without power, 600 of those Georgia Power customers. So still a lot of power outages out there, especially back toward Macon County, Bullock County, Pike County, of course, where they saw the tornado that passed through the Troy area. Had some damage there around the Walmart area in Troy, including there was a rec center there that had some roof damage as well. But no injuries have been reported, thankfully. So hopefully that's the extent of the damage in Troy. But obviously, until the light comes up, it's going to be hard to get a full assessment of the damage down around the Troy area. So, but the good news is everything is exiting out. The severe weather well now off to our east. Back here locally, just some light to moderate showers to contend with for the next, I would say 30 minutes to an hour at the most. And then we'll be done completely with the rain, much less the severe weather.
That sounds like a good plan here, and we're looking at that. So we appreciate everybody kind of sticking in there and getting the information that they've been looking for. So that's some good news too. You know, and some of the folks that are out there, you know, having a little bit more fun out there. So we appreciate the fact that people are obviously, you know, doing the right thing. I mean, this is an overnight event. It makes it kind of difficult. But you're going to know that areas that were heavily impacted ahead of that, when it was coming through Barber County, especially parts of Stewart County, there's going to be some isolated events that are going to be pretty heavy in damage. Auburn got hit hard, but it was parts of central Alabama that saw it the worst yesterday and Saturday. And even the storm reports, they haven't come in here yet locally. With all those power outages, those are probably related to, in many cases, the trees that have fallen. But again, what happened in central Alabama, that was it. I mean, that was at high risk. It was looking at when we had that dangerous tornado down in Pike County and going into Barber and into areas of southern Russell. It never materialized after that, thanks to that both of those lines kind of moving closer and kind of one kind of getting closer to the other. So, I mean, we didn't really have certainly anything that was compared to what we saw out west on your Friday. And there you have it.
Quite a bit of, looks like tree damage up in northwest Georgia. I know folks are actually playing a travel ball tournament up in Carrollton.
Yeah, there you go.
Today.
Yeah, we know that.
And,
Yeah.
Good news is it ended right before all the rain and the storms moved through, so they were able to get that tournament in there. But the good news is just a couple of our far southeastern counties still being affected by a severe thunderstorm warning. That warning is in effect until, I have to pull it off, 4 a.m. Eastern time, so top of the hour, another 30 minutes, and that line will be east of you.
Right.
Places like Americus, all the way over to Perry, definitely Butler, Buena Vista, things coming to an end for you, Richland as well. Still seeing some light to moderate showers, but again, for the most part, severe weather threat is off to the east.
Yeah, and if you're in Shellman, we're still looking at Fort Gaines. You're clear right now, even under that severe thunderstorm warning, as Brian just said. It's pretty much clear sailing for you, smooth sailing, and you can expect to see a lot of that just kind of moving in and out of the area. So areas, if you're in Americus, look for about 33 minutes. It's coming right in your direction. It's right on knocking on your back doorstep here in the next 3 minutes, and then it'll be out of here. So we can pretty much, we're going to get real close here to wrapping this up here for a lot of you guys. Anybody that is not in the warning, you guys are good to go as far as sleep, and just be careful in the morning is all we're asking, and you guys should be pretty good. The lightning that's here is considerable, coming into Sly County and Ellaville right now. So we'll see how that behaves later. But if you are in these areas right here, I'm going to give you the latest wrap up. So Americus 348, and once it comes through Americus, it's going to be completely out. It's 31 minutes after. Leslie, when we get into southeast Sumter County, 4:34 in the morning. So it's got a little ways to go outside of Leslie, but you guys are going to be A-okay. You should be good once that line comes through, and that's pretty much the whole story with everybody here. So let's just take this like this and move it back to the southeast. We can go just directly into Sumter County. So 3:37 Americus coming in 6 minutes to Leslie to about 14 after the hour. So you're talking about just almost 45 minutes, and it'll be out of Sumter County, and the whole line will be out of there. You still have what's coming out of Randolph County. A lot of that is still lifting east-northeast, but it's moving east faster, so it'll be out of there. It's that cluster of thunder right here with all that lightning that's considerable. You could see up to north when we put it in there. So that's it. And so we'll give another view here and see what we're looking at as far as I was going to see how these storms, how high it's towering up here. Okay, so this storm, I'm going to get to the west side of it, and this is looking at it moving eastward. So it did intensify. You can see how it's associated with that lightning, and so that's why we're seeing a lot of that considerable amount of lightning in there right now. So there's Cuthbert, off to the line there, but this is east, looking at east-northeast right now, and getting an idea of how high up the storm is. So if you look at it, the storm's elevation is peaking a little bit, and that's where we had that hail core a little bit, just a little over 30,000 feet. And so there was a intensification there, but it's really heavy rain. And the irony is, this was more of a heavy rain event and just wind. And again, we fared quite nice. That's some good news. So we're real happy to report that. So the radar forecast in, let's see how clear it is and how close it is to seeing it. Certainly it's not matching up with it, but if it was to simulate it, it would be right here, as we're saying Sunday at 4:30, and we're at 4:30, this is going to be out of our area. So that you can see how the models can slow down. They really don't do a great job on this, especially at this time. So what is the reality is obviously the radar itself, live radar, and there you go. So this is just about out of the area. And so I think what we're going to do now, for the sake of just watching this, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put a track on this. We're going to let this stream. We're going to keep this up here for you here on YouTube channel. If you guys want to stick with us on News 3, we're going to go ahead and let you guys kind of get back to the morning, and let's just do this here. I'll go ahead and put the crawl back up on the station, and we're going to let this just continue here. So for the rest of the morning, folks, we want to tell you thank you very much for staying with us. We'll come back up if there's anything else, but at this point, we're not seeing that, just burning some extra time. We'll return to programming on News 3. Our live stream, we're going to continue that right here at, of course, Uninterrupted, as always, and we're talking about the areas right here on our YouTube channel. And thank you all, and I'm glad everything went well. But remember, daybreak, you get out there, there could be some damage in some areas, so please use caution. I want you to be safe, and you guys have a terrific day, okay? And we're still here. We're not gone yet until this is completely out of Sumter County. And count this one a good one. Count this one a good one, as we could see right now.